It is always best to get in quickly with an introduction and a story. If you say something with sufficient authority, it comes out with a ring of truth. With as much verve as I could muster, I brandished a box of chocolates. "I'm Mrs. Baker, from the Beckwithshire Ladies' Friendship Committee. Miss Weston bought a raffle ticket from one of our members and has won third prize." "Ah, thank you." Mrs. Weston prepared to take the chocolates. "Would you mind very much if I deliver them personally? I said I would." Mrs. Weston frowned. She placed her secateurs in the trug. "Oh, please don't trouble," I said hastily. "I hate to be interrupted in my gardening. It will take me a moment, and I can report back to my ladies that I have hand-delivered the prize." I could see someone in a shady spot at the front of the house reading. As luck would have it, it was Miss Weston. Unsurprisingly, she had no recollection of buying a raffle ticket. She looked at the chocolates with suspicion, as though I might be a mad poisoner. Briefly, I told her the real reason for my visit, adding, "And Mr. Mooney would like you to go to the shop on the day the watch chain is due to be redeemed. If the stolen items have not been recovered, he will make restitution." She glared at me. "I must have the same watch chain. It was my uncle's, my mother's brother's. She doesn't know I pawned it." "I'll tell Mr. Mooney. He'll do his best to find something similar." Dash it all! How could the stupid man let himself be robbed? She ripped violently at the chocolate box lid. "If dressmakers didn't charge the earth, I would not be in this pickle." Mrs. Weston was approaching at a grand pace. I escaped, leaving Miss Weston to think of her own explanations about the winning raffle ticket. Chapter 24. The Key Players. Owen dropped me off on Leeds Road, at the end of St. Clement's Road, which was now becoming more familiar than I could have wished. I was no nearer finding Lucy than when I started my search. To put off the moment of reporting to Captain Wolfendale, I strolled slowly past each immaculate dwelling, from number 1 to number 29. With its unkempt garden and peeling paint, the Wolfendale house stuck out like a sore thumb on a well-manicured hand. It felt fanciful to think this, but it gave off an air that I could not fathom. Captain Wolfendale and Miss Fell were relics of an earlier age. Muriel was immensely talented, a liar and a thief, clawing her way up. Beautiful and ruthless Lucy held those around her in thrall. And then there was Dan Root. It still niggled me that 29 was the reverse of 92, Mrs. de Vries' address. Let the captain wait. I would speak to Mr. Root and get another look at the coin on his watch chain. He was a good actor, quite capable of becoming the stooped clerk who had robbed Mr. Mooney. Something else felt odd. Lucy could have asked Dan, the captain's favourite tenant, to pass on the message that she would stay with Alison. By not asking him, she had kept him out of the picture. It crossed my mind that he might be hiding Lucy, and that the ransom notes had been posted in the pillar box on the corner. It was time for me to have a chat with Mr. Root. The previous afternoon, when my feet hurt and I was tired out from looking for the elusive and probably non-existent Mrs. de Vries, he had all but snubbed me. This time he would not shrug me off so easily. I caught a glimpse of him through his window. He stood at his work-table, head bowed as he gently replaced the back on a fob watch. Several clocks and watches stood at one end of the long table. The door to his flat stood open, to let in air, I guessed. I tapped as I stepped inside. For a moment he looked surprised at my boldness, then he smiled. "I needed a little break. Shall we sit on the wall and have a cigarette?" He removed his eyeglass and took off his apron. Why did he not want me to be inside? Perhaps he was a very private person, or did not want me in his workplace. His anxiety to go out increased my determination to stay in. "I've always wanted to see how a watchmaker does his work," I said, with what I hoped was a charming smile. Moving further into his room, I examined the eyeglass he had just removed. "How on earth do you keep this in place, Mr. Root?" As he picked up the eyeglass to demonstrate, I quickly looked round the tidy room. He held the eyeglass between finger and thumb. "You place it on the lower lid, like so. It rests under the bone of the eyebrow. It suits you very well. May I try it?" He passed me the eyeglass. I wedged it in place. The small screwdrivers and tweezers looked suddenly larger when seen through the glass. So did the gold pond on his watch chain. Averting my gaze to the bench, I asked, "What are these little wooden cups for?" "Oh, they're to sit the movements on, keep them steady while I work. And this little vise is to hold things in place." He half turned to show me the vise, and as he did, I swept a wooden cup into my satchel. He had half a dozen and would not miss one. If he had helped Lucy write her ransom note, I might find his fingerprint. He had also moved something out of view, a book of some description. Concentrating on the workbench, I said, "It's such precise work. It must have been hard to learn." I removed the eyeglass and placed it on a mat. The mat was part of an ingeniously arranged wooden box with small drawers which slid out, and one of them unfolded as a mat. A man whose tools could be carried in such a compact fashion could flit from one town to another with ease. "What age did you begin this work?" 12. I was apprenticed to an old watchmaker in Covent Garden," he said. "Then you must be a master of your craft by now, and enjoy it, I should think." "A man is never out of work if he can repair watches and clocks. Every job is the same, yet every one is different. Take this clock, for instance." While he explained about a balance mechanism, I glanced around the room. He must have been a handy person altogether. A length of metal pipe leaned against the wall. Parts of a crystal set and a listening trumpet lay on a table. Had Dan Root not looked so very English, he would have been suspected of being a spy during the Great War. "Isn't this an odd lodging for you, Mr. Root? Surely a watchmender needs light. Yet here you are, halfway below ground. Have you lived here long?" "Long enough, and there's enough light for my purposes." What are your purposes, I wondered. There was something in his tone of voice that belied the lightness of his words. "The captain says you're his best tenant." "Because I'm the only one who pays rent, and the only chap. He prefers his own sex." I looked at him quickly to see what meaning lay behind his words, but he concentrated on his cigarette, drawing deeply. The house door above opened and slammed shut. Miss Fell going out, or the captain returning? "The play must have been a great diversion for you, Mr. Root." He smiled. "Have you tried resisting Miss Jameson once she gets an idea in her head? She was short of males. Living next door to her, I had no chance of avoiding conscription." The captain's footsteps thumped the ceiling, then came to a stop. I pictured him standing by the tiger-skin rug. A moment later, a tap-tap sounded down the chimney as the captain emptied the ash from his pipe and coughed. "It must have brought you closer, 3 of you from this one house taking part in the play, you, Muriel, and Lucy." "I was very useful to escort the ladies home, mostly Lucy, because Muriel would stay behind to write her director's notes." So he had walked Lucy home from rehearsals. They must have got to know each other very well. He moved towards the door. "Let's sit outside. I spend far too much time in here as it is." That left me no choice but to follow him. Yet if he had been hiding Lucy, I would have heard or seen some sign. There was only one door, apart from the cupboard, which I guessed led to a kind of keeping pantry. We sat on the low garden wall. "It must be a solitary business, working alone down there." He shrugged. The watch and clock business in Harrogate is all tied up by the jewellers in the centre. People take their timepieces there, not knowing that they're sent to me. I don't complain. My living is reasonable. Have you been in Harrogate long? I've travelled about, he said. Harrogate suits me. Plenty of watches and clocks here, plenty of work, and the air is pleasant. Do you know, the humidity here is lower than anywhere else in the country? For a man who is conscious of health benefits, I'm surprised you work in a basement. It must put a strain on your eyes. I'm by the window, and I have gaslight. He stubbed his cigarette. Turning the subject away from himself, he asked, Will you be taking the waters while you're in Harrogate? I have booked into a hotel, so I may just do that. He smiled. Sulphur or iron? I don't know. What do you recommend? Neither to drink. They stink and are vile. But to bathe, either is very pleasant, especially when warm. In a moment he would go back to his work. What was keeping me from asking him about Lucy? The thought that the more people knew she was missing, the more her reputation might suffer. I had a shrewd suspicion that Dan Root knew more than he was letting on. You and Lucy were very good in the play. Do you think you'll be in another? No, he said emphatically. Not if I can help it. I sat next to Mr. Wheatley in the theatre last night. He was very complimentary. He seemed to think Lucy might have the talent to go on stage. It was a wild try, but it worked. Dan smiled, and there was a gleam of something like pride in his eyes. Is that what he said? Yes, I think he meant it too. I wanted to know why she needed £1,000, and I wanted to know what Dan Root was keeping quiet about. I pressed on. All of the other players have occupations, but not Lucy. I should think she's at a bit of a loose end now. He said softly, You've guessed, haven't you? No. We walked home together most nights. Lucy loved being in the play. She's quite stage-struck. Ah, of course. And that would not meet with the captain's approval. Hardly. He sucked in his breath. It must be the worst-kept secret in Harrogate that she intends to become an actress. I said I wouldn't tell, but I don't see what harm it will do if you're going back to Leeds after you take the waters. She intends to go to London to study acting. She has been offered a place at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art. Suddenly it made sense that when Lucy thanked me for the spare photographs, she said that they were useful. She had sent or taken them with her for an audition at the drama school. How could she have done that without anyone knowing? I didn't say no one knew. He jerked his thumb towards the flat above. Captain Wolfendale doesn't know. Dan Root stretched to his full height, ready to go back to his work. It amazed me that this tall, well-built man could have played the crafty old miser, and the hunched revivalist preacher, and the doomed manufacturer who took his own life. Sorry. I have watches to attend to. If I don't get them back to the shop before tea time, I shall be disappointed with myself. I stayed put on the wall. Hang on, you can't tell me half a tale. If Lucy plans to run off to the Thespians, what would she be running away from? You'd have to ask her. There was a challenge in his voice, and a sad smile. He knew she was missing, I felt sure of it. The thought of that gave me goosebumps. It made me wonder whether he had gone to Mooney's, offering his watch chain, robbing the man, sharing the loot with Lucy. And now she was on the next phase of raising money, this time from her grandfather. Or perhaps the shock of finding a body was sending me peculiar, and there were no connections whatsoever. I persisted, keeping up my end of our conversation. But you have a good idea of what she'd be escaping." He sighed. "Like you, I'm only guessing. A dull marriage, perhaps?" "To whom?" He shook his head enigmatically. "I could not possibly say." He smiled. "Now, if you'll excuse me." I felt like Alice in Wonderland being toyed with by the Cheshire Cat. I watched him turn away, go back into his room, and close the door firmly behind him. Something was nagging away at me, something to do with Dan Root. And then it clicked. Dan was an eavesdropper. He listened in to what went on in the captain's flat. That was why he did not want me to stay in his room after the captain had returned just now. It had been the same yesterday, when I was desperate to take the weight off my feet, and he would not ask me in. I remembered where he had been sitting, and how it had seemed slightly odd at the time that he was by the hearth, leaning forward so intently. The metal pipe I had seen by Dan's fireplace was part of a listening device. The sound of the captain walking across the room and knocking out his pipe had travelled down the chimney. All Dan had to do, to hear more, would be to attach the listening trumpet to the metal pipe. He could then overhear whatever went on between the captain and Lucy. But what would be of interest about that? Presumably, he would know that Lucy expected an inheritance and was not about to receive it. He would know that Lucy refused the idea of being bartered into marriage. Dan would also know what had taken place between the captain and the late Mr. Milner. He had listened in when the old comrades played their board game of Called to Arms. That was how he knew that Lucy was set to have a dull marriage, as he put it, though I would have said horrendous. Was Lucy connected with Milner's death? Milner certainly would have let her come close enough to put a dagger through his heart. For a few moments more I remained on the low wall, taking out my notebook, jotting down what I had learned so far, along with the names of people who could know more than they were telling. Muriel Jameson. If true that Lucy has place at RADA, Muriel must have helped, audition piece, etc. Had she put her up to demanding money? Rodney Milner. He and Lucy friends since childhood, but not in Lucy's confidence. Dylan Ashton. Knows more than he admits? Check for his prints on the ransom note and envelope. House agency. Empty properties for hideout. Captain. Why so against involving police? Because of Lucy's reputation or darker reason? Dan Root. Lucy confided in him about drama school. Knows more than letting on. Gertz, Loy and Olivia. Unlikely to be involved in Ransom, but Monsieur Gertz strong suspect in Milner's murder. Alison Hart. Too upset about own situation to lie. Rule out. A.N. Other. Who? I snapped the notebook shut. Eliminate the obvious. If I were Lucy, where would I hide? I would not risk being seen out and about, but would keep the plan simple. There was an uninhabited top floor in the house that Muriel had said the captain used for storage. Where better to hide than the last place her grandfather might think to look? I walked up the stairs to the front door and through into the hall. With the thought that Dan Root might be downstairs listening, I gave up on the idea of knocking on the captain's door, and instead climbed the stairs, past the first floor where Miss Fell's Pekingese yapped a warning, and up to the top floor and the unoccupied flat. Chapter 25. Tragic Carpet. Tragic carpet. Placed on stage so that tragedians would not dirty their costumes when dead. The simplicity appealed to me. Lucy could be here in this very house, on the unoccupied top floor. the last place her grandfather would think to look. The Pekingese yapped with every step I took on the narrow runner of threadbare carpet that led me upwards. A large spider web covered a corner of the stained-glass window on the landing. The lock to the top flat was the old-fashioned type that did not take much picking. Closed curtains made the room dark and stuffy. My task would not need much light, but I drew the curtains back all the same. The furniture, covered in dust sheets, offered hiding places. I walked through the drawing-room, where the paintings on the wall were covered with sheets. Arranged between the paintings was an array of British weaponry with labels attached. It struck me that these could be valuable as a job lot. Did Lucy think her grandfather could pawn or sell them and raise her ransom? I jotted down the names. Lee Enfield Cavalry Carbine 303. Martini Enfield Artillery Carbine 303. Long Lee Enfield Rifle MK1 1902. Webley Revolver MK3 Caliber .455. Webley WG Army Model Revolver. On another wall were mounted swords, some very old, sabres with curved blades and elaborate handles. 2 other swords were straight and plain. A rifle sword bore the supplier's name, Gordon Mitchell & Co., Cape Town. A display cabinet held a bone-hilt dagger with wood scabbard. It was about 9 inches long, the blade comprising 2/3 of the length. It had what looked like a sharp diamond cross-section blade. Although I had not got a close look at the knife that killed Mr. Milner, I found myself examining this one closely. The shelf of the cabinet where it lay looked cleaner than the others, as though someone may have wiped a cloth across, concealing the fact that dust may have gathered around a missing knife. But surely that was fanciful. Dust would not gather on a closed cabinet shelf, would it? All the same, something looked out of place. In this jam-packed room, the solitary dagger looked lonely. On a table, several items were displayed, as if the captain had once intended to create a private museum. It was an odd assortment. An emergency ration tin had been welded closed. There were pieces of shrapnel shell. A nasty-looking piece of metal with pointed edges bore the label, "Caltrops thrown on ground to cripple horses of attacking Boers." The weaponry and detritus of a long-ago war both fascinated and repelled me. How had Lucy borne life in this house? Small wonder she wanted to escape. Forcing myself to continue, I lifted the dust covers on the furniture. Speaking her name softly, I checked to see whether she had heard me approaching and was hiding under the sideboard or behind a sofa. She was not. Nor was she under the bed. A large wardrobe stood against the wall. I opened its door. An army greatcoat swung on its hanger. Any dresses and coats that had belonged to the captain's aunt must long ago have been purloined by Miss Fell, or given away to some deserving person. I moved the greatcoat, not expecting Lucy to be lurking behind it, but to see what else might be there. 2 uniforms hung side by side. One bore a captain's pips, the other sergeant's stripes. I remembered what the captain had said so modestly regarding his Victoria Cross. When you reach a certain rank, there are all sorts of things you just don't have to deal with. I had a wonderful batman, never properly appreciated him. He was with me that day. He should have got that medal. Could there be some clue lurking in this wardrobe, between the 2 side-by-side uniforms? It had crossed my mind that it was odd for a captain to play a board game with a corporal, as Milner had been. Officers and other ranks do not mix, just as society snakes do not rub shoulders with their parlour-maids. Except in the relationship of mistress and servant. Perhaps Milner had been the batman. But if Milner were a corporal... I examined the uniform again. Sure enough, there were 3 stripes. Perhaps I had been mistaken, and Milner was a sergeant, or had been promoted later. But why would his uniform hang in the captain's wardrobe? It did not make sense. An old cigar box on a sideboard contained a few photographs of uniformed men in a barren place. The captain and his batman. Men on a hillside, by a tent, by a river. The light was dim and the photographs not very clear. There were papers in the box, beneath the photographs, 2 sets of army discharges, one for Roland Oliver Wolfendale, another for Henry Lambton. Since this flat took up the entire top floor, it surprised me that there was only one bedroom, and then I saw the other door. A huge cast-iron bath held a covered shape. Lucy? A body was covered in ragged old towels and a torn sheet. The shape did not move, not the slightest twitch. I forced myself to look closer. A head, a shoulder, legs. The outline was clear enough. A body. I froze. Watching, I hoped for the slightest movement, a sign of life, for it to be a young woman who had heard me and was hiding. No movement, not a breath. Could it be Lucy, dead? Murdered by her own grandfather, who had himself written the ransom note? Lucy? I went right up to it and touched the shape. Lifeless. But there was no blood, no whiff of death. I pulled back a worn towel, a torn sheet. It was a figure, not unlike the tailor's dummy that stood in the downstairs window of the captain's flat. That one sported a Boer uniform. This one had worn khaki. The uniform had been cut to shreds. A bone-hilt dagger protruded from the chest. Straw, not innards, tumbled out. I shut the bathroom door quietly and leaned against it. Just my luck that the first time I get a chance to use my illicit skill of lock-picking, I enter a flat where some maniac has been before me. Was this Lucy's work? If so, what had led her to be so thorough in her destruction of the soldier dummy? The sound startled me. A great roar made me believe that a tiger rug had come to life, or some long-dead elephant had returned demanding its stolen tusks. "What the devil?" It was the captain, brandishing his sword-stick. "I thought it best to eliminate the obvious," I said calmly. "Who has murdered your soldier doll?" My question diverted him for a moment. I opened the bathroom door wide so that he could see for himself what havoc had been wreaked on the life-size boy soldier. He leaned down and touched the damaged thing, a moan escaping from him. He rounded on me. "Who let you in here?" "Myself." "Then let yourself out, and don't come back. I don't need you. I never should have trusted you." "As you wish." "Yes, as I wish. I don't need a bit of skirt with a high opinion of herself poking her nose in where she doesn't belong. Get out, and when you see your adventurous friend, tell her she can pack her bags. We were all right till she rolled up." Retreat was most definitely in order. He rushed ahead of me to the door, flung it open. "Out! Out!" The captain did not follow. I guessed he would be checking his precious museum pieces to ensure there was nothing missing. His fury had unnerved me. I held on to the banister. The dog barked again. I hurried down the stairs, not wanting to be there when he completed his inventory of secrets. A mighty yell of fury came from above. The door slammed shut. Half expecting to be run through with his sword walking stick, I reached the landing as his footsteps pounded down the stairs. Chapter 26. Behind the Mask. A concerned Miss Fell stood at her open door. She hurried towards me and hastily drew me inside. Mistress of understatement, she whispered, The captain doesn't like anyone looking at his military accoutrement. He must have incredibly sharp hearing. It's a sixth sense he has for protecting his weaponry. The dog darted at my ankles, yapping a warning to his mistress not to be so naive as to invite me in. "Shut up, Pico, dear," she said soothingly. "This is an emergency. The captain is raving." With the triumph of a lonely person who has finally found a captive audience, she shut the door behind us. I followed her into a large sitting room furnished with an overstuffed sofa and chairs, smelling strongly of dog and weakly of lavender. The small creature dogging my heels, herding me in, might look like a muff. Its manner, yap, and stink told a different story. It leapt at my leg, demanding attention, its eyes saying with a mixture of pleading and arrogance, "I'm a proper dog, so watch out." Flattery is one of my stocks in trade, especially when I find myself in a tricky situation. "Fine fellow," I said, stroking the dog's silky head. Pico was not impressed. I tried again. "Clever fellow." That did the trick. Here was a dog that knew well enough he was a fine fellow and only wanted to have his intellect admired. "Pico likes you," Miss Fell said. She waved an arm for me to take a seat. I perched on the sofa. Matching her for understatement, I said, "I've upset your landlord." "Take no notice. You were only looking for the bathroom, I'm sure." She dismissed the captain with a flick of her wrist. "Now tell me what you thought of the play. I saw it twice. Haven't seen a finer piece of theatre since the old Queen was on the throne. Goodness me, it brought tears to my eyes to see Lucy taking her part so magnificently. It was like seeing a stranger, though I've known her since she was a tot. Do sit down, though it won't be for long. He's restless." I did not know whether she meant the dog or the captain, who was now marching so loudly across the floor above that the light fitting shook. My hostess glanced up. "He'll be muttering and cursing," she confided sagely. "I've seen him this way before." "It's good of you to offer me sanctuary," I said. "You'll risk the captain's wrath." "Ha! There's nothing he can do about me," Miss Fell said confidently. "I've been resident here for many years. I came as companion to the captain's aunt, a dear lady, the genuine article." "Then you must like Harrogate, and this house, to have stayed, I mean." She sighed. "Harrogate is a wonderful place to live, so healthy, so very refined. But I'm afraid the house is not what it was in Miss Wolfendale's day." Miss Fell settled herself for a good chat. The dog snuggled up to her. She tickled his head. As she did so, I noticed her hands. They were old, wrinkled and speckled, the nails ridged with age. On each of her ring fingers she wore a buckled silver ring. The silver ring on her right hand was doing a job. It was holding secure a ring that was one size too big. I stared at the ring. I am no expert, but felt sure that this was 18-carat gold. In a concave setting glittered 3 diamonds and, on either side, 3 raised bars. The ring exactly matched Mr. Mooney's description of Mrs. de Vrere's ring. So perhaps my hunch about the transposition of the house number had not been so wild after all. We were in 29 St. Clement's Road. The address for the mysterious Mrs. de Vries was 92. That would explain her odd behaviour yesterday at the mention of the name de Vries. She was Mrs. de Vries. Who had she asked to collect her ring from the pawn shop? If Miss Fell herself had something to hide, she would not have invited me in. As my mind ran over these details, I tried to think of how to tackle her. I must tread carefully. If she simply denied being Mrs. de Vries, there would be no trail for me to follow. While she went to make tea in her small kitchen, I looked at the photographs on the sideboard. One photograph showed a much younger Miss Fell and her older companion who held a walking stick. They wore tweed skirts, stout shoes, and berets. The two of them were perched on a boulder, legs outstretched, knapsacks by their feet. "That's me, with Miss Wolfendale," Miss Fell called from the kitchen. "The captain's aunt?" "Yes, and next to that, Miss Wolfendale with the captain when he was a boy." I picked up the second photograph. The woman and boy, aged about 16, looked out at me, the boy posing with a self-conscious air, looking into the lens and half smiling into an unknown future. He stood to attention, wearing long trousers and a check shirt open at his smooth young neck. The woman wore a print dress and cardigan. Her hand rested affectionately on his shoulder. She had a longish face, slightly horsey. He had the same characteristic, but less markedly, which made me think he would have turned out classically handsome. "I believe that's taken locally." "It is indeed, on the Stray." The resemblance between the woman and the boy was clear. "So the captain is Miss Wolfendale's brother's child?" "Yes." She brought in a tea tray, her rings glinting. "And her only relation. When Miss Wolfendale died, she left the house to the captain with a proviso that I be allowed to remain as a grace and favour tenant. I did not then expect that he would rent out the lower level, which does rather give the old place the atmosphere of a lodging-house. Not that I dislike the tenants." And one of those tenants was Dan Root, owner of a watch chain hung with a South African coin, just like the one Mr. Mooney's assailant pretended to pawn. Being his own master, Dan would be free to take Monday morning off for a little light robbery in Leeds. But why would he have returned the ring to Miss Fell? Of course, I could be entirely mistaken. No ring is totally unique unless specially made. Having asked her yesterday about Mrs. de Vries, I tried to think of a way to raise the subject again. I did not need to. It was on her mind. "You rather threw me yesterday, dear, when you asked about your mother's friend. I'm afraid I wasn't very helpful. This area teems with spinsters and widows, and we don't all know each other. If we were younger, there would be some plan to ship us to the colonies without ado." The tea came from the fluted china pot, so weak it looked in need of help. "Not too strong for you?" Miss Fell asked. I assured her it was not. "Of course it's different for young women nowadays," Miss Fell said, offering me sugar. "Take Lucy. How wonderfully well she took her part in the play, not in the least self-conscious. But you see, she acted in school plays and was fond of reciting. Even as a wee child, she would climb on the table and give us a lyrical ballad or a comic verse. I taught her some poems myself." Miss Fell waved her hand towards a well-stocked bookshelf. As she did so, several volumes fell from the arm of her chair. I moved to rescue them. They were detective stories from a private lending library. "Thank you, my dear. On the table, please." As I stacked the novels on the table, I imagined Lucy as a precocious child reciting her heart out. Lucy could have been the robber. She could easily have dressed as a young man, borrowed Dan Root's watch chain, lulled poor Mr. Mooney into believing her just another customer, and then made her move. Miss Fell waited until I had set the novels in a neat pile, and then continued her praise of Lucy. "Her memory has always been phenomenal. She claims to remember her mother, though between you and me, I believe it's her nursemaid she recollects. I don't disabuse her, though it's odd that she should think of such a woman as her mother." "Why odd?" I asked. Miss Fell stiffened suddenly, as we once more heard footsteps on the stairs, and then on the landing. She waited. "He's calmed down. Something in him snaps if he thinks anyone is delving into his precious junk room up there. We had it as our sewing room years ago." "It sounds as though you and Miss Wolfendale got on very well." "Oh, we did. She was more like an older sister to me than an employer. We went on holiday each year, out into the countryside, staying on a farm, walking in the hill country. I came here in 1897 in answer to an advertisement in The Lady, and Miss Wolfendale was a lady. Of course, I was a young woman then, 30 years old. Didn't think myself young, of course. Thought myself old and past it." She laughed heartily. "Don't we always think that we're as old as we're ever going to be? I was companion to Miss Wolfendale until her death in 1903, at the age of 66. She sighed. "I did think I might have to find another place when she died, but the executors of the will asked me, would I stay on until matters were settled. And here you are still. As it transpired, Miss Wolfendale kindly made a provision for me to receive a small annuity." A little piece of the jigsaw fitted into place. Mr. Mooney had said that Mrs. de Vries pawned her ring annually. No doubt this coincided with the period just before Miss Fell's annuity went into her bank account. Pico perched himself on the window ledge, looking down into the street below with the appearance of a creature expecting an important delivery of horseflesh. "And you haven't regretted staying on, Miss Fell?" "Not a bit of it. I felt I owed it to dear Miss Wolfendale, especially when the captain arrived with his granddaughter in tow." "Lucy must have been very young." "She was 2 years old, and the prettiest little creature you ever saw. The nursemaid became homesick and went back where she came from. I've since wondered whether she might have stayed on if he'd paid her more, but of course she did attract rather a lot of attention in Harrogate." "Why was that?" "Didn't I say? She was African, what they used to call a Kaffir girl." Poor Lucy, to lose her parents and her nursemaid so young. And it can't have been easy for a man of his age to bring up a child. "He could not have managed without me. Forgets that now, when he's busy resenting my very presence. Lucy spent more time with me than downstairs when she was little, and it is such a pity that Miss Wolfendale wasn't aware of the existence of her great niece, or if she was, she never mentioned her to me. The captain said his son made an unsuitable match, you see, as did the captain himself, from what I can gather, though, of course, he doesn't say so outright. That would explain why Miss Wolfendale never mentioned family." The more she talked, the more the questions raced through my mind. Whose was the other uniform hanging in the wardrobe upstairs? An uneasy feeling stirred inside me. When I had told Inspector Charles about Monsieur Gertz seeing his wife with Mr. Milner, I thought I had done the right thing, but perhaps I had sent the inquiry off in a wrong direction. It seemed that there might be a stronger connection between Milner and Wolfendale than any of us guessed. The captain had something to hide. If Milner knew what that something was, it would have given him a powerful lever. Powerful enough to induce the captain to part with money and to be forced into renting out rooms. Milner had blackmailed Wolfendale, and the clue as to why lay in the attic, and this explained his fierce reaction to my poking about there. I took another look at the photograph of Miss Wolfendale and her nephew. How sad for Lucy to be orphaned so young and not to have met her great-aunt. She sighed and offered more tea. Who can fathom God's mysterious ways? What happened to Lucy's parents? I knew the captain's account of what had happened, but wondered what he had told Miss Fell when he first arrived in Harrogate. Lucy's mother died of typhoid, her father in some sort of accident. So he had been consistent. Miss Fell leaned forward in a confidential manner. When she was small, the captain told Lucy that her mother had left her a letter to be read when she was 21. When she came of age, on the 6th of this month, She asked him, and he said it wasn't true. There was no letter, no money. There was nothing. That infuriated her, naturally. She became very hard about it, wouldn't sit and chat. Oh, she would walk Pico, but further than the poor little chap wanted to go. She would end up carrying him back in a state of exhaustion. Her hair all over, losing her gloves, acting like nobody's child. If she hadn't put her energies into the play, I do believe she would have run mad when she found out there was no inheritance. It seemed treacherous to involve Miss Fell in a scheme to unmask her darling Lucy as a robber, but I had to do it. Miss Fell, I'm going to confide something that may shock you, and I shall ask you to help me. Miss Fell turned pale. It's to do with your question yesterday. Did I know a Mrs. de Vries? I could have gone all round the houses, but I decided to be direct. Yes, you are Mrs. de Vries, I believe. You gave a false name and address to Mr. Mooney to hide your embarrassment at pawning the ring. It felt cruel. My words hit her hard. In an involuntary movement, she drew her hands to her chest, twisting the diamond ring on her finger. I thought pawnbrokers kept a person's confidence. They do, as a rule, but Mr. Mooney was robbed of his pledged items, and no ticket was presented for that ring. Her eyes widened in astonishment. That can't be possible. I gave the ticket and the money to Lucy. She told me she had collected it. Last Monday. Chapter 27. Full of Smoke and Embers. March 1922. Captain Wolfendale sat by his hearth. Wind rattled in the chimney and blew smoke back into the room. His visitor, Lawrence Milner, had brought a drop of something warming, a good port wine. He raised his glass thoughtfully. We'll have cause for celebration later this year. Oh? The captain poked the fire. I don't know what's to celebrate. Why, of course you do. Your Lucy comes of age in August. Milner took it on himself to pour another 2 generous measures. The captain placed a shovel in front of the fire and a newspaper over it, to draw smoke up the chimney and get the coals cracking. He watched carefully, snatching the paper just as it scorched. Smoke still curled into the room. In a reminiscing vein, Milner said, Do you remember that old tobacconist fellow? His son-in-law was a Kent man. He boasted that with eyes tight shut, this son-in-law could name any English apple by its smell. Cox, Bramley, Russet, any of them, and more. Well, that's you and baccy, eh, mein Kapitän? Less of that. Less of what? That mein Kapitän business. Insubordination, beg pardon, Captain. And me a lowly corporal. Shame, eh? Milner plonked his glass on the called-to-arms board on the square titled Court-Martial. The captain moved the glass, leaving behind a small red circle of port. It would stain. What are you leading up to, Milner? You know it's finished. You know I've not a penny left. We've done well, my friend. We've done well. Look on these years as an investment. And now it's time to make something of it. Milner had that bantering mood on him, teasing the older man. He had let the old fellow win 2 games of called-to-arms. Butter him up now. Do no harm to butter him up. I bet you can guess the name of this twist of baccy I've brought you. Bugger off with your tests. We're not schoolboys. Humour me. I've a little bet with myself. Wearily, the captain closed his eyes. Go on, then. How had he let this idiot get the better of him all these years? There was a rustling as Milner brought out the tobacco. The captain recognized the blend straight away. It was a mix he had bought from the tobacconist years ago, his favourite. Milner was reminding him of the chains that bound. One of these days he would get the better of Milner. "Well, what does your snitch say?" Milner asked. Just for devilment, the captain wanted to come up with some nonsense, as if he did not know, but his pride would not let him. "Light Virginia, mixed with Latakia." "Exactly. It's your lucky day, Captain." Milner put the tobacco on the table. The captain picked it up and placed it in his jar on the shelf. Milner was a lout. A bloody jumped-up corporal, he now had minions doing his bidding, in his car showroom, his motor repair works, and at his home. He had driven his wife to the grave and now kept his son under the thumb. He wanted to be liked, too, damn his eyes. He not only wanted to bleed the captain dry, well, he had done that, but he wanted to be liked for doing it. The captain moved the board. He took it to the kitchen and wiped at the wine stain. The captain returned the called-to-arms board to its box, along with dice and tokens. Milner lit a cigar. "And how is our Lucy?" "She is doing well enough. Has ideas to find work, like her friend Alison." "Lucy won't have to work. Lucy will be a prize for any man. She'll be a lady of leisure, in the old pre-war style." The captain resumed his seat. He wanted to smoke the tobacco, but would not give Milner the satisfaction. "She may have to find something to do." He looked steadily at this enemy of his, who took the guise of friend. "You've bled me dry, Milner. I have nothing left. That means there's nothing for Lucy." Milner leaned back in the big armchair. He held the cigar casually, like a man who is wealthy enough to let it burn out and fling it into the grate. "There is everything for Lucy, if you will let me offer it to her." Some part of the captain knew straight away what Milner implied, but he would not let himself believe it. "You would employ a girl?" "Hardly a girl, but no, I would not dream of employing Lucy." "You're thinking of a match between Lucy and Rodney?" Hope lifted the captain's voice. What Milner robbed him of, he had put to good use in his business. That business would come to Rodney. If Lucy and Rodney married... Milner raised the cigar almost to his lips, and then laughed. He sucked on the cigar thoughtfully, shaking his head at the imbecility of this old man. "Look at me. I'm still a young chap. I'm 45 years old, in my prime. Lucy is too good for Rodney, and they don't regard each other in a romantic way." "Never have 'em, Milner. Forget that," the captain said in a low voice. He knew what Milner did not know. Every time Lucy heard Milner's step, his ring of the bell, which she always recognized, she would fly upstairs to the old woman and stay there until he had gone. "She does not see you in that way, and never will." "Why whisper? Are you afraid I'll tell her the truth about you-know-what? I never would breathe a word if she were mine. I'd cherish and protect her." It came out before the captain could stop himself. "Like you cherished and protected your wife? Come, man, this is different. Lucy is different. At least say or think about it. She would be taken care of, and as my, well, let us say, grandfather-in-law, so would you be. Believe me, I would cease all claims. I would make recompense." The captain stood up slowly. He took the tobacco from the jar, the mixture of light Virginia and Latakia, that stirred so many memories. He began to fill his pipe. "She would never agree." "You know," Milner said softly, "I always get what I want. I would court her. I would bring her round, but I need you to be on my side." The captain's flesh crawled. He would never be free. This would go on and on until the grave. His face took on the blankness of misery. Milner spoke with vigour, leaning forwards, pressing his point. "Don't look like that. This will be the very last thing I ask of you. Depend upon it." Chapter 28. No pension. No pension, and the most we'll earn's £400 a year. Rudyard Kipling. London, 1903. When they left the army, Captain Wolfendale took rooms in Bloomsbury for himself and his loyal batman, Sergeant Lambton. This was the plan. The captain had enough put by to take over the tobacconist's shop on the corner. It would be a better gold mine than the Rand, the captain reckoned. Men could live without gold, but not without a smoke. Every day, Lambton walked to the tobacconist's, talked to the old fellow, learned about a decent mix of light Virginia, delightful Latakia, and a pinch of something from the top shelf. The fussy, musty window display filled Lambton with new ideas. Walking back to the lodgings, he marvelled at the length of his own shadow on the pavement, the freedom of being his own man. Here he was, treading a proper street at the heart of the empire, hearing the traffic and the call of the newspaper boy. Never again would he march across a dust-blown, cursed land to the tramp of boots and the cry of baboons. Back in the rooms, he said to the captain, "We'll put our medals, crossed daggers, souvenirs and such in the window on display. It'll be a draw, sir. Men will flock to our tobacconist shop to reminisce about the old campaigns." "Good thinking. But drop the sir. Just call me captain. We're civilians now." It was on his daily visit to the tobacconist's shop that Lambton bumped into Corporal Milner, now also out of the army. The man stood on the corner by Coram's Fields, cap on the ground at his feet. Lambton looked away, so as not to embarrass him, and to give Milner time to pick up his cap and put it on. Milner's face was grey, unshaven, and his cheeks were sucked in with hunger. Lambton walked him along Milman Street, looking for a cafe. After sausage and mash, Milner looked more his old insolent self. "Come and look at our new set-up," Lambton said, and walked him to the tobacconist's shop. "It'll be yours truly behind that counter in a few weeks' time." There they parted, shaking hands, Lambton slipping a half-crown into Milner's pocket. Lambton felt cheerful. Life had been kind. The next day he set off for the shop, intending to try a new tobacco, perhaps the Perique. The old tobacconist, with his parchment face and yellow moustache, took a pinch of snuff. "Some people call this a filthy habit. There's worse habits in my book, like procrastination." "Oh?" asked Lambton, wondering what the fellow was getting at. The tobacconist tapped the counter with his nicotine-stained fingers and ridged brown nails. "When will the captain sign on the dotted line?" Lambton frowned. The business should have been done and dusted by now. He lit his pipe. Out of long habit, he spoke loyally. "The captain won't be tardy. It'll be in hand." To sit on the other side of the tobacconist's counter, on a high stool, would be very heaven. He would do all the work, of course, but he didn't mind that, was used to it. Let the captain take his strolls, drop into public houses, visit his lady friends to his heart's content. Lambton had stopped playing the Rolling Stone. He never wanted to leave England again. He'd had enough of countries where you boiled or froze. The tobacconist snooked and gobbed into his spittoon. "I'm glad to hear you say that, Mr. Lambton. The solicitor's confidential clerk was in this dinner time for his cut Cavendish. He has that snide clerk's way of letting on to something he won't properly tell. Hintful like, that something's gone wrong with a sale." Lambton's answer came out with more confidence than he felt. "Oh, you know these clerks. Jumped-up fellows with no excitement in their lives. They always reckon to know something that puts a chap out of humour. Helps pass their dull days." Lambton gazed into the shop window. In his mind's eye he set up his new display. The longing to be settled came over him. Who knows, perhaps he would find himself a wife, some quiet creature who would put his dinner on the table every night, do his washing and polishing as he had washed, cooked and polished for the captain all these years. As he walked back towards the rooms he shared with the captain, Lambton heard someone call his name. It was Milner. Lambton expected to be tapped for another bob or two, but Milner said he had found a couple of days' work. The meal and the half-crown Lambton gave him had changed his luck. That evening Lambton set out the table for himself and the captain. A pork pie apiece, pickled onion, bread and butter, glasses of ale. When they were in service, he and the captain had not eaten at the same table. "You must do it, man, if we're to be in business together," the captain had insisted. "Changed times call for changed manners." After their meal, the captain left to visit his lady friend, the widow. It was Lambton's guess that the captain would move in with the widow, eventually. Lambton cleared the dishes. He rinsed the plates over the tin basin with water poured from the jug. The tobacconist's shop had excellent facilities, an indoor tap and a privy out the back that was shared with only 3 other shops. If the captain did set himself up with the widow, Lambton would have a place all to himself when the shop door closed at night. There was only one comfortable chair in the Bloomsbury rooms. Lambton sat in it when Wolfendale was out, so it was a fluke that he found the letters, not 1, but 2. At first he took them to be something to do with the business over the tobacconists, and that the captain had forgotten to mention them, pushed them down by the side of the cushion out of absent-mindedness. He never was good at attending to brown envelopes. But if they were to do with the purchase of the tobacconists, then Lambton had a right to know. The contents of the first letter did not perturb Lambton. Trust the captain to play cards close to his chest and not reveal where he got the wherewithal to buy the shop. It had been forwarded from Army Headquarters. Beresford and Black, Solicitors, 27 Albert Street, Harrogate, 19 June 1903. Dear Captain Wolfendale, it is my sad duty to inform you of the death of Miss Hilda Wolfendale of 29 St. Clement's Road, Harrogate. You are the sole beneficiary under your aunt's last will and testament, excepting a small bequest and proviso for her lady companion. While we could arrange for the execution of the will through a London solicitor, you may wish to visit Harrogate so that you can view the property willed to you and give us your valued instructions, assuring you of our condolences and best attention at all times. We remain, yours faithfully, S. Beresford, Beresford and Black. The second letter, dated 2 days ago, was brief. Mr. S. Beresford thanked Captain Wolfendale for his letter. He looked forward to seeing him at 4 p.m. on the 17th instant. Mr. Beresford was pleased to hear that the captain would be taking up residence in Harrogate, such a fine and healthy place. A clerk would be at the station by 3:20 p.m. to meet the 11:20 a.m. train from King's Cross. At first, the sergeant could not keep still. He seemed to be in a dream where nothing was quite real. For 25 years he had been batman to Captain Wolfendale. When Lambton was a private, Wolfendale was a lieutenant. He had washed the captain's underwear, tended his wounds, fed him, saved his life, watched him claim the V.C. And he did not resent any of that. He thought he knew Wolfie. He did know him, inside out. He knew his likes, his dislikes, the stories of his boyhood, his way with women, and his one weakness of always betraying the women who fell for his charms. That Cape Town schoolteacher. What was her name? Miss Marshall. That was a bad do. The soft old chair cushion sagged under Lambton's sparse weight. One enormous question threatened to burst his brain. But no. The answer must be no. The captain would not betray him. The captain would not betray his own batman, the person who knew him best, who knew him longest. A railway timetable had lain on the sideboard since they took the rooms. A strip of newspaper marked the King's Cross to Harrogate page. There was a question mark next to the 9:50 and a tick against the 11:20. When the captain came back 3 hours later, Lambton was still sitting in the big old chair. He had pushed the letters back into their place at the side of the cushion. "Dozing, are we?" said the captain. That was the kind of banter they had developed since leaving the army. The "we" had lulled the sergeant into a false sense of security. Now various little telltale signs came back to him. When he had spotted the captain consulting a railway timetable, the captain had looked up and said, "The widow Philomena has it in her mind to have a day by the sea." Lambton made a move to get up from the chair, but his heart and his hopes held him there. He said, as lightly as he could, "Did you and the widow arrange your little outing?" "We did not," said the captain. "She nags so, you know. Did I say that before?" Without waiting for Lambton's reply, the captain said, "It's all washed up between us. She'd be a millstone around my neck." "What now then?" asked the sergeant. "I shall take that day out on my own, tomorrow. Have a breath of bracing sea air. I'll take myself off to Brighton in the morning on a 10-something train. Stop the night there if the fancy takes me." "Brighton?" said Lambton in a flat, unenthusiastic voice, still hoping that he was wrong about the captain's betrayal. "Bit of sea air might do us both good. Shall I come along with you for company?" "My, no, old chap. We live too much in each other's pockets. Let me go there and stride by the sea, and think of how we shall get on when we have the tobacconist's shop." "You will be signing the lease and such shortly?" Lambton asked. The captain waved his hand. "It's all coming along nicely." "If you're stopping the night, I'll pack a bag for you," said Lambton. "You'll want your shaving kit." The captain had never packed a bag of his own. "No need. You can't play the batman forever. All that's behind us now. Let's have a toast to me being fancy-free again. The widow Philomena, she'd got too bossy by half." The captain had already had a skinful, but he seemed in jovial mood, and not to notice that the sergeant had little to say and no enthusiasm for raising a toast. Wolfendale poured whisky and handed a glass to Lambton. "We've seen a lot together, and I'll never forget it. I couldn't have wanted a better batman." Lambton gulped down the whisky. This was where the captain would break the news about his inheritance. "And by God, we saw a new kind of war altogether with the last show." "We did," Lambton agreed. "You shouldn't have resigned just because I did," said the captain. "Do you have regrets about leaving?" The sergeant shook his head. "Come, man, yes you have. You're a natural for the army. You could sign on again, you know. Any regiment would open its arms to you with your record." So that's it, thought Lambton. You are just going to leave without a word after all these years. Why? Is it because, he answered himself bitterly, he is as tired of me as he is of that putrid widow? He looks at me and sees the ravages of war. Dead men's eyes, lost limbs, a small dark hole in a young man's forehead. And because he understood him so well, he could almost forgive. But Lambton thought of that tobacconist's shop, its blue wispy fragrance and the gentle touch of tobacco leaves, so soothing to fingers used to loading a gun. The sense of loss hit him with the force of a bayonet in the gut. The captain reminisced through a full bottle of whiskey. On the stroke of midnight, he staggered to his bed. At the doorway he turned. "I've ordered a cab to take me to the station in the morning, for the Brighton train." For a long time the sergeant sat like a man in a trance. When the captain began to snore, the sergeant opened the door to his room and looked in. Wolfendale's portmanteau was already packed. When had he done that? Earlier in the day, perhaps, when Lambton was reassuring the tobacconist that all would be well with the exchange of contracts. The sergeant carried the case into the other room and set it on the table. He opened the catches. Naturally, it was badly packed. Item by item, he emptied the case. Goods suit, best shoes, 3 shirts and 6 collars, underwear, socks. The batman neatly repacked the case. How long he sat there, Lambton could not have said. The gas mantle popped and spluttered as the captain called out. He was being sick. He wanted the basin. Dutifully, Lambton picked up the basin and carried it into the captain's bedroom. The man looked a mess, pale, sweaty face, a hairnet keeping the black waves in place. He was just about to vomit. His eyes met the sergeant's and his mouth opened, expecting the basin to be there for him. Suddenly, he was black in the face, his eyes filled with terror and pleading. Lambton pushed him back, quite calmly, so the captain, used to such ministrations, did not object. When the sergeant put the pillow over his head and held him very still, he barely struggled. During that long night, Lambton thought carefully about what he had done. "Do it to them before they do it to you," had been his captain's mantra. Was this worse than killing the smooth-skinned young Boer, against whom he bore no malice, who had done him no wrong, a young man fighting for his own land? Lambton did something he had only ever done once before, and that in secret. He put on the captain's uniform. He was still wearing it and had not slept, when the young woman arrived at the door early the next morning carrying an infant. "Captain Wolfendale?" she asked. "Yes," he said boldly, for that was the only course. "Mrs. Granger sent me. You've to take care of the child." "Mrs. Granger? I don't know a Mrs. Granger." The pang of misgiving made him hold his breath. Perhaps he did not know everything about the captain after all. "Miss Marshall, as was. She has made a good marriage with a clergyman. If he finds out her sin, all that will go to the bad." "Look here, this won't do." The Cape Town schoolteacher had come to England to have her baby. That was meant to be an end of it. "I'm not to take no for answer," the nursemaid said. "It's the only answer." Lambton heard himself adopt the captain's tone of voice, but somehow the voice did not convince. He would have to try harder. "I'm to say," said the nursemaid stubbornly, "that she doesn't want to make a clean breast to her husband, but she will, rather than see the child be farmed out. She said to remind you that your name is on the birth certificate." He would have to get her out of here. "Look, you can't stay. There's been a tragedy." The nursemaid had her orders, and she was used to tragedy. "Don't you want to know your daughter's name?" "No." "It's Lucinda Wolfendale. I call her Lucy. Chapter 29. Miss Fell's supporting role. "I need your help, Miss Fell." We were strolling in the small park, Pico sniffing at wallflowers. Miss Fell moved more and more slowly, as though her legs and her brain refused to work. "I can't take it in. It seems impossible to think Lucy would have offered to make the trip into Leeds to fetch my ring, and then for such a thing to happen." Miss Fell had seemed so distressed at the thought of Lucy being dishonest that I had told her a little more about my investigations, and had quickly invented some plausible explanation that cast suspicion on that eavesdropping master of disguises, Dan Root. The afternoon was warm, but she tightened the scarf at her throat. "Mr. Root seems so upright, quite a religious fellow, always off to some service on Sundays. Of course, you can never tell with young men. Chapels are where they do their courting." At a cast-iron bench, Miss Fell came to a halt. "I usually sit here." Pico circled us expectantly, making small leaps at Miss Fell's pocket. She peeled off her gloves and took out a ball, tossing it along the path. Pico raced towards it. Miss Fell held her gloves carefully, gazing at her diamond ring. "I am sure you are wrong about Lucy being involved in this matter. It's true that I gave her the pawn ticket, and she agreed to redeem the ring. As to her going missing, there must be some simple explanation." "Then let us try and find that simple explanation," I said gently. Pico brought me his wet ball. I threw it for him with a bit of a bowler's spin, sending him racing across the grass. "All I want to do is get to the truth." "Very well. What do you want me to do?" "I would like to see whether Dan Root has any jewellery hidden in his room. When you go back and you take Pico upstairs, find some task that you can ask him to help you with. Perhaps you have a gas mantle that needs changing?" Miss Fell's eyes suddenly sparkled. "I'm assisting a detective, aren't I? I shall be helping prove Lucy innocent." "I hope so." "Now what can I ask Mr. Root to do? My mantles are all in perfect order, unlike the captain's. He has been threatening to put a new light in the hall for 6 months. Something on a high shelf, perhaps, that he could reach for you? As long as you keep him talking. Keep him out of the way for about 15 minutes if you can. I do have an obstinate jar of piccalilli that I can't open, and 2 of my curtain rings have come off." "Perfect. And there's a case on top of the wardrobe he could lift down while he's about it, and when I have what I want he can lift it back." "Excellent. And, Miss Fell, there is one other thing, if you would be willing." I had not yet finished searching the captain's attic. I wanted to take a careful look at his cigar box of documents and photographs. "After you have finished with Mr. Root, I should like you to go downstairs and keep Captain Wolfendale occupied." She looked alarmed. "Oh dear, are you risking returning to the lion's den?" "Yes, and I should like to borrow that magnifying glass of yours." After our walk, I loitered in the park, and then walked back slowly. I watched as Miss Fell knocked on Mr. Root's door. The 2 of them went up the front steps and into the house. Root had not troubled to lock his door. Why should he, when he expected to be gone for only a few moments? I hurried into his flat. I searched under his work table, the pantry, and the cupboards. Quickly I went to his chest of drawers. In the top drawer were a couple of old pocket watches, not from Mooney's list, along with a set of plain gold cufflinks. The other drawers held neatly folded shirts and socks. If he had robbed the pawnbroker, then he had found some other hiding place for the goods. Out of curiosity, I picked up the book he had moved to one side when I had visited him earlier, as if trying to keep it from view. It was a Bible. Written on the flyleaf was the name Gideon Binderman. At first glance I thought the language Dutch. Then I realized that it must be Afrikaans. Chimneys sometimes provide a hiding place. Reluctantly, I searched the hearth. Covering my hand with a handkerchief, I felt into the cold chimney breast and then checked the ash pan. Nothing. Relying on Miss Fell's talking powers to keep Root out of the way, I glanced at the speaking trumpet I had noticed on my earlier visit. The metal pipe that lay near it intrigued me. It was turned at a 45-degree angle. The end of the speaking trumpet, when I tried them together, fitted perfectly. The trumpet was edged in soot. I put it into the hearth and raised it into the chimney breast. Silence. And then the unmistakable sound of the restless captain blowing his nose. So I had been right about the eavesdropping. The house door slammed. Root would be here any second. Quickly, I dismantled the trumpet from the pipe and hurried out of the flat. But he was already coming down the steps from the house. There was nothing for it but to stand by his door. I raised my left hand to knock, because that was free of soot. As I tapped on the door, I felt the warmth of his body right behind me. "Mrs. Shackleton, to what do I owe the honour of another visit?" I stepped aside to give him the freedom to open his own door. He did not, but waited. "I thought you might be able to help me," I said, making a fist of my sooty hand so that he would not see it. "Do you know where Lucy is?" "Always searching for someone," he said with a smile. "Yesterday Muriel Jameson, today Lucy. I must put a new sign on my door, 'Inquire within for missing persons.'" His arrogance and smile irritated me. "Lucy is missing, as I'm sure you know." I watched closely, waiting for some reaction. The look of concern seemed genuine. He could have feigned surprise, but did not. "I haven't got her hidden here, if that's what you mean." He flung open the door. "See for yourself." My withering look stopped him in his tracks. "Sorry," he said, "but you seem to be blaming me." He was playing games with me. It was my guess he had heard every word that passed between me and the captain. Well, let him see the soot on my hands. Let him know his dirty little secret was out. "Do you mind if I wash my hands?" "Be my guest." For a South African, his accent was perfect. Occasionally his words had a slightly chopped sound, but not enough to draw attention. What was it that Mr. Mooney had said? The man's accent was neutral, not local. In height and looks, Dan Root did not look the part of Mr. Mooney's robber, but his voice certainly fitted. On stage, he had acted his part to perfection. Stooped for the miser, with a disappearing neck for the revivalist, and a shuffling, defeated gait for the despairing manufacturer who hangs himself. Dan was indeed a master of disguise. He was acting now as he graciously passed me a clean hand towel, saying, "Lucy's probably with a friend. I wonder if she has heard the news about Milner. I expect you have." There was something in his voice that was almost triumphant. It frightened me. Why was he here, a boor in the house of the enemy, listening in to what went on in the flat above? "Yes, I have heard." "I was in town earlier. People are talking of nothing else. I expect the police will want to interview all of us who saw Milner last night." The way he enunciated Milner's name betrayed his dislike of the man, but it was less noticeable the second time he spoke the name than the first. Perhaps he was practicing. Dan Root was such a good actor that he would do shocked horror to perfection and play innocence with utter conviction. I handed back the towel. "Thank you." "Not at all. And I shall keep an eye out for Lucy." I left his flat and went back into the house. The captain had interrupted my search of his attic with such vehemence that I knew he had something to hide. Miss Fell, good as her word, was waiting at her door. She passed me her magnifying glass and wished me luck. As I began to climb the stairs, she went down, to tap on the captain's door and keep him talking. Chapter 30. Enter the Cavalry. When I left number 29 after my second sojourn into the attic, I desperately needed to think, to make sense of what I had seen. Wanting to walk, I set off for the railway station, taking my time, paying little attention to my surroundings as I made my way down the Leeds Road. I turned onto York Place, and then Station Road, beginning to get the hang of Harrogate, while still juggling pieces of an extraordinary puzzle. The double wooden doors of the red brick railway station stood wide open, releasing a newly arrived torrent of visitors. An elderly porter pushed a trolley loaded with trunks, hat boxes, and portmanteaux, wheels squeaking as he headed for the taxi rank. Sending for the fingerprint kit had seemed a good idea. It was now 2 o'clock. I hoped that Sykes would have put the kit on the train at about noon, and so it should be ready for me to collect. Then I might discover who else besides Lucy had handled the ransom note. My first guesses had been Dylan Ashton, Rodney Milner, or Alison Hart. After speaking to Alison and Rodney, I felt sure they were not in Lucy's confidence. That left Dylan, a young chap whom I should be able to crack between finger and thumb. But Dylan had proved surprisingly stubborn. Another distinct possibility now seemed to be Dan Root. So far, so uncertain. There was also the small matter of my lack of expertise in dealing with the loops and whirls of fingerprints. Jim Sykes had given me a demonstration. I had tried it myself once, but my confidence took a dip as I entered the station. Through the barrier, I watched happy shoppers stepping off the York train. A young man beamed at the sight of his lady friend alighting from a first-class carriage. The porter hurried to help an old lady. Everyone had something to be pleased about: their visit to the spa, coming home, a successful shopping trip, a reunion. Trust me to be there to meet a wooden box. Before I had time to check at the parcels office, someone from an inch behind my head said, "Mrs. Shackleton?" I nearly jumped out of my skin. If he had said, "Hello, I am your local murderer," I could not have been more startled. "Mr. Sykes, where did you come from?" "Sorry to creep up on you. I saw you walking along, but could not get near for the taxicabs and the crush." "How did you get here?" "Drove across in your Jowett, Mrs. Shackleton. You said I could make use of the motor while you were away, and I visited all the gentlemen customers on Mr. Mooney's list." Sykes had only just learned to drive. With him at the wheel in the emergency that followed our last case, we had crawled home at the pace of an arthritic snail. He seemed terribly pleased with himself, practically bouncing as we threaded our way through the busy station. "After the telegram yesterday and your telephone call to Mrs. Sugden this morning, thought you might appreciate reinforcements." Sykes's presence made me feel better. I did not turn to detection in order to become expert at analyzing fingerprints, and was more than glad to leave that to him. All the same, it would not pay to let him think he had the better of me. If this is a contest in handling the mysterious case of the pawn-shop robbery, you will have a great deal of catching up to do. He had parked the Jowett in James Street, perhaps on account of worrying about having to reverse if he drove to the station. As we crossed the square, I told him all about unmasking Miss Fell as Mrs. de Vries, the fact that the pawned ring was back on its owner's finger, and that the person she had entrusted to redeem it, namely Lucy Wolfendale, had gone missing. He let out an astonished whistle. "You have been busy." "That's not half of it." James Street bustled with shoppers. We paused to let a woman and her daughter totter in their heels to a motor whose chauffeur opened the door smartly. They were followed by a shop assistant, heavily laden with parcels and hat boxes. As we reached the Jowett, Sykes asked, "Why did our mysterious gentlewoman go all the way from Harrogate to Leeds, so as not to be known, and then go to the trouble of supplying a false name and address?" "She is embarrassed by her poverty," I said in a low voice. "I'm sure that Miss Fell has no connection with the robbery. As far as she was concerned, Lucy Wolfendale simply offered to do her the favour of redeeming her ring from Mooney's pawnshop." When we were sitting in the car, this time with me back in the driving seat, he asked, "But who else was in on it? Who was the young man who throttled Mr. Mooney?" Not wishing to shout above the engine noise, I waited before starting the motor. "Good question. There is a Mr. Root, Dan, originally from South Africa. I believe his real name is Bindman. Either for his amusement or some other purpose, he listens in to what goes on in the captain's flat. I hope I'll have his fingerprints on a watchmender's cup. Who knows? Perhaps he'll be on police records." I started the car and began to drive up the street, towards the Valley Gardens and past the Royal Pump Room. Once on Cornwall Road, in a quiet spot in sight of the Grand Hotel, I stopped the car. Sykes picked up where we had left off. "What sort of figure does this missing Lucy Wolfendale cut?" "I wouldn't have thought she could be mistaken for a chap, though she is a budding actress, and a good one. Her height would be about right." Sykes barely kept the envy from his voice. "No wonder I drew a blank in Leeds. This is a ladies and gentlemen of Harrogate job. Is this Lucy part of some criminal ring?" He turned to me, with a please-tell-all look on his face. "I doubt it. Her ransom note to her grandfather had a distinctly amateurish look about it. I would not say we're looking for a mastermind." He smiled. "Ransom note? Tell me you're joshing." "I wish I were. What does leave me feeling uneasy is that the man who doted on her was murdered." The smile vanished. His look became suddenly serious. "The motor trade man?" "You know about it?" "Heard it from the beat bobby in Woodhouse this morning. I never dreamed there might be some connection with the robbery." "We don't know that there is yet." "But you suspect?" He was staring hard at me. I could hear his brain ticking, and anticipated the next remark. "Have you told the police?" he asked in a sombre voice. "I'd better tell you everything from the beginning." In a methodical order that would suit Sykes's tidy mind, I told him everything that had happened since I arrived in Harrogate. He listened with rapt attention, his mouth opening now and again, until I had to remind him that it was summer and there were flies about. "Is that it?" he said. "No. One more thing. Half an hour ago, I asked Miss Fell to go down and keep Lucy's grandfather, Captain Wolfendale, talking while I searched his attic for a second time, looking for the jewellery and checking on something else that had intrigued me. There was no stolen property, or at least not what we're looking for, but I did find something else. The captain has a cigar box with photographs from the Boer War and some documents. One of the photographs shows the captain and his batman, and what is very puzzling is that, having seen a photograph of Wolfendale as a lad, and having got to know him as he is today, I am almost certain that the man calling himself Captain Wolfendale now is the sergeant in the photograph." Sykes shook his head. "This is too much for me to take in. You've lost me." "The young Wolfendale in a photograph with his aunt has the same shape face as you, longish, and he is recognizable in the photograph in uniform taken 20-odd years ago. The man beside him in that photograph, in sergeant's uniform, has a round face." "Perhaps they changed caps for a lark or something." "That's possible, I suppose, but the man calling himself Wolfendale now has that same round face, quite chubby. There is a death certificate for Henry Lambton, who died of suffocation whilst inebriated. There are discharge papers for the two men, Sergeant Lambton and Captain Wolfendale. I think that the person who died was Wolfendale, and that Lambton took his place. The afternoon sun shone brightly, turning the motor into an oven. "Let's walk for a while," I suggested. Sykes did not budge. "I don't know how you do it." I can't quite take it in myself. I almost picked up the cigar box and made off with it. But I don't suppose Inspector Charles will be too delighted if, having pointed the finger at Monsieur Gertz, I now tell him that perhaps he has another suspect. Sykes sighed. "And, of course, you could be mistaken. Perhaps the chap just put on weight. Men do when they get older and aren't living an active life anymore." In the bright sunshine of the afternoon, my interpretation of the photographs seemed less convincing to me. And I had certainly not convinced Sykes. He was impatient to be doing, not talking. "If it's all the same to you, I'd just as soon get on with this fingerprinting, because I feel I've contributed nothing, apart from being Mr. Mooney's messenger boy to his customers." I started the motor. As I did, my stomach rumbled. "Was that you or me?" Sykes asked. "Me. I haven't eaten a thing since my shed duck egg this morning." "We can have a bite to eat. You check the fingerprints. See whether we can find out for sure who has been helping Lucy in her ransom efforts. Once I find her, I can get to the bottom of what is going on. Then I'll go to the police, if needs be." I stopped the car at the entrance to the Grand Hotel. The hotel doorman doffed his cap and got into the driving seat, ready to park the motor. He spoke to Sykes. "Need any attention to the motor, sir? We have a pit in the garage." Sykes looked at me. "Just petrol, thank you." "Very good, madam," he said in a slightly offended voice. "Hold on," Sykes said, hurrying round to the rear of the car. "There's something I need from the boot." They lifted out the fingerprint kit. We entered the hotel, and I picked up my key from reception. Then we found a seat in a quiet corner of the dining room, away from the string quartet, beside a verdant palm designed to calm the spirit. Sykes claimed to have eaten and said that he would start straight away checking fingerprints. He jotted down the names and items as I reeled them off. Dylan Ashton's prints should be on the note. I got him to write some addresses this morning when I visited the house agent's office. Alison Hart's are on the drinking glass I lifted from the room she was in at Madame Gertz's house. Rodney Milner's will be on this business card. Dan Root has handled the little egg cup-style item that he uses in his watch mending. Captain Wolfendale's prints should be on the matchbox. Having purloined so many items, I was wishing I had lifted the cigar box from the attic. But if the captain had something to hide, then it was best not to give him reason to become more jittery than he already was. "What about Lucy's own prints, for elimination?" Sykes asked. "There's a perfume bottle I picked up from her dressing table." A waiter took my order for ham sandwiches. When he had gone, Sykes said, "Regarding Captain Wolfendale, your London cousin telephoned earlier with a message for you. Mrs. Sugden took it down word for word." "Excellent. What's the gist of it?" Sykes is not a man for giving the gist. He took out a notebook and read what Mrs. Sugden had written. "Your cousin says nothing on Corporal Milner. Records on enlisted men do not come under his jurisdiction. As to Captain W., as he called him, I expect he didn't want to give the full moniker in case anyone was listening in. Captain W., of the Yorkshire Light Infantry, served in India before shipping out to Cape Town from Mauritius on the HMS Powerful. He served in South Africa in the war against the Boers, 1899 to 1902, awarded VC. Marital status, single." "Single?" That must be a mistake. Don't think so. Says here, next of kin, Miss E.W., paternal aunt of Harrogate. Sykes looked up from the notebook. Those were the facts. The next part is hearsay. Your cousin adds that his superiors in India were glad to see the back of W. There was a scandal in Calcutta involving the gentleman in question and the wife and daughter of a highly placed official. In South Africa, a school teacher made a fuss after an encounter with him and had to have her passage paid to England. Sykes closed the notebook. Want to see for yourself? I shook my head. He's a widower, supposedly, with a son and daughter-in-law who died in South Africa, hence Lucy. And all this scandal and womanizing, that's not like him. He says himself he is hopeless with women. You realize what this means? Sykes looked miserable. I'm sure you're going to tell me. Don't forget, this is the first I've heard of this, and I don't know any of these people. I felt a mounting excitement. I think it means I could be right, that the captain is not who he says he is. He came to Harrogate with a pack of lies. Sykes returned the notebook to his pocket. Oh, very odd. I'll leave you to puzzle that out while I check fingerprints. The checking did not take long. The revelation was less than startling. Lucy's prints, taken from the perfume bottle on her dressing table, were all over the ransom note. She had cut and pasted the message herself. Nor was it a surprise to see that Dylan Ashton's thumbprint appeared on the note. I could hear their voices in my head. How does this sound, Dylan? Perfect, Lucy. We left the dining room. I'll go and visit Dylan again. He works at the house agents, Crocker and Company. This time I'll have good reason to make him squeal. Sykes looked at his watch. It's 4 o'clock. Will they still be open on a Saturday? Muriel told me that Dylan lives in rooms above the office. I shall disturb his peace and demand answers. Do you want me to come with you? Sykes asked. No. What would help is if you could find out more about Captain Wolfendale and his links with Mr. Milner, ex-corporal or ex-sergeant Milner, whatever he was. Why do you say sergeant? Because I think Milner was a corporal, but there's a sergeant's uniform hanging alongside the captain's uniform in his attic. My guess is that it belonged to the late Sergeant Lambton, and I wish I could be sure. Why would Wolfendale keep a sergeant's uniform? Because he was that sergeant? Then why would he keep the captain's uniform? A light went on in his eyes. Because he was the sergeant until Captain Wolfendale came into an inheritance, and then he became the captain. Is there anyone in Harrogate who knew the captain and the sergeant when they were still in uniform? Sykes looked doubtful. I'll see what I can come up with, but I don't know the watering holes in these parts, or where old soldiers are likely to congregate. This is a small town, and everyone is going to be talking about the murder. Milner must have mixed with the Harrogate well-to-do. How long have I got? I should be back within the hour. He nodded. Oh, and one other thing I should probably tell you, Mr. Sykes. I was the one who found Mr. Milner's body. Before he had a chance to express his concern, I said, But it's all right. I'm over the shock. Almost. As I left the hotel, I tried to concentrate on how best to make Dylan confide in me. But instead, my brain would not let go of the information about Wolfendale. I could hear my cousin's voice as he dictated his message to Mrs. Sugden. Captain W. of the Yorkshire Light Infantry, served in South Africa in the war against the Boers. Awarded V.C. Marital status single. Next of kin, Miss E.W., aunt of Harrogate. Had Wolfendale lied to the army command, or to everyone else? Chapter 31. Resting. What an actor does when not working. The best way to find Lucy Wolfendale would be to shake the truth from Dylan Ashton. Now that I knew for sure that his prints were on the ransom note, he would not be able to deny having helped in the scheme to fleece her grandfather. I had expected Crocker and Company to have the sign on the door turned to closed, and it was. But Mr. Crocker was still there. We stared at each other through the glass door. His frown deepened as he looked at me, one hand on the closed sign. Would he remember me as a prospective client? "Mr. Crocker," I mouthed. "I was here earlier." He opened the door a fraction. "I'm so sorry. We're closed." "I'm Mrs. Shackleton. Is Mr. Ashton available?" My question deepened his frown. "Sadly, no." "Do you know where I may find him?" "He's in the infirmary. Goodness knows what state he's in." "Poor boy! What happened?" A snake oil salesman would have been proud of the way I got my foot in the door. Mr. Crocker gave me his businessman's eye for spotting a time-waster. "Has he been taken ill?" I asked. "Involved in an accident. He was knocked off his bike by some blighter who didn't stop." His words left me feeling light-headed. It seemed too strange that something had happened to Dylan so soon after Mr. Milner's murder. Perhaps his reluctance to talk to me this morning had been because there was something he needed to keep quiet about. And now someone had tried to silence him and make it look like an accident. Mr. Crocker picked up his hat. "So now not only am I without my assistant, but the police insist I go over to the infirmary to make sure it's him, so if you don't mind." "Is he dangerously hurt?" "By the sounds of it, yes. He can't muster himself to say who he is." I felt responsible in some vague way I could not define. "Let me do this for you," I said. "I know Dylan well, through my friend Miss Jameson, who directed the play. If you'll allow me, I shall visit him and report back to you on his condition." Relief flooded Mr. Crocker's face, but almost immediately he thought better of his near capitulation. No, this is my responsibility." "Are they sure it is him?" "Our business card was in his pocket, and he has been missing for hours, and such a busy day, and I have an appointment on my way home, and—" It seemed treacherous to sow seeds of doubt. "It may not be him. Your business card is in my bag, and I dare say in many other pockets." The thought gratified Mr. Crocker. I pushed my advantage. "I'll come back directly and tell you if it's him, and glean what I can about his condition. I was a VAD nurse." The number of times I bandied that about, I ought to be ashamed. We weren't even proper nurses, if the truth be told, lightly trained and heavily worked. Mr. Crocker weakened. "The thing is, I have a call to make, and the chap does not have a telephone. It will go badly if I do not keep the appointment, and—" He almost checked himself. I gave my most sympathetic nodding smile to encourage him to go on. "It is my wedding anniversary, and we have a motor booked to take us to the Café Imperial, and on to a concert at the Royal Hall, and a theatre supper afterwards at the Prospect." "You must not let your wife down. What anniversary is it, may I ask?" "Silver. Normally, I would not dream of taking up your offer, and really, no, I must not." "Please. I can assure you that I will carry out the task with great delicacy and let you have the information straight away, if you give me your address or a telephone number." I produced my card. Kate Shackleton, private investigator. Tact is my stock in trade, and I would be happy to do this for you, Mr. Crocker, and for such an obliging young man as Dylan Ashton. I had him. Relief flooded his face. My private guess was that relations with his wife were less than perfect, and to let her down on her wedding anniversary would be a step too far. "Agreed?" I held out my hand. He took it. Mr. Crocker opened a drawer and produced a letter heading. He scribbled a note. "Show this if there is any reluctance to let you act on my behalf." He turned the page and wrote his address on the other side. As he held the door open for me, concern gave way to something approaching annoyance. "If it is Dillon, and if he is conscious, you might ask him where had he been, to be riding back along Stonehook Road when he was supposed to be calling at a property in Cowling Avenue." Approaching the solid stone-built infirmary brought back memories of wartime and injured men trying to be brave. This conjured up my sense of hopelessness at being able to do so little for those men. My steps slowed. I pictured Dillon in the play as the doomed youth Willie Price, his stock in trade a lost and yearning look, loving his hopeless father, hopelessly loving Anna. Pincers of fear gripped my belly. "You don't know him," I told myself. "He's nothing to you." It wasn't true. He mattered. "Don't worry," I told myself. "Wait. Every event is worth in the thinking about." The porter on the door looked up expectantly. Weekly visiting hours were clearly signed on the notice board. This was not a visiting time. I introduced myself. "I'm here on behalf of Mr. Crocker, Dillon Ashton's employer. He was admitted after a road accident, and I've been asked to confirm his identity." "Are you a relative?" Idiot. If I were a relative, I would be here on my account, not the house agent's. I produced Mr. Crocker's note. That did the trick. A moment later, the porter returned with a young policeman. "You're sure you'll be able to identify the chap, madam?" He spoke with a Leeds accent, and must have been drafted in to help in the murder investigation. "I will, if it is Dillon Ashton." The constable seemed relieved not to be the only fish out of water. "I'm here for when the young chap regains consciousness. We'd like to—" He stopped himself from saying the word interview, which would connect his presence with the murder investigation. "I have to get some details from him." "So he hasn't spoken yet?" "Not anything that makes sense. He had a Crocker and Company business card in his pocket. Of course, that could be there for any number of reasons. That's why I went round to the house agent." Walking the infirmary corridor towards the ward felt so familiar from my VAD days, almost like a slip in time. A nurse went by carrying a bedpan covered with a cloth. The constable led me along the ward to a bed with screens drawn around, which made me fear the worst. The ward sister gave a disapproving glance as she strode towards us purposefully. We clattered the top end of her ward. She kept her annoyance barely under control as she said, "Still here, constable?" "Until ordered otherwise, sister," the constable answered mildly. "And I'm Kate Shackleton." I tried to put on my best nursing manner. "Here to confirm the patient's identity. His family would wish to be informed of the accident as soon as possible." "Just so," the policeman said. His backup proved unnecessary. The ward sister nodded to me to go around the screen. Poor Dillon. He lay there pale as alabaster, his head bandaged. One arm was tucked under the sheet, another lay bandaged on top of the cover. His eyelashes flickered. "Dillon? It's Kate Shackleton. Can you hear me?" I reached for his hand. "Squeeze if you can hear me." Did his fingers move? I could not be sure. The ward sister touched my shoulder. "That's enough for now." Feeling heavy and useless, I slowly walked back to the ward office, deliberately not looking at the sick men on either side of the ward. "Well?" The policeman looked up expectantly. "He's Dillon Ashton, employee of Crocker and Company. He lives in the upstairs rooms at the house agent's premises." He took out his notebook and licked his pencil. "Do we know his next of kin?" the ward sister asked. Mr. Crocker will have that information. I'm sure he'll telegraph Dylan's family, I said. What's his condition? The ward sister seemed easier now that we were off her ward and in the office. He's concussed and has a broken wrist and bruising. It might not be as bad as it looks. We gave him a sedative. It seemed heartless to pass on the next request, but I needed to know for myself as much as for Crocker. Did Mr. Ashton have details of a property in his pockets, or keys that should be returned? The ward sister consulted her notes. The policeman did likewise. No, said the sister. No mention of any keys here, said the constable. Pockets empty, bar a comb, a handkerchief, 2 cigarettes, and a couple of matches. There was a broken bottle of tea on the road. He must have had his lunch with him. Birds had finished off most of his sandwich. Do we know what happened? I asked. Were there witnesses? Another cyclist heard a crash bang. When he rounded the bend, there was the cycle and rider in the ditch. A car had stopped, but the blighter must have got in and set off again, without staying to help. How do we know he'd stopped? Cyclist chap, he said. He rounded the bend and the car was stopped. Next thing, it was pulling away. We do have his statement. He had the presence of mind to attempt first aid and go for help. Might have saved young Ashton's life. The constable looked hopefully at the ward sister. She remained non-committal. What sort of person would just leave him there? I wondered aloud. Some sort of person who drove a de Dion motor, the constable answered before snapping his notebook shut. Now, if I may use your telephone, sister, I can confirm the lad's identity to my sergeant. And Mr. Crocker needn't worry about notifying the relatives. We'll be in touch with the nearest local station and send someone round. Where precisely did the accident happen? For Mr. Crocker's information, I added quickly. A mile out of Harrogate, along Stonehook Road. The lad's bike was in a ditch. Do we think he was cycling to or away from Harrogate? The constable frowned. Most likely on his way back to Harrogate. Bike was on the easterly side of the road. Only as I left the infirmary grounds did it hit me between the eyes that there might be some connection. The 2 young men most likely to have helped Lucy were Dylan and Rodney Milner. Rodney Milner and his father held the dealership for de Dion motor cars. Rodney had driven away from the showroom in a de Dion this morning. But he was going to collect Alison from the Gerts, wasn't he? Had Rodney gone out driving to distract himself, to seek out Lucy, and accidentally, or on purpose, run down Dylan Ashton? The idea seemed too preposterous, and yet it stuck. Madame Gertz came running towards me as I left the infirmary. One thick strand of her hair had come undone and fell over her left eye. She was without her handbag, and her arms seemed not to know what to do with themselves. She charged at me, and I put my hands up to grab her and stop her knocking me to the ground. Madame Gertz, what's wrong? Is it true? Is it true that Dylan is in this hospital? Yes. Then I must speak to him. Why? He alone can save my Loy, my husband. What on earth do you mean? The inspector. Ah, Mrs. Shackleton, you do not know the anguish. My Loy would not harm a soul. Many lovers I have had, and not one as my sweet Loy murdered. Now they say it is a crime passionnel, and he killed Mr. Milner. They have arrested him. She was shaking. I gripped her shoulders. The police have to take everything into account. If your husband is innocent, he'll be released. We foreigners, we take the blame for everything. This is what it is like. The police, they have set up question station at the Prince of Wales Hotel. All Harrogate will point the finger at the foreigner. Surely not. You're very highly regarded here. I did not know whether this was true, so gave my words great emphasis. And where does Dylan come into this? Why is he so important? Dylan and Loy leave the theatre together. Loy is with Dylan until midnight. I must see Dylan. They won't let you see him. He's unconscious. She threw up her arms in a gesture of despair. Tell them my man is innocent. Madame Gertz, I have no connection with the murder investigation. I did not tell her that my own statement had led to suspicion falling on her husband. It was cold-hearted, but my main concern was to go on looking for Lucy. Chapter 32. A Delayed Entrance. Here is my situation, Lucy told herself. It is Saturday afternoon. My watch has stopped. Grandad has received 2 notes, how much to pay and where to leave the money, if he wants to see me again alive. Dylan has turned yellow belly and abandoned me. My ankle throbs, sprain or broken. I feel poorly. Perhaps I will die. Then they will be sorry. Grandad that he did not give me my inheritance, Dylan that he did not stand by me. This magical tower, from which she would emerge triumphant, was no longer magical. Those were bats hanging in the corner. She had not noticed them before because of the nests and cobwebs. I am locked in with no key, she thought. How ridiculous. She could move best by sitting on her bottom and shuffling. She had made painfully slow, inch-by-inch progress back up to the floor below the battlements, where she had her ground sheet and blankets. Sitting with her back to the wall, she kept her painful leg extended, hoping that this was just a bruise and the throbbing would stop. Not yet would she give in to the humiliation of clambering up to the battlements and waving a white petticoat flag of surrender. She had come this far and could not bear the bitter taste of defeat. Dylan would come back. If she hadn't dropped the key, she could have got to the stream and plunged her ankle in icy water. She could have had a cool drink. Damn, damn, damn! When would Dylan come back? If he was working all day, she may not see him until this evening. Perhaps he would turn sulky and leave her alone altogether. She would never rely on anyone ever again. How long would an ankle take to heal? She did not want to hobble into RADA in October. As an actress, she must turn this injury, this setback, to her advantage. Suffering, pain, fury, frustration. What was the difference between a powerful emotion and an ordinary, everyday feeling? Without a mirror, she had to imagine her own pale face, drawn with pain, her pretty mouth turned down at the corners. This is how I should look if I ever play a part when my character has suffered an enormous setback, she thought. A character abandoned by the world would feel as I do now. Her ankle gave a sudden throb. What if sometime she were cast as a character who suffered constant pain? There were such people. At the dancing classes she had heard Madame Gertz whisper with girls' mothers about prolapsed wombs and ulcerous legs. Miss Fell, a martyr to rheumatics, never a day without a twinge. Grandfather and his old war wound had kept him awake at night. She would need to be able to convey emotion through her movements, too. Facial expressions were all well and good for the other actors and the front rows of the stalls. An artist must play to the gallery. If she ever got out of this damned tower alive, her acting would improve no end. Surely Dylan would come back, saying sorry, bringing water, bread, a Cox's pippin. Don't think of food, she told herself. Her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. He had lied when he said he had nothing with him, no bread, no cold tea. She could bet a shilling that he had something on his bike. He had lied so that she would give up, be starved out. Once she had watched a horse licking a stone to cool its tongue. She gulped, trying for saliva, knowing how the horse felt. She began to count how many stones there were between floor and ceiling. This tower was older than people thought. Here and there were the marks of the builders. She had learned about that at school when they visited an old tithe barn. The illiterate builders had made their mark to show how much work they had done in a day and what wages they had earned. Lucy shivered. She pulled her blanket closer. If Dylan had really fallen out with her, it could be Monday before she escaped from here. Surely by Monday, if she did not collect the ransom, there would be a hue and cry. What if she died here? Mr. Milner had died. Perhaps this was her turn. What if Mr. Milner was waiting for her in eternity? A foul grin as he reached out for her, saying, "Come, Lucy, take my hand." He was here. There was a noise at the door, someone trying to get in. Oh, God! What if it was the ghost of Mr. Milner? She would have to stay here another night, and there were cracks and places for a ghost to enter. Forgetting to breathe, she listened. Someone was outside. Someone was at the door. Someone was trying a key in the lock. Having longed for Dylan's appearance, now she felt angry that he had taken so long about it. Then silence. She wondered, had she imagined the sound? Chapter 33. Improvisation. Sykes and I monopolized a bench at the edge of the Valley Gardens, our backs to the Grand Hotel. When I told him that Dylan Ashton was unconscious in the infirmary and unable to help us locate Lucy Wolfendale, he thumped the bench so hard he grazed his knuckles. Damn his eyes. Excuse my language. What's he doing coming off his bike? If he'd led you to Lucy, we could be recovering stolen goods by now. Sykes nursed his sore knuckles in the palm of his left hand. The evening was turning chilly. I put on my costume jacket. I don't suppose he came off the bike on purpose, and I'm wondering whether someone knocked him down deliberately. Unlikely, Sykes grunted. And where do you think Dylan was going when he took the tumble? According to the police, his bike was in the ditch on the way back into town, along Stonehook Road. My guess is that he had been to warn Lucy, tell her that we know about her ransom caper. Sykes let out a sigh and stared at his knees. It's frustrating. I'd love it if we recovered Mr. Mooney's goods where the Leeds police failed. Of course he would. Sykes had been a policeman whose face did not fit, and who fell foul of his bosses. My own father, a superintendent, admired him, but he would never be part of the police force again. Sykes seemed so sure that Lucy and Dylan were in on the robbery together, because Dylan's thumbprint was on the ransom note. To me, that did not ring true. I could not quite make a connection between the robbery and the ransom, but it was difficult to justify that feeling to Sykes. The way he saw it, Lucy took the pawn ticket, and now Miss Fell was once again wearing her ring. There had to be a link. He put the case for the prosecution. She had the pawn ticket. What other conclusion can there be? I put the case for the defense. If Lucy has a stash of jewelry tucked away, why is she trying to fleece her grandfather? If you were right about the old man's past, and he is the sergeant who did for the real captain, then who's to say he is her grandfather? Maybe she found that out for herself, wants to cash in and cut the ties. So at least he did not dismiss my interpretation of the photographs I had seen, and the oddity of the captain keeping 2 sets of army discharge papers, Sergeant Lambton's death certificate, and 2 uniforms. Did you pick up any gossip about the captain or Milner? I felt Sykes bristle. He disliked the word gossip, and preferred to think of himself as a gatherer of useful information. I talked to an old soldier in the hotel bar. He reckoned Wolfendale and Milner were strange birds. Nobody likes Milner. He's successful, rich, lacks social graces, but he's influential. A man who gets his own way, or did up to last night. As Milner rose, the captain fell, like a set of scales. The captain is a recluse, no close friends or associates. It all fitted. The more I thought about it, the more I felt sure Milner had blackmailed the captain. But Sykes was still focusing on the robbery. Quite right, since this was our case. If Dylan and Lucy are in cahoots, which they obviously are, then he could be the person who robbed the pawnbroker. He's not the type. What type is that? He gave me his annoying stare of forbearance. Don't look at me as if I expect someone to wear a black mask and carry a bag marked swag, but he seems so, I don't know, innocent. And the robbery took place on a Monday morning. When I parted company with Mr. Crocker, he could not understand why Dylan had been on Stonehook Road. He said it was entirely out of character for Dylan to be somewhere where he shouldn't be. He had not missed an hour's work since he started there, including all of last week, when he was in the play. That rules out his disappearing on Monday. Sykes gave a disappointed groan. We could take a drive up Stonehook Road, try to locate where Lucy is hiding. Yes, and we could search a haystack for a needle. I would prefer to have something to go on. A sudden yelp from behind us made me jump. I half expected Madame Gertz to have returned from the Prince of Wales Hotel, having discovered that my statement had led to her husband's arrest for murder. Hands covered my eyes. Guess who? Muriel. Spoil sport. She hopped, skipped, and beamed round to the front of the bench, eyes shining with delight. Kate, darling, what news? What news? She grabbed me, kissing both cheeks. Sykes stood up and put a little distance between himself and Muriel. This is Mr. Sykes, Jim Sykes, Muriel Jameson. She grabbed Sykes's hand as though she were heaving him from a lake half drowned, and she held the life jacket. Congratulate me, darlings. You're looking at an assistant producer. My dear, sweet Badger boy has offered me a job in his theatre. I'll be leaving Harrogate on Monday. That's great news, Muriel. I'm so pleased for you. I wish I had a magnum of champagne on ice. I would invite you back into the Grand. Well, I do have a room there, but my bag is still at your place. In fact, I was thinking that would be my next move, to go collect it. Then I shall book in at the Grand too. I won't spend one more night at number 29. Sykes took another step back, keeping his distance. I'll fetch the car, shall I? He spoke to me, but she answered, grinning, cupping her hands over his ears and gently rolling his head from side to side. Glee is required, Mr. Sykes. Can you do glee? Not as a rule, Sykes said, but I can laugh in French. Then please do so. He made an exaggerated O of his mouth and gave a deep belly roll that resulted in a Santa Claus ho ho ho. Passers-by were beginning to stare at us. Excellent, Muriel smiled. I like a man who can produce the sound from his belly. Were you ever on stage? If I were, I wouldn't put it forward in evidence. Sykes turned and walked towards the hotel. Muriel whispered to me, What a dark horse you are, Kate. He's adorable. Mr. Sykes is an ex-policeman and works with me. Oh, yes, she said, arching her eyebrows. During the short ride back to St. Clement's Road, Muriel regaled us with theatre stories and how she and Mr. Wheatley had talked about which Ibsen play she might choose to direct. Stepping from the car, I glanced up at the captain's bay window. He was not looking out. Sykes stayed close behind me as I followed Muriel round the path and down the steps to her door. No sign of Dan Root at his workbench either. Isn't it glorious? Muriel said, unlocking her door. At last my life is taking a turn for the better. "You deserve it, Muriel," I said, "after all your hard work." She was already rooting behind a curtain that covered the space under the sink. "I'm sure I have a drop of cooking sherry here somewhere." "Before we're into celebration mode, there's a couple of things I should tell you, Muriel, and something to ask." "Oh?" She straightened up. "Better take a pew then, both of you. Don't tell me you intend to get hitched and you're asking me to be the maid of honor." "Mr. Sykes is already hitched." "Ah," she sighed. "Life can be so difficult, can it not?" "It's not good news, Muriel. Poor Dylan was knocked off his bike and is in a bad way in the infirmary." Muriel's expression turned to pained shock, and she let out a cry, as though she herself had been mortally wounded. "The poor boy! I must go see him. Take him flowers." She looked with a brief glimpse of satisfaction at the stolen belladonna lilies, perhaps mentally congratulating herself on her foresight, but then shook her head. "They won't do. Hospitals call for lilac. That's past, isn't it? Are we too early for chrysanthemums?" "And there's more bad news. Monsieur Gertz has been arrested for the murder of Lawrence Milner." I wanted her to protest his innocence, to come up with some miraculous little comment that would shed a new light on the situation. "How awful! I hope people won't think there's a jinx on taking out advertisements in theatre programmes. Poor Mr. Milner took a full-page advertisement. It paid for the set. And the Gertz advertisement, well, that was a very useful contribution. And Crocker and Company also took a half-page, and there's poor Dylan lying in hospital. Do you think the Harrogate papers will make something of it, Kate?" Sykes looked from her to me. He does not usually betray his feelings, but I could see he regarded Muriel with the same kind of astonishment a child might view a performing seal. I said, "I don't know what the papers will make of it. It's not exactly the best kind of publicity for the spa." She sighed. "Ah, well, never mind. Perhaps it's just as well I shall be crossing the Pennines." I would not let her get away with pretending to be entirely flippant. "It was kind of you to call and see Rodney earlier." In her most sincere voice, she said, "Well, of course, I had to offer condolences to the poor boy. Though what can one say? It's not my place to speculate whether poor old Gertz tipped over the edge and did for Milner. Everyone knew Mr. Milner and Olivia Gertz were close. It may have been that Monsieur Gertz could tolerate adultery, but that the public humiliation of Olivia pouncing on Milner in the bar was quite another matter, from a male point of view. Isn't that so, Mr. Sykes?" Sykes looked for a way to escape her question, but she fixed him with a stare. "I wouldn't like to speculate, Miss Jameson." "Besides," she added, "Mr. Milner had kindly offered me a loan, and Rodney was a real gent and came good for me on it. I said he shouldn't, what with his raw grief and the shock, poor lamb, but he insisted on opening the safe and giving me 20 guineas. More fool him, I thought. My bag was already packed from this morning. I placed it by the door. Muriel successfully laid her hands on the cooking sherry and found 2 glasses and an egg cup. "Not for me, thanks," Sykes said. "I'm not a sherry drinker." She poured the sherry. We clinked glasses. "To your new job, Muriel. I hope it will be a great success." "I shall make sure it's a success." She took a sip. "Vile, isn't it?" "Not too bad." I lied valiantly. "Now there's something else I have to ask you. About Lucy." "What about her?" Muriel asked. "She didn't stay with Allison last night, and we don't know where she is. Do you have any ideas? It's very important that I find her." "Good for her," Muriel said. "I told her she should strike out on her own, but I'd be sorry to lose touch with her." "If she's safe, that's all well and good, but I still need to speak to her, just to make sure. Doesn't Alison know where she is? No. Muriel, you've worked with Lucy for weeks and weeks. You're in the same house. You know all the cast, her friends, her comings and goings. You must have some idea where she may have gone, even an inkling. Anything? Muriel scratched her head with both hands. Such as? Where did they rehearse? I mean, when they went out and about. Oh, that. I couldn't say. You see, I have this technique. I set the cast the task of being in the role of their characters in different settings. I might say to Lucy and Alison, meet up as Anna and Beatrice. You have agreed to make, I don't know, lace for an antimacassar or a Berlin woolwork creation for the chapel sale of work. Do it in character. Choose where and when. Leave Lucy and Alison behind and become your new selves. That kind of thing. I had them all at it. I know they went on a picnic, supposedly the chapel picnic. They were full of that. But I said, I don't want to know where you were and what you did. I only want to see the results in rehearsal. It's a brilliant technique. I picked it up from a Hungarian Jew in Switzerland. She paused, as if expecting admiration. Muriel, you know where Lucy is, don't you? I really and truly don't know. Swear on my mother's grave, wherever that may be. If she doesn't know, Sykes began, watching Muriel as she smiled and sipped at her sherry. Muriel fascinated him, and for some reason that irritated me enormously. When I didn't speak, she said, Oh dear, poor Kate. You really do want to find Lucy, and I'm no help. Well, I shall think about starting to pack. She stretched out her leg and kicked the tea-chest. And in my next digs, I shall have a chest of drawers. Now, what's this about a champers in our room at the Grand Hotel? My badger boy has gone back to Manchester, so I'm free as a bird and open to all invitations. You and I should visit the Turkish baths, Kate. Bit of a splash, eh? We have to go. Meet you in the hotel later, Muriel. I glanced at Sykes. We've got one or two things to attend to. A loud knocking came from the front door. For a second, Muriel froze. Then she said, Why doesn't the captain answer? Perhaps he's not in. He's always in. As the knocking started again, Miss Fell's Pekingese began to bark. Muriel scooted up the back stairs, shot back the bolt on the inner door, and listened. A moment later, she ran back downstairs. Miss Fell's answered them. It's the police asking to talk to me. Alarm flickered in her eyes. What do they want now? She moved the flower vase from the table to the corner of the room. It won't be about that, I said. Perhaps because they've arrested Monsieur Gertz, they have further questions. Why me? Footsteps came along the hall, followed by a gentle tapping on the door at the top of the back stairs. Miss Jameson? Miss Fell's voice trilled. A visitor? We'll go, I said. Leave you to it. One sec, Muriel said. Take something to the Grand for me, would you? Save me breaking my arms carrying all my worldly goods. She grabbed a carpet bag, dropped a pair of shoes into it, scooped skirts and blouses from the tea-chest, a small attaché case, and theatre scripts from a pile on the floor. Just save me a trip. I shall collect it later, when we meet up for our drink. Sykes took her bag and picked up mine. Of course, if it helps. Shoo, she said. I'm sure you don't want to be caught up. It's all right, I said. They'll probably want to speak to me again, too. Good luck. We left by the side door, walking up the outside steps as she mounted the inner stairs to let the policeman come down. What's she up to? Sykes asked as we walked to the Jowett. Search me. I'd rather search this bag. I know she's your friend. I don't fool myself that she's my friend. When she soars in theatrical circles, I'll never hear from her again. Sykes laughed. Unless you book a room at the Grand Hotel. And champagne, though I'm sure she'll have her fill of that from her badger boy. We got into the car. I sat in the driver's seat, Sykes in the passenger seat. The carpet bag loomed between us. "You or me?" Sykes asked. I pulled on my gloves. "If you'll put the clothes in the back." With the shoes, clothes, and scripts removed, the attaché case sat lonely at the bottom of the bag. I lifted it onto my lap, half expecting to find a set of matching knives, missing the one which had been left in Mr. Milner's heart. Though what motive could Muriel have had for murdering Mr. Milner? After all, he had taken out a full-page advertisement in her programme, and his son had proved an able leading man, as well as stumping up 20 guineas. The catch did not give. Sykes went to the rear of the car, taking the carpet bag and the clothing with him. He returned with a set of small keys. The fourth key opened the case. The 2 blue cloth bags contained 3 watch chains, a diamond bracelet, 2 wedding rings, an emerald and pearl ring, and a set of gold cufflinks and tie-pin, and 2 pocket watches. Chapter 34. Tireman. Tireman. In Elizabethan theatre, the man in charge of the wardrobe. I started the car. The last thing we needed was to draw attention to ourselves. "Where are we going?" Sykes asked. "The bobby will already have spotted the car." "Yes, but we needn't rub it in. Don't want to be sitting here admiring stolen jewellery when he comes out." I did not drive far, turning the corner and drawing in a few yards, towards the gates of an athletic club where 2 other cars were parked. Sykes climbed out and retrieved the carpet bag. Carefully, I replaced the attaché case in a nest of skirts and dresses next to a pair of dance pumps. "Do you remember that Mr. Mooney described a heady smell like polish and roses when the robber brought out a handkerchief to wipe his brow?" "Yes," Sykes said. "It was from Muriel's Darjeeling tea chest." Fury with Muriel tightened every muscle in my body. Stealing milk, eggs, flowers, I could understand. I had even pitied her poverty, but this was in a different league. And the false address she gave Mr. Mooney when pretending to pawn a watch chain. She knew I lived in Headingley. "Yes," Sykes agreed. "It was the first thing that came into her head. Your friend's next theatrical production will be in Holloway. Do they have a theatre there?" "Not last time I looked. Anyway, she's not my friend. She made use of me to provide free photographs for her production, chat to her main programme sponsor, and butter up her producer friend. The captain's right. She's an adventuress." "But you can't help liking her," Sykes said. "Is it that obvious?" "A lot of criminals are charming, Mrs. Shackleton," Sykes said gently. "Not the everyday fools and knaves, but the smart ones. Our priority is to return the goods to Mr. Mooney, ask him to confirm that these are the stolen items." "And have Miss Jameson arrested on suspicion," Sykes said. A whopping snowdrift of reluctance hit me in the chest. I want to confront her about this now, but without the complication of a Harrogate bobby on the scene. "He'd be a good witness," Sykes said thoughtfully. "We're the ones holding the stolen goods. She'll deny all knowledge." I could picture the puzzled shake of Muriel's head and hear her denial. "Nothing to do with me. Can't imagine where that's come from." "Mr. Sykes, I'm getting to know her too well. I don't want her to have the opportunity to wriggle her theatrical bottom out of this one." Sykes jumped out of the car. "I'll tell you when the coast is clear." After a few moments he returned. "The bobby's gone." I turned round the car and headed back to number 29. I walked slowly round to Muriel's flat, Sykes behind me. Through the window I saw that Muriel was packing a second bag. The dismay at seeing me and Sykes lasted no longer than a fraction of a second. A glowing smile lit her face as she opened the door. Kate, do you mind if I see you down at your hotel? Apparently I'm wanted at the Prince of Wales for a further interview. The police have set up an HQ there. Don't they just like to be mysterious? I expect they'll want you too. I'll need to tell the police where I can be contacted in case I'm needed for poor Mr. Milner's inquest or anything of that sort. Just a couple of questions first, Muriel. Reluctantly, she opened the door. Sykes swung her carpet bag onto the table. He opened it. I lifted out the attaché case. Goodness me, what dramatic gesture is this? Muriel asked. Sykes stepped back, leaving the two of us to confront each other across the table. What were you doing last Monday morning? Monday morning? Having my breakfast, probably. Muriel, you know what's in this attaché case? Do you have anything to say about it before we call the police? No idea what's in it. I'm looking after it for someone. Who? I'd rather not say, especially since it's causing you to turn puce and nasty. Sykes stepped behind Muriel and silently delved into the tea chest. Muriel had begun to transfer its contents into a suitcase. He held up a man's suit jacket in a thin grey stripe, a pair of grey flannel trousers, and a pair of Oxford brogues. Were you going to leave these behind? Sykes placed the jacket, trousers, and brogues on the table. Muriel dropped the shoes onto the floor. It's unlucky to put shoes on a table. Only new ones, I said. And I think your luck's run out, Muriel. Mr. Sykes, check the suitcase for a man's shirt and tie. Oh, and there should be a darkish raincoat and a Homburg. Oh, for heaven's sake, Kate. It was a spur-of-the-moment action. I went to the pawnbroker's as a favour to Lucy. She told the mad old bird upstairs she'd redeem a pledge for her. I wanted Lucy to rest and not break her concentration. She's worked so hard on being Anna. I couldn't risk her turning in a bad performance because she'd been trotting about all day on the old fool's errand. So you dressed up as a man, got a watch chain from somewhere. Borrowed it? Borrowed from Dan Root. Did he know you'd borrowed it? I don't have to answer all these questions. Oh, but you do. And straight answers, too, for once. You even gave Mr. Mooney an address in Headingley, near me. Well, I didn't know you'd come hunting me down. I was going to pawn Dan's chain till we had our week's takings, that was all. He kindly said I could. You don't know what it's like to be on your uppers. Dan does. You can't imagine how hard it is to put a production together when you're hungry and don't know where your next meal is coming from, and you're being hounded to pay the rent by a mean old tartar. Do you know how much our dear sweet captain of a landlord tries to extract from me for this place? 8 shillings a week. That's robbery if you want robbery. You terrified Mr. Mooney. Never. I wouldn't hurt a fly. Honestly. I just gave in to temptation, seized the opportunity. You throttled him. What? She looked genuinely surprised. I studied stage fighting, it's true, but I never throttled anyone in my life. That I do swear to. He was fiddling about with his bags, and I'd got myself into this pickle because I'd paid some small bills from the money to redeem the diamond ring. And while he was fiddling, well, it took me 2 minutes to nip round the counter and snatch the bags. It was temptation. He should have been more careful. I felt like hitting her. You committed a serious crime. These are precious items entrusted to the pawnbroker because the owners were hard up. Don't you feel any remorse? Remorse. The word touched a chord in Muriel. She knew how to play remorse. Her hand went to her heart. I've had an ache here ever since it happened. Didn't you notice last night how I tossed and turned? Why do you think I entrusted this damned attaché case to you? I couldn't think what to do with it. Sykes cut through in his flat, matter-of-fact policeman's voice. It can be tricky, divesting yourself of stolen goods, and you don't get a fraction of the true value. Mariel placed the palm of her right hand on the table, as though it were a Bible and she was swearing her oath. With deep earnestness, she said, I am truly so glad you opened that case. I was working out how to return the goods. It's hard to know how to go back on something, change the past, turn around a situation. Sykes looked at me quickly. I knew what he was thinking. All thieves squeal, he would say. This was just a variation on the theme. All shoplifters asked to be let off because of their special circumstances. I'll be back in a minute. Something I have to get from the car, I said. Mariel's sheer effrontery and her manipulative way of pretending remorse infuriated me. She had played me for a fool. Well, it was completely straightforward. We must return the recovered pledges to Mr. Mooney and inform the police. Mariel looked askance when I returned with my camera and handed the flash gun to Sykes. She was not the only person who could act a part. In my best prison wardress voice, I said, Mr. Sykes, please turn your back while Miss Jameson dons these items of male attire. No, I won't do it. What are you playing at? She took a step back. I'm not playing. Just put on your robber costume, Mariel, and I shall take your photograph. Or would you prefer Mr. Sykes to catch up with the constable? It'll thrill him to bits to arrest a jewellery thief when he was only here to deliver a message. Promotion in no time. Sykes turned his back. Mariel said, Kate, I'll do anything if you'll just understand that it was completely out of character for me to steal those jewels. She divested herself of her skirt and pulled on the trousers, hitching the braces over her shoulders. And there was nothing sinister about my dressing up like this. I often do it. Makes it so much easier to travel about without all the restrictions and stares that attach to being female. The tie, I said. Same kind of knot as last Monday. Windsor knot, probably. Funny, isn't it, how it's the knot we women always go for? And slip on the jacket. We'll have the attaché case in the picture. And now the raincoat. Once fully dressed in her jewel thief outfit, she thought better of the situation. She shook her head. Dear Kate, you can't do this to me. Take the jewellery, just take it and go. I don't think so. Can I turn round now? Sykes asked. Yes, I answered. Two choices, Sykes said, raising the flash gun. Do as my gaffer says, or I'll manage to find a pair of handcuffs in one of these pockets, and we'll drive you to the station. Mariel gulped. I can't. Yes, you can. Dash it all, Kate. You're supposed to be on my side. I'm working for the pawnbroker. Where's the hat? A Homburg, I think. Haven't got it. Left in wardrobe at the theatre. Wish I'd done the same with this lot. Ready, Mr. Sykes? Miss Jameson only has to put on her shoes and open the attaché case. I'll set the attaché case just here in the centre of the table. We'll have a fine shot. In fact, it would be rather good if you'd sit on the edge of the table, then I get the shoes in. Where's the key? She drew a slender chain from her neck and lifted it over her head. This is it. Then open the case. Her face turned to stone. She did as I asked. Sykes clicked the flash. I took the photograph. She said, You're trying to humiliate me. I think we'll have a signed admission, too. Photographs aren't always trusted these days. Mariel reached for my arm. If I help you to find Lucy, will you let me off? I don't need to find Lucy, not now that we've recovered the stolen property. Lucy is out of the picture. What are you going to do? Escort you to the police station, Sykes said sharply. I cleared my throat. Mr. Sykes. We stepped out onto the path into the stillness of the evening. Somewhere a fire had been started in a back garden. There was a faint whiff of smoke. I told Sykes my idea. I think we should deal with this matter ourselves. Mr. Mooney wants his pledged goods returned. He may not want publicity. Not to say the ridicule of having it known that he was robbed by a woman who denies she did any more than snatch and run. He shook his head emphatically. No, Mrs. Shackleton, you can't let her off. She's committed a felony. Let's not be hasty. We need time to think. Our priority is to return the goods to Mr. Mooney. He will have his first good night's sleep since the robbery. Let him decide whether to press charges. With all due respect, that is no way to go on. The woman's an out-and-out thief, and if we don't grab her now, she'll be gone by tomorrow. I will know where to find her. Sykes gritted his teeth. I went back inside. You're not out of the woods, Muriel. I'll talk to you tomorrow. As I closed the door and stepped outside, I caught the smoke, which gave off an acrid stench. Sykes beckoned to me from further along the path. I followed him to the rear of the house, hearing the crackle of a fire. Is that the captain? Sykes asked. Yes. The old man stood by a fiercely blazing bonfire, piled with flaming papers, scorching coats, boxes, and caps. A strong whiff of paraffin told me he meant business. As we moved closer, he tossed the last contents of a cigar box into the flames. Photos curled at the edges and turned black. You were right about him, Sykes said softly. He's burning the evidence of the past. And we're too late to do anything about it. Although I had asked Miss Fell to keep him talking while I had taken my second look at the secrets in the attic, his sixth sense must have come into play. No longer would he leave himself open to discovery. It was still a puzzle to me. If he really were the Batman who had taken the place of his captain, who was Lucy? I stepped up to the fire. Red sparks flew skywards as the captain poked a half-burnt sheet of parchment with a stick. It flamed and turned to ash. What are you doing, Captain? He glanced at me. In the absence of a hat to raise, he touched his forehead in a polite gesture. Sorry I was a little hasty earlier, Mrs. Shackleton. I know you were only doing your best. Only, you see, I don't need your help now. Have you heard more from Lucy? No. Once again his attention was on his fire. But I shall be at the designated place on Monday, at the designated time. I know what to do now. Chapter 35. Don't bump. Don't bump into the furniture. Advice to an actor. I let Sykes drive back to Leeds in the hope that it would keep him quiet. As a learner driver, he had not fully mastered the art of driving and talking. For a while that worked, until we reached the turn-off to Panel, where I had visited Miss Weston earlier in the day, bearing chocolates and the news that she may never see her uncle's watch chain again. Just as I considered a detour to reclaim the chocolates, Sykes, unfortunately, found his tongue. He returned to his theme. Muriel Jameson is a thief, Mrs. Shackleton. We can't let her get away with it. With an air of great patience, he began to explain why. This isn't like searching for missing persons, where no crime has been committed. Miss Jameson attacked Mr. Mooney. And don't let her kid on it was spur of the moment. Otherwise, why did she go in disguise, dressed as a man? It could have been spur of the moment. Don't think I'm defending her actions, but all her life, Muriel has waited for someone to give her the opportunity to prove her ability. Last night, that happened. A theatre producer is going to give her a job. Sykes made one of his dismissive noises. It would be such a waste if, after all her hard work, Muriel Jameson ended up in prison. She speaks 5 languages. It was not an appropriate testimonial. Quick as a flash, Sykes muttered, "And probably lies fluently in each one." "She plays the violin, the harpsichord. She's lived hand to mouth. If you'd seen Anna of the 5 Towns, you'd appreciate her talent, what she has to offer." Sykes gave wide berth to a rabbit that hopped across the road. The excitement of that manoeuvre kept him quiet for several minutes. "I know she's your friend." "You said that before. She is not. I don't even like the woman, but I can't bear the thought of her rotting in jail." "Then, with the greatest respect, you are in the wrong business. Seek employment with the League of Nations as some sort of peace broker. I'll go back to being a security man for the boot manufacturers." "If you're so keen on applying the law, you should have stayed in the police force. Anyway, you hated the boot manufacturers." We found ourselves behind a hay wagon. Sykes slowed to crawling pace, but stayed too close to see whether he might be able to overtake. "I hate seeing criminals get away with it." "Mr. Mooney wants his pawned items back. He didn't ask us to make an arrest. Muriel won't do it again in a hurry." "Not in a hurry, no. She'll take her time. People don't change, except to get worse." A bale of hay on the wagon swayed precariously. "She has huge ambitions. Once she's a respected person in British theatre, she won't risk falling foul of the law. With her talent..." "With her talent, it'll be the Bank of England next. There's no doubt in my mind she's corrupted young Lucy Wolfendale. Do you think there would have been a ransom note if—" And so it went. The hay wagon turned off. We had a clear road as far as Harewood. A dark red sun hovered on the horizon, threatening to disappear from the world. "Mr. Sykes, do this my way. We return the goods and then see. I don't believe Muriel did throttle him. I think she really did intend to redeem one item and pledge another. Let us get the truth out of Mr. Mooney. Did she use violence? He'll admit that to you, but not to me. I'm sure you can coax that out of him." I thought that was a good ploy. Give Mr. Sykes something to probe. "Whether she was violent or not? You mean?" Sykes asked. "The Harrogate side of the case was my operation. I had the success." Sykes braked suddenly to avoid an elderly clergyman who had stepped into the road without looking. Contemplating tomorrow's sermon and collection, he continued to the other side without a second glance. It was close. My heartbeat increased. I thought of poor Dylan Ashton, lying pale and injured in the infirmary. "Go on," Sykes said with some bitterness. "You take over the driving, then. You make it plain you're the boss." "Don't be silly." He got out and set off walking. The idiot. I had half a mind to speed past him, let him walk the rest of the way. I watched him for 100 yards. He looked every inch the bobby on his beat. I set off and drew alongside. "Get in." He did so. Making sure I put on enough speed that he could not jump out, I said, "Mr. Sykes, would you please not behave like a schoolboy?" "I am behaving like a police officer who knows the law." "You are not a police officer now." "My circumstances have changed, but the law hasn't. Police officer or not, what's right is right." A black horse raised its head on the other side of a wall and looked at us with great interest. "You have said 'police' twice in the last 30 seconds. Why do I have a feeling that you are fighting some old battle?" That remark hit the spot. He shut up. I did not know for sure the circumstances of his departure from the police force, but I knew there was a principle at stake and that he had become very prickly. So nothing new this evening. After a long time he said, I got back in the motor because I don't want to walk back to Leeds, not because I will ever come round to your way of thinking." "Very well. You have made your point. Sometimes I know for sure he is the ideal partner for me. Other times, the man turns handcuff mad. I admire his passion for justice. It is his obsession with comeuppance that I find hard to take. The worst of it is I know he is right, and I am being far too lenient towards Mariel Jameson. On the other hand, there are so many ways in which women have to find their feet in the world, claw their way into some kind of life. Who am I to send Mariel hurtling back onto her knees? Believing Mr. Sykes would not appreciate that point of view, I kept it to myself. When we were 5 minutes from his house, he said, "Your friend won't wait patiently to be arrested. She'll have done a bunk by now." He was right, of course. Stop calling her my friend, and she won't do a bunk. She hopes for a sparkling career in the theatre. I've told you, if she leaves Harrogate, I shall know where to find her. It galls me to think she could skip away scot-free. I felt too tired to argue. It was almost 9 o'clock when we reached Woodhouse. The sun had set long ago. A small group of girls still played out, turning a rope under the street lamp. I pulled up outside Sykes's house. "It's too late to call on Mr. Mooney tonight. I'll telephone him when I get home and lock the stuff in my safe. Make an appointment to see him." "Very well. You'll let me know?" "Yes, I'll get a message to you." Poor Sykes. He wanted the job. He liked working for me and the freedom it brought. The fly in the ointment was me. This journey home was the nearest we had come to a parting of the ways, and the day was not over yet. One of the girls left off waiting her turn to jump rope and came running to the car, calling, "Dad!" Sykes clambered out of the car. "This is Irene. Say hello to Mrs. Shackleton, Irene." Irene turned suddenly shy. I knew she was 12, but looked younger with her curling light brown hair and bright eyes. As though to distract my attention from herself, she said, "Our Thomas has summit for you, miss." She ran into the house. Sykes paused on the curb. "Thomas is my eldest. He's 13, and our visit to Robin Hood's Bay is the first time he saw the sea. He connects it to you, my working with you." A studious-looking boy stepped cautiously from the house, carrying a parcel. He was gawky, all elbows and knees. Sykes said proudly, "The cabinet maker in Robin Hood's Bay took a shine to him. Thomas got it into his head to make something for you." Faces appeared at windows. Half a dozen other youngsters, some in their nightshirts, came out of their houses to admire the car. Thomas pushed his way through. He handed me a brown paper parcel neatly tied with string. "A present from Robin Hood's Bay," he said solemnly. "Thank you very much. May I open it now?" "Yes." A dozen children crowded close, peering. Thomas stood very straight, shoulders back. I undid the knot. The flat of my hand touched smooth wood, cool to the touch. "It's English oak," Thomas said. It was a block of light-coloured wood, about 6 inches by 9 and an inch deep. In the top left corner he had carved out a tiny bat, stained brown. At the bottom right corner, a dark green ivy leaf looked to have been blown to a halt by the wind. Across the centre of the block of wood was the carved name, Pipistrelle Lodge. For a moment I did not know what to make of it, and glanced at Thomas, not daring to ask what it was supposed to be. Then it dawned. "You've named my house." "I told him he should have asked you first," Sykes muttered. "No, it's perfect. Thank you so much, Thomas." Thomas gave the most perfunctory of nods, and something like a smile played on his lips, but he tried not to let it. "I've been in the woods behind your house when it's coming dark. Them pipistrelle bats go fluttering about in droves." "They do," I agreed. "One flew through the window the other evening. I had to catch it and set it free before the cat got it." Thomas forgot himself and laughed. All the children laughed, though the younger ones did not know what they were laughing about. "Well, clear the way," said Sykes. "Let the lady go." The children moved away, though I knew they would run after me when I set off. I looked at Sykes to say goodbye, but he turned and went into the house without speaking. Chapter 36. Pipistrelle Lodge. My housekeeper, Mrs. Sugden, is in her mid-40s. She wears her long salt and pepper hair in plaits, wound around her head, dipping below her brow as though her tresses become embarrassed by the height of her forehead. Metal-rimmed reading glasses slid down on her nose. "Kettle's on," she said. The kettle is always on. She admired the house nameplate, which I set on the kitchen table. "Well, I think that's just grand. Mr. Sykes has a talented lad in young Thomas. I'll have Ernest put it up." Ernest was the wizened old chap for whom Mrs. Sugden dashed out to collect manure whenever some passing horse left its gift in our road. I used to think he had an allotment, but with the amounts gathered, I began to suspect some other purpose. Perhaps he was a secret alchemist and had discovered a spell for turning horse muck into gold. "I hadn't expected you back tonight." "It's a long story. We've recovered Mr. Mooney's stolen goods. I know it is late, but I shall telephone him now and arrange to see him in the morning." Mrs. Sugden tilted her head inquiringly. "That was fast work." "Yes." I suddenly realized how exhausted I felt. "You look to me as if a Robin Hood's Bay kipper and a slice of bread and butter wouldn't do you any harm." "Well, it might not." "Right, I shall see to it." I picked up the telephone and after a moment spoke to Mr. Mooney. His silence when I broke the news, in as discreet a way as possible, so as to fool any listening operator, made me believe he had suffered a heart attack. Finally he said, "Am I to believe, Mrs. Shackleton, that the goods are safe?" "Yes, and tomorrow morning I shall return them, unless you prefer me to wait until Monday and come to the shop." "The sooner the better. Tomorrow will be admirable." "What time would suit you?" We arranged that I should call to see Mr. Mooney in the morning at 9 o'clock. By the time I hung up the receiver, Mrs. Sugden had supper on the table. She sat opposite me at the kitchen table while I dealt with kipper bones. "You said you'd stop at the Grand Hotel in Harrogate tonight," she said accusingly. I groaned. In the haste to return Mr. Mooney's goods, I had forgotten all about my booking at the hotel. I had better telephone and cancel. "Your mother was on the phone. I told her you were booked in there. She has it in mind to come over and join you tomorrow. She's booked into the Grand." "Did you not tell her that I was working?" "I suppose I might have done. But as she says, you can't work all the time. She says she has fond memories of Harrogate. Besides, there was a murder there, you know." "Yes, I know." "She'll be worrying for you. It's in tonight's paper." She looked at me over her glasses, and I knew there would be no peace until she heard at least something of the story. 40 minutes later, after my telling of the tale, I pushed back the kitchen chair and stood up. "Well, I must get on. I have a report to write." "It's nearly 11 o'clock." If Mrs. Sugden were a member of Parliament, she would make it her business to regulate the working day. She devotes each evening to her pastimes of reading, knitting, crocheting, and writing letters to her daughter and cousins. "You're right, but I just want to jot down 1 or 2 points to sort out my thoughts. The dining room doubles as my office. I have a new cherrywood filing cabinet, index card filing system, and month-by-month engagement calendar. Having only 2 truly professional cases under my belt, it occurred to me that there may never be another job for Kate Shackleton, private investigator. It is not the money I would miss, but the work and the excuse to be nosy, to swan into others' lives and make a difference. A couple of months ago, it may not have mattered a sheep's shimmy whether another job came my way for months. Now it mattered. It would be one thing if Mr. Sykes left my employ because his scruples would not allow him to stay. It would be quite another if I had to let him go because of lack of work. Seeing his children reminded me of the great responsibility of taking on an employee. First, I wrote out a bill. The cheque given to me on Friday morning would suffice as payment. Next, I wrote a brief report to Mr. Mooney, naming the people visited and the arrangement made that they would come to inquire about their items on the due date. It was slightly tricky to describe recovery of the goods in a way that did not name either Lucy Wolfendale or Muriel Jameson. I did not want to incriminate Lucy without speaking to her. And although I knew Sykes was right, and Muriel ought to answer for her actions, I could not bear the thought of her going to jail. Never having done anything like this before, I was not sure what might need to be said to the insurance company and the police. It would be useful to speak to my dad, who is superintendent of the West Riding Constabulary. This was not something that could be done over the telephone. Oh, for the simple days when I tracked down missing men for mothers, sisters, and deserted wives. Suki, my black cat, rescued while I was in Bridgestead on the Braithwaite case, was a scribe in a previous life. She watched closely as I dipped my pen in the ink. I had the feeling that if my writing was not up to scratch, she would send the ink pot flying. It was almost midnight when the telephone rang. Mrs. Sugden had gone to bed. I did not immediately recognize the confident masculine voice. "Mrs. Shackleton?" "Yes." "Inspector Charles here. I'm sorry for the lateness of my call. Did I wake you?" "No." "I did not know you intended to return to Leeds today." "Should I have informed you?" My words came out more sharply than intended. "No, of course not. We had your details." It was bad enough having my mother checking up on my whereabouts without a police inspector. "Can I help you with something, Inspector?" He hesitated. We all knew how difficult it was to talk on the telephone. "Possibly. Are you planning to return to Harrogate?" "Possibly," I said, echoing his cautious tone. "Then perhaps you would be good enough to call at the Prince of Wales Hotel at about 11 tomorrow morning, if that is convenient." "Noon would suit me better. I have an appointment in the morning." "Very well." "Can you give me a clue?" There was a pause. "It is regarding a third party whom I have yet to locate. I hope you may be able to help." So he wanted to find Lucy Wolfendale. "I see. Tomorrow, then," he said with an air of finality. "Good night, Mrs. Shackleton." "Good night, Inspector." Chapter 37. Scissor Crossing. Scissor crossing, the crossing of 2 actors from opposite directions. Bees buzzed in and out of the hollyhocks in the Mooney's garden on Street Lane. Sykes and I strolled up the path together, still a slight awkwardness between us. He cleared his throat. As I rang the doorbell, we exchanged a look. He met my gaze and glanced away, knowing that he must leave the talking to me. Mr. Mooney opened the door, smiling a good morning, eyeing the attaché case that Sykes carried. We followed him into his study. The velvet drapes were hooked back from the bay window, and weak sunlight played through the stained glass. He bounced like an excited child as he watched Sykes set the attaché case on the desk. "It is only 48 hours, and you have—" Mr. Mooney's words failed him as Sykes clicked back the catches and lifted the lid to reveal the objects within. Mr. Mooney stared. "Remarkable! Such relief!" "Would you please identify these items, Mr. Mooney?" I asked. He did not hear me, but stood gazing down at the contents, his mouth open in astonishment. "I never thought. This is a miracle." When he turned to look at me, his eyes were moist. "My wife said to come to you. She was right. Mrs. Shackleton, how can I ever—" "We did our job, Mr. Mooney, and had a little good fortune on the way." Slowly, his hands trembling, Mr. Mooney checked the contents of the case against his list. "The diamond ring," he said finally. "Everything is here except Mrs. de Vries's ring." Sykes did his best to suppress a triumphant smirk. Returning the goods was the easy part. Explaining could take a little longer. "That is back in the owner's possession." It suddenly occurred to me that it was in the possession of Miss Fell, and Mr. Mooney had not received the money loaned on it. "You'll want to know all the circumstances," I said. "Do you have a safe to—" "Ah, yes." He seemed reluctant to lose sight of the items, but after another moment's amazed gazing, he opened a safe and locked his prized goods away. "And I'm sure you'd like some tea. My wife longs to meet you." The four of us moved into the drawing-room. Mr. and Mrs. Mooney sat side by side on a well-stuffed couch. Sykes and I sat opposite them. The low table between us was set with a teapot, small square china plates, and homemade biscuits. I gave a touching account of Mrs. de Vries and her deception in adopting a false name. She entrusted the pawn ticket to a young friend, who then entrusted it to another who intended to pawn a watch chain. It was that person, a young woman, previously of good character, who momentarily succumbed to temptation and snatched your pawned goods, Mr. Mooney." "A woman?" He began to choke on his oatmeal biscuit. Mrs. Mooney hurried to tap him between the shoulder blades and urged a sip of tea. "A woman?" he repeated. Sykes concentrated heartily on the pattern in the rug. I continued, trying not to sound either lame or fantastical. "She disguised herself by wearing gentleman's clothing, and she has now left Harrogate." This was a little disingenuous, but probably true. "The cold-hearted minx!" Mrs. Mooney's cup trembled in its saucer. "My poor dear Philip, such a shocking ordeal." Mr. Mooney could not take in the story without a second and a third explanation. "And now you must decide, Mr. Mooney, what is to be done. You have your goods returned, and restitution will be made for the amount you loaned against Miss Fell's diamond ring. I have not revealed the name of the perpetrator." Mr. Sykes looked at me across his cup. I ignored him, or tried to. "This young woman is at your mercy if you wish to press charges." Sykes could contain himself no longer. He picked a crumb from his trouser leg. "She committed a felony." Mr. Mooney looked from me to Sykes and back to me. "Would it reach the newspapers if I go to the police about this?" "It would," I said in a definite tone. Sykes was about to speak when I sent a severe thought wave in his direction. "It is an awful lot to take in, my dear," Mrs. Mooney said quietly to her husband. She looked at me. "My husband believes it better to think things over. It is Sunday, after all. I am sure he will want to take the matter to church with us later, perhaps to evensong." Mr. Mooney agreed that this was exactly what he had in mind. This seemed a good moment for me to make a move and depart, yet there was a feeling of unfinished business hanging in the air. Something more needed to be said, and I was not sure what. Mr. Mooney tilted his head and looked at Sikes. "You were about to say something, Mr. Sikes?" Sikes looked at me. "No, nothing, sir." Mr. Mooney gave a noisy expelling of air that you could not call a sigh. "I am very grateful for your success and for your speed." I took the envelope from my bag. "Here is a brief written report and the settled account." I set it on the table. "Apart from ourselves and the police, the only people who know about the robbery are 3 of your lady customers and the gentleman Mr. Sikes visited. I am sure they will be discreet, for their own reasons." Mr. Mooney nodded. "I am very grateful for everything that you have done. I shall report to the police and the insurance company that the goods are recovered." For a few moments the conversation became circular. The desire for prosecution of the perpetrator was weighed against the bad publicity of a trial. Making a valiant attempt at changing the subject, I looked through the drawing-room window into the long back garden, crowded with flowers and vegetables. "You have an industrious gardener, I think." Mr. Mooney smiled. "I like to be in the garden. Plants make a refreshing change from jewels. If ever I retire, I shall take on more myself. As it is, I have an old chap who gets his hands dirty for me." "I'm growing marrows," Sikes said, glancing with envy at the serried rows of vegetables. "Just taken on an allotment." Mrs. Mooney said, "Show Mr. Sikes your marrows, dear." When the men had excused themselves and left the room, Mrs. Mooney gave me a challenging look. "You don't wish for a prosecution against this person," she said with distaste. I felt myself become suddenly warm. Had it been so obvious? She went on. "Why is that, may I ask?" "Sometimes I think it is better to draw a line. It has been a terrible experience for Mr. Mooney, and to go to court would be to relive it. From what little I know of him, I believe it would be mortifying if news of this got out. Surely there could be some confidentiality for him, some protection." "That is not how the legal system works, Mrs. Mooney," I said with all the conviction that comes from having read Charles Dickens on the matter. "Once the law begins to roll along its relentless course, there is no protection of that kind for anyone. There would have to be a trial, a jury, reporters would be present in court." "So it is entirely for my husband's benefit?" she said coolly. She was far more astute than I had expected. There was nothing for it but to be frank. "Mr. Sikes disagrees with me, although he is loyal enough not to say so." She nodded, hands folded carefully in her lap, waiting for me to continue. "The decision will be Mr. Mooney's, but if you are asking why I feel as I do, although I hate what this woman has done, and it was an appalling crime, I understand how she came to do it, out of desperation." Somehow I did not think that an account of Mariel Jameson's prospective brilliant career in the theatre would hold much sway with Mrs. Mooney. "You make it sound as though she is previously of good character. I believe that is the phrase sometimes used in mitigation." Whatever Mariel's qualities, I did not for a moment entertain the thought that being of good character was one of them. "She is a most personable and intelligent individual, with sharp insights into human nature." "Then it seems incomprehensible that she could stoop so low." "It does, indeed." Looking over Mrs. Mooney's shoulder, I could see Mr. Mooney in the garden, pointing with pride to what was probably a giant marrow. Sikes glanced through the window at me and Mrs. Mooney. He knew exactly what I was doing. "I believe there are occasions, Mrs. Mooney, when even a person who has committed a wicked act deserves a second chance. Is she sorry? Oh, yes. Muriel Jameson would be very sorry to end up picking oakum and sewing mailbags. I do not believe Mr. Mooney will want to prosecute, Sykes said gloomily as we drove back to Woodhouse, having claimed he needed more motoring practice. Oh, I said in as neutral a voice as it is possible to utter that syllable. Sykes had become very confident at driving along a straight, clear road. I left the force because I didn't fit. When they got something wrong, I said so. I stuck my neck out. Yes, I know. You're the boss. You pay my wages. But know this, Mrs. Shackleton. He veered onto the edge of the pavement as he turned a corner. Careful! Mind the lamp-post! Sykes returned his attention to the steering wheel and his eyes to the road. What did Mr. Mooney say while you were inspecting Marrow's that makes you think he will not prosecute? Nobody throttled him. He was just too slow. While she snatched his bagged items, he was too open-mouthed to do anything about it. Poor Mr. Mooney. He is embarrassed by his actions, or lack of action. Thank you for not trying to influence him when you were in the garden together. It struck me how large a part embarrassment had played in this case. Miss Fells at her poverty, Mr. Mooney's at being robbed. Sykes shrugged. All I have to say is I can have no truck with compounding felonies. I sighed. No, I don't suppose you can. Sykes's driving had improved to the point where it surprised him that he had reached his destination without having to think about it. He got out. I climbed into the driver's seat and set off for my appointment with Inspector Charles. Chapter 38. Mystery Play. Mystery Play. English Medieval Religious Drama. Inspector Charles had said he would meet me in the Prince of Wales Hotel, where he had set up an investigation room on the first floor. From my chosen seat in the lobby, I could see the staircase and the lift. The same police sergeant who had escorted me and Muriel on Friday evening plodded slowly down the stairs, stifling a yawn. A short, sturdy workman, whom I guessed to be one of the Milner and Son motor mechanics, pressed for the lift and seemed to enjoy the disapproval of the lift attendant. Coming down the stairs slowly was Inspector Charles. He gave me the briefest of acknowledgments and held up a finger to indicate that he would be one moment. He disappeared into the hotel's telephone cabinet, closing the door behind him. 5 minutes later, the inspector reappeared and apologized for keeping me waiting. As we walked up the stairs, I was very conscious of his closeness, the easy stride, an air of concentration. We walked along a corridor hung with views of old Harrogate in the coaching days. The door stood slightly ajar. I glanced in at a room set with 2 trestle tables and a few chairs. His back to me, a stout, plain-clothes man in shirt-sleeves spread index cards on the table like a man playing solitaire. Inspector Charles took a key from his pocket and unlocked the door to another room. This one was smaller, with a desk and 2 chairs. He pulled out a chair for me and took a seat himself. Thank you for your written statement. I did take the Belgian chap, Monsieur Gertz, into custody, but we have now released him. This news made me feel awkward at having pointed a finger at the wrong man. It was helpful to talk to him all the same, the inspector said quickly. I was doubtful that he was our man even before we checked his alibi. Oh? Gertz hasn't a scratch on him. The evening dress clothing that he wore is in pristine condition. I believe he genuinely did not know how Mr. Milner was killed, or that the tyres of the car had been slashed. And he has an alibi? Young Dylan Ashton recovered consciousness long enough to confirm Gertz's story. They left the theatre together. Gertz had been agitated to discover his wife carrying on under his nose. He went into the gentleman's cloakroom to compose himself. Young Ashton was there, feeling unwell. Gertz walked Ashton home and went in with him. He had a hip flask and dosed Ashton with whiskey. He left Ashton's rooms just before midnight. On the way home, he said good night to a chap who was walking an old sheepdog. We have confirmed that. And Dylan Ashton? With his friends, up to the point of leaving with Gertz. That will be a relief for Madame Gertz. She was most upset yesterday, and I'm glad to hear Dylan Ashton is recovering. We have the reckless driver who knocked him off his bike. Leiter left him by the roadside, panicked and went on his way. Fortunately, the local sergeant had circulated the description of his car, given by a fellow cyclist. A garage owner spotted it, with a damaged wing. The driver was a flighty young fellow who'd been carousing all night. So Dylan's accident had no connection with Milner's death or with Lucy's disappearance. Mrs. Shackleton, you know we do from time to time in the force ask for female assistance? Yes. Of course, you would know that, being Superintendent Hood's daughter. So he had done his homework. I joined the Women's Voluntary Police myself for a brief time at the beginning of the war, before I deserted for the VAD. Then I'll come straight to the point. We're pursuing a wide range of inquiries, talking to the deceased's business associates, customers, and so on. But I'm naturally interested in the people who saw him last, theatre patrons and performers, and there is one young lady we have not spoken to yet. Lucy Wolfendale. He gave me an appreciative bow of the head. You are 2 steps ahead, just as you were at the Gertz dancing school yesterday, where I understand you were asking about Lucy Wolfendale and Alison Hart. Yes. I decided against volunteering further information. I waited. You found Miss Hart, but not Miss Wolfendale. Why were you looking for her? That is the trouble with policemen. They are entitled to ask awkward questions. I felt some sympathy with Lucy and her vaulting ambitions, and was reluctant to get her into trouble. At the same time, I would not lie for her. Lucy's grandfather was worried. He asked me to see whether she really was at Alison's house, as she had said. Go on. She was not, as you know. Alison had stayed with Madame Gertz. Go on. How irritating he could be with his go on, go on. I did not find Lucy. He chewed thoughtfully on his lower lip, realized he was doing it, and stopped. Why did the grandfather ask you? I felt myself blush, which was very annoying. Because he knows that I am a private detective. A stroke of genius occurred to me. I could hint at Lucy indulging in some forbidden romantic liaison. Captain Wolfendale knew I would be discreet regarding Lucy's reputation. So, you think... There he was, at it again. In my excitement at recovering the jewellery, I had abandoned my threat to go to the police if Lucy was not found by the end of Saturday. Now I regretted it, but I did not want to give chapter and verse about Lucy's phony ransom demands. Mr. Charles pressed his hands on the table. Does it not occur to you she could have come to harm, or be responsible for harm? It had not. The idea seemed absurd. Besides, I had been too busy solving my own case. With confidence I said, I don't believe she has been murdered, if that is what you're suggesting, or that she murdered Mr. Milner. Then where is she? My annoyance levels rose. It was suddenly time to get off the back foot. Inspector, I was in Harrogate from Friday afternoon to Saturday evening. Captain Wolfendale asked me to look for Lucy, which I spent a few hours doing. He then changed his mind. You asked me here today to help you, and all that has happened so far is that I have been cross-examined myself." He gave me a candid look, tilting his head to one side, as though undecided about something. Then he smiled. "I'm sorry. Mrs. Shackleton, I asked you here because I hope you may be able to help us, if you are willing." "What is it you wish me to do?" I knew exactly what he wanted me to do, and he knew that. "Since you began to look for Miss Wolfendale, would you kindly go on doing so? Try and find her for me. I believe you may tread more delicately and with greater success than some of my men." "Very well. But I will do it in my own way, a way that does not damage her reputation. Harrogate is a small place." His jaw tightened. "Reputation?" he said coldly. "A murderer is on the loose, a girl is missing since Friday evening, and you talk of reputation and worry about gossip." "If you are asking me to help you, please trust my judgment." Let him order his sergeants and constables to do things his way, but he would not order me. He sighed. "Of course. Thank you for agreeing. We have a standard rate of payment for such engagements. I interrupted him, not wishing to discuss pounds, shillings, and pence. "Your standard rate will be acceptable." It suited me very well to continue looking for Lucy, to finish what I had started. The only looming difficulty was my mother's impending arrival. I kept quiet about that. The inspector had a way of filling a pause with expectancy and meaning. There was something else he wanted to say. I waited. He flexed his fingers as though playing the piano. It made me think of a theory of Gerald's, that the Druids and the poets of old had a memory system for stories that depended on their fingertips. He said slowly, "I am not cross-examining you. Please do not think that. But there is one other matter." He was slightly embarrassed, and this led him to sound a little brusque, which was oddly endearing. He continued, "Madame Gertz is naturally very defensive at present and emotional. She seemed equally upset about Mr. Milner's demise and her own husband's arrest. It would be useful to know from her, or from other quarters, whether any other lady— This is rather delicate." His tactic seemed to be a pretend hesitation, or perhaps it was genuine. "Are you asking me to find out from Madame Gertz what other mistresses Mr. Milner may have had?" Now it should have been his turn to blush. He did not oblige. "I suppose I am. There are husbands who would not be as tolerant as Monsieur Gertz." "Madame Gertz would probably be in the dark about other women. But I have another suggestion. There was no love lost between Mr. Milner and his housekeeper. She might be able to help." "Good thinking. I don't believe that line of inquiry was followed up when the housekeeper was interviewed." "Also, Milner played golf every Saturday. His golfing partners may know something of his amorous exploits." The inspector leaned back in his chair in a relaxed manner, as though trying to banish the earlier awkwardness there had been between us. "I am going up to the golf club myself later. Not much golf being played there just now. It was flooded last week." "Yes, I heard that." "But I'll talk to the secretary and the staff." He smiled. "Do you play golf? A lot of ladies do these days." I shook my head. "We played tennis at school. That's the extent of my prowess in ball games." "And I don't play tennis." He gave me a quick glance from unfathomable hazel eyes. It was one of those moments when we each knew there was an undercurrent, a tension between us that might go one way or another. He held my gaze for just a fraction too long, but there was no overture, nothing more than a ripple in the air between us. "I expect it would be a pleasant change for you to come to Yorkshire without a murder having happened," I said, sliding over the moment as quickly as he had himself, yet wanting to mark it in some way. "It would," he said, giving me a penetrating look that almost made me forget I was here to help the police with their inquiries. In that moment, something was understood between us, and it was nothing to do with a murder investigation. The moment passed. He took a small key from his pocket and unlocked the desk drawer. "I have something to show you." He drew out an evidence bag and tipped it. Something slid from the bag onto the desk. It was a bone-hilt dagger with a sharp diamond cross-section blade, more blade than hilt. As I looked closely, I saw that blood had dried on the blade. "Do you recognize this?" It looked familiar, and yet I could not be sure. "It's the murder weapon?" "Yes. One of our chaps says the dagger is most likely from Central Africa." It was dark when I saw the body. I couldn't really have made much of the dagger handle. "No, I suppose not." "Are there fingerprints?" "We think the perpetrator may have worn gloves. The only clear print is Mr. Milner's. There were signs of a struggle, a mark on Mr. Milner's right-hand knuckles, as though he had hit out at someone." Slowly and reluctantly, my words came out. "I've seen a dagger similar to this. When Captain Wolfendale asked me to search for Lucy, I took a look round. He has a collection of weaponry. One of his daggers could be the twin to this." The inspector nodded. "I've made inquiries about him. He and Milner served in South Africa at the same time. We found a similar weapon in the Milner house." So Rodney had not been exaggerating yesterday when he kept denying to me that he had killed his father. For all I knew, he was still a suspect. Mr. Milner and the captain, they knew each other well. It's possible that Mr. Milner had some kind of hold over him." "Oh? Go on." The inspector leaned forward. "On Friday afternoon, when I arrived in Harrogate, I believe it was Milner I saw through the window with the captain, playing a board game." The inspector looked surprised. "That sounds a rather friendly kind of activity. Wolfendale said that Milner called regularly. Milner had served under him and was fond of the old chap, brought him tobacco." Of course it sounded friendly. Having been wrong about Gertz, I hesitated to jump in with my suspicions about the captain not being the captain. Without evidence, it would seem far-fetched. "Wolfendale would bear a closer look," I said finally. "He has something to hide." "He claims rarely to leave his flat. He was at home all Friday evening, if we are to believe him." "And do you believe him?" "I keep an open mind. The full picture isn't in view yet by any means. We know from inquiries that there is one person whom Milner would have let close enough for her to put a knife through his heart, and, at the last moment, he could have struck out." "Lucy?" "Yes." "But the cuff link?" "That could be the killer's, or it could have lain there unnoticed for a week." The inspector's eyes locked mine. "When you look for Lucy Wolfendale, Mrs. Shackleton, if you find out where she is, or even where you think she may be, please tell me. I know you think it's unlikely, or even impossible, but she may be dangerous. May I rely on you to do as I ask?" "That sounds more like an order than a request, Inspector." His look had an unsettling, searching quality, as though he were throwing out another kind of challenge. "If she hears that we want to interview her, she may well become alarmed and disappear." He returned the dagger to the bag, placed it in the drawer, and locked it. "We have fewer men on the case than I would wish, but if you need assistance, ask. Do not take risks, please." It was the please that did it, and his smile. It struck me that he would have a whole battery of ways of achieving exactly what he wanted. "I don't believe Lucy has anything to do with the murder," I said, with more confidence than I felt. Yet having taken such an instant and powerful dislike to the late Lawrence Milner, I now felt a sudden surge of pity for him. "I shall do my best to find Lucy." I had said the same words to Captain Wolfendale a little over 24 hours earlier, and look where that had got me. Precisely nowhere. Chapter 39. Corsican Trap. Corsican Trap. Ingenious mechanism for bringing on a ghost. Dillon had not returned, even though he must know she had nothing left to eat or drink. Lucy refused to give in. He would come this morning, she had felt sure. He would see she was not at church, and he would come. Now all the church bells were long silent. Her ankle hurt worse than ever. It was the size of a balloon. Her tongue felt swollen. Her head ached. It was too bad of Dillon. Mean. Cowardly. Somehow she must get to the top of the tower and attract attention. There must be a person walking along the road who would see her petticoat waving. This was like a nightmare. It could not be happening, but it was. More than once she had thought she heard a noise. It turned out to be the wind, or the old tower groaning at her folly. She reached the parapet by going up the stairs backwards, sitting on her bottom. Once at the top, she felt exhausted, hardly able to stand. She leaned against the wall, pushed herself up, and stood on one leg to look out towards the road. Deserted. She needed to rest. Sliding down the wall, she sat with her back against the cool stones, gently bringing herself onto her bum bones, shifting her position as best she could. She stared at the sky for inspiration. Tiny, fluffy clouds that might have been painted by a child went racing by. The clouds were her dreams, speeding away. Taking off her petticoat, a flag of surrender, took an age. She cried tears of frustration and rage at the stupidity of it all. If only she had put the key on a ribbon around her neck. As the petticoat reached her calves and she had to raise an ankle, she started to laugh. It was so ridiculous, completely ridiculous. How had this ever seemed a good plan? Once again, she pushed herself up, trying to keep weight off her throbbing ankle. Her leg hurt. Her whole body hurt. And there he was, before she waved the white petticoat, the answer to a prayer, striding across the field. She cursed him for keeping her waiting, for leaving her all this time. He had better have a good excuse. As he came closer, she saw that it was not Dillon. It was Dan Root. Was he out for one of his famous walks? If he did not look up, he would miss her. Forgetting that she was supposed to have been kidnapped, a person being held for ransom, she waved her petticoat and called to him frantically, "I'm locked in! I've lost the key!" He did not answer, merely raised a hand in greeting as he came nearer, and then reached the door. She listened to thumps and bangs as he fought the lock. It would be so humiliating if a locksmith had to be called. The noise stopped. Once more he came into view, stepping back from the door, giving her the thumbs-up sign. She heaved a sigh of relief, and then came the light tread of his footsteps on the stairs. "Hello, Lucy." "Hello, Dan." She dreaded questions. He asked none, but handed her his water bottle. Never in her life had she felt so glad to see a familiar face. She took the top from the bottle and drank greedily. Bobbed down beside her, Dan shot her that look of his, a crafty glance he had used when he played the miser. He was the only person in the cast whose talent came close to her own. What was the matter with him that he looked at her so strangely? She must look a sight. "It's lucky you came along. Or did you know I was here?" "You took some finding, but I remembered where you came to rehearse and how you talked about the tower." She licked a drop of water from her lips and replaced the top of the bottle, but did not return it to him. "Good thing you did. Dylan has deserted me." "He would never desert you. He was knocked down not far from here." Her hand flew to her mouth. "No! Poor Dylan! Is he badly hurt?" "I don't know yet. He is in the infirmary. When I found out where he came off his bike, I knew my guess was correct. What did you do to your ankle?" "I tripped on the stairs." She started to shiver. "But Dylan, he wanted me to give up." "Wait," Dan said. He leapt to his feet and disappeared down the stairs. "Don't leave me," she called, all courage deserting her. He came back with one of her blankets. "Here, wrap yourself in this." "Are you sure about Dylan? How do you know?" "I saw one of the assistants from Wood and Topham's. He had heard from his manager, who had heard from Mr. Crocker." Dan put his hand in his inside pocket and brought out a tea-cloth, unfolded it and produced a sandwich. "It's potted meat." "You've saved my life." She began to devour the sandwich. "I should give up, because of Dylan being hurt. But I won't. Not now, not after everything. I can hold on until tomorrow." "Lucy, I have something to tell you. I have a lot to tell you." "Do you? I want to listen, Dan, but my ankle throbs. My throat's dry, my head spins, and you haven't asked why I'm here." "I know why." A little involuntary twitch happened at the side of his mouth. He had used that twitch as the preacher. Lucy copied the gesture. When she did, some feeling she couldn't name caught her chest and stopped her breath. She wondered whether he looked in the mirror as many times in the day as she did herself. "How did you know?" Dylan was supposed to have kept her secret. "Something I overheard. Leave it at that," Dan said. "Everything has changed." "Will you stop being mysterious and just tell me?" "Your ankle needs bandaging. Let's get you to the stream. Cold water will help. We can use your petticoat." So that was his game. He was trying to get her home, make her give up. First the stream, then the road, then the back of his bike and a return journey. Defeat. "I'm not going back. If you really do know why I'm here, then you'll know that in just 24 hours I will collect some money." "You need to go home." He sighed. "It's complicated." His words made Lucy anxious. "Has something happened to Grandad?" Her mouth fell open. Her breathing became erratic. "What are you not telling me?" "I've killed Dylan, and my note gave Grandad a heart attack." "No, nothing has happened to him." He turned his glance from her and looked at the opposite wall of old grey stones, and seemed to look through them to some distant place. "What then?" "I saw the captain first in my own land, in Africa." "That's not what I asked you. And how could you have?" Lucy said sharply. "That was years ago, and you're not African." She took another sip of water. Something about Dan began to frighten her. He was so good-looking, but strange. Girls came to the theatre hoping to get to know him, but none of them did. He always went home straight after the performance. On Sundays, his one day off, he went out walking alone for hours. Then she realized. So many men who had fought in the war were damaged. Not always on the outside with a shorter leg or a missing arm. but inside, in their minds. That would explain why Dan could sit hour after hour mending clocks and watches. It would also explain why he was so good at pretending to be other people on stage, because he was not happy being himself.
Listen, Lucy. I have something to tell you.
Chapter 40. Blocking. Blocking. Process of arranging moves to be made by the actors. Alison was sitting in her garden. She was not alone. Rodney Milner sat beside her, shooing away a wasp that buzzed near Alison's hair and made her squeal. He gave me a quick smile as he stood up.
I'll fetch another chair. Take mine, Mrs. Shackleton.
Save me from this wasp! Alison shrieked, ducking her head as it returned. I waited until Rodney was out of earshot. How are you feeling, Alison? Far from the wan, worn-out creature of yesterday, she looked a picture of health. I ache all over, she complained. Mother thinks I'm tired from the play. She glanced quickly at the house, as though half expecting her mother to be spying through the window and lip-reading. Any repercussions from your episode with Madame Gertz? None. She gave a sigh of relief. So I suppose that means... It means you need to see a doctor without delay. The wasp returned. Alison flicked a handkerchief at it. When it flew away, she beamed at me. I've told Rodney, she whispered quickly. He says, confound the mourning period. He'll marry me by special license. I smiled. There you are. What did Gypsy Kate predict? And you didn't even have to buy my lucky heather. She returned my smile, reached out and gave my hand a squeeze. I haven't told my mother yet. We're going to wait until after Mr. Milner's funeral to show respect. But I'm glad you called. It was so good that you came to the Gertzes yesterday. When I think what could have happened... Try not to think about it. Write to me when you have a bouncing baby. One of the photographic magazines has a happy family competition. I will do you a family portrait and use it as my entry. How does that suit? Alison gave a pretend pout. Oh dear, I should hate for us to lose or get the booby prize. Rodney appeared from the back of the house, carrying 2 more deck chairs.
Your mother will be out shortly.
He looked questioningly from Alison to me as he unfolded the canvas chair. Alison's told me, I said. I wish you both much happiness.
Thank you.
He placed his chair next to Alison and reached for her hand. Now I need your help. Lucy is still missing. You must have some idea where I could look for her.
Gosh,
Rodney said, biting his lip.
I don't know where she could have got to. Does Muriel know?
I have a feeling Muriel will have taken the train to Manchester yesterday evening.
Lucy is invincible, Rodney said. I'm sure she'll be all right wherever she is.
Rodney, she has not been seen since she left the Gertz house late on Friday evening. It's now Sunday. The police want to talk to her. Everyone else has been interviewed. I haven't, Alison said. You will be. The implications of this made Alison's lower lip quiver. Rodney reassured her. My impatience rose. That is the trouble with lovers. They cannot see beyond their own cocoon. Will you two please just think for a moment? Is there anywhere she may have gone to hide? Hide? They said in unison. Yes. I didn't want to tell you this, and I hope you'll keep it to yourselves. I gave Alison a look. There are some things best not talked about. You can rely on us, Alison said, looking to Rodney for confirmation. He nodded agreement.
Of course. Lucy's our friend.
I have reason to believe... Listen to yourself, I thought. You're beginning to sound like a policeman. Lucy sent her grandfather a ransom note demanding money. She's pretending to have been kidnapped. Unexpectedly, Rodney started to laugh. Rodney! Alison rebuked him sharply, a slap of the wrist in her voice. No, but it's just like her, Rodney said. I could just imagine that, and the poor old boy probably doesn't have a bean. How much is she asking for? Never mind that now, but Dylan helped her, and he is in the infirmary, so it is important that I find her. Do you have any idea where she may have gone to hide? Alison looked at Rodney, willing him to be the one to come up with an answer. He obliged. When we rehearsed, going out as our characters, there was a spot, wasn't there, Alison? Alison blushed. You mean? Yes. For a moment they forgot my presence and gazed at each other. Rodney continued. We were supposed to meet Lucy and Dylan, only we were late, and they didn't wait. Where was this? I took out my notebook. The Wasp returned. Rodney picked up the Sunday paper and swatted it away. Out on Stonehook Road. Way past the park, just an open area of ground where visitors don't go. We didn't want to make spectacles of ourselves, you see. Alison gazed at him dreamily. There's a stream, a meadow. It was supposed to be the chapel picnic from the story of Anna of the Five Towns. We had a lovely picnic, Alison said. Lucy and Dylan missed it because they went off on their own. You tell her, Rodney. You can describe it better. They went into an old tower, an abandoned windmill or a folly, I don't know. They pretended it was the premises of Price and Company. In the play, you know, Alison added, Willie Price's father falls behind with the rent. Rodney said, Dylan told me that Lucy took a great fancy to the tower. Dylan planned to tell Mr. Crocker about the place, so that they could find out who owned it, and perhaps Crocker and Company would get the business, seeing who might want to buy it, or the land. Alison smiled. Lucy said he must do no such thing. She would buy it when she became rich and famous. Or she would use it as a hideaway. Where is it? Do you know Stonehook Road? Rodney asked. That was where Dylan had come off his bike. I handed Rodney my notebook. Would you draw me a map? She won't be there, Alison said. Not in a million years. It's horrible and smelly. Dylan said so. Is there anywhere else that you can think of, Alison? I asked. She shook her head. Then this is worth a try. Do you want me to come with you? Rodney asked, looking up from his sketch, showing no great enthusiasm. Of course not. Stay with Alison. You've both been through far too much. At that moment, Mrs. Hart toddled from her front door. Mrs. Shackleton, I do hope you've come to join us for Sunday dinner. I leapt to my feet, ready for the off. No, this is just a flying visit, Mrs. Hart. Was your church fete a success? It was indeed. The fallen women have a lot to be grateful for. Her hand flew to her mouth as she realized her faux pas in mentioning fallen women in the presence of a gentleman. She drew me aside to the shade of the pergola. Unable to resist, she deadheaded a faded white rose. Poor Rodney. I insisted that Alison telephone and ask him over for Sunday dinner. You're very welcome to stay yourself, Mrs. Shackleton. A roast would always offer another slice. Thank you, but my mother will be coming over and meeting me at the hotel. Otherwise, I would have loved to. Some other time? Over her mother's shoulder, Alison made great eyes at me, demanding silence. That irritated me. Rodney, dear, would you be kind enough to take my chair into the shade of the pergola? This sun is rather too much. Mrs. Hart was a woman in need of a son-in-law. The alacrity with which Rodney complied showed that she had found one. Before he obliged her, he returned my notebook. I made my goodbyes. Alison walked me to the gate. "When Dylan comes out of the infirmary, I think he'll be in need of his friends," I said. "Don't forget him, will you?" Alison smiled. "Of course not. I think those of us who are in Anna of the Five Towns will always have something a little special between us." You certainly will, I thought. Murder, blackmail, pregnancy, an engagement, extortion. And just in case I don't find Lucy in the tower, is there anyone else she might have confided in? Can't think of anyone, Alison pouted. She didn't confide in me about her ransom plan. I should have told her not to be so silly. Alison closed the gate. As I walked toward my car, she called, "Of course there is Dan Root. He walked her home most nights, but I don't see her confiding in him. He's a funny chap." I took a couple of steps back towards her. "Funny in what way?" "Oh, for instance today, he'll be at some church or chapel, nobody will know which. He's tried them all, from All Saints on Harlow Hill to the Railway Gospel Mission Hall. That's why he was so good at playing the preacher, if you ask me. He's listened to them by the cartload." As I followed Rodney's perfect map and found my way to Stonehook Road, I thought about Dan Root. No Church of England congregation would suit him, draped with its Union flags and banners. Wesleyan hymns would not be to the taste of a Boer boy, a young man, loose in the world with his watchmaker's case and his family Bible. Again, I asked myself the question, how and why did he find his way to Harrogate? Chapter 41. Barbell. Barbell. Warning, the interval will end shortly. Rodney's map gave no idea of distance. The landmarks were an abandoned cottage, the brow of a hill, and a clump of trees. I was to look out for a round tower. Hoping the small copse that came into view was the clump of trees Rodney had mentioned, I slowed down. Soon I had to gather power for a hill. He had not mentioned how the road twisted and turned. Small wonder poor Dylan had been thrown off his bike. More trees, then, sure enough, the tower came into view. I pulled in at the roadside. Someone had walked across the meadow, flattening grass and flowers in a straight line between hedgerow and tower. The scent of grass and clover made thoughts of Ransom's seem madly melodramatic. The tower gave off such a forbidding silence that surely no one could be in there. The heavy door creaked open. It smelled damp and stale. The stink of rat's urine and rotting vegetation rose in a dizzying perfume from the deep drop below broken floorboards. The place was dangerous. It should be razed to the ground or boarded up and padlocked. Only someone young and romantic would see enchantment here. I wanted to call Lucy's name, but something about the atmosphere silenced me. Foot on the first shaky step, I began to climb as quietly as I could. If I surprised her, she would have no time to gather her thoughts and come up with some cock-and-bull story. It took a little while to become accustomed to the gloom. Straight stairs, with one tread missing, led to a first floor. An old blanket lay in a crumpled heap in the centre of the circular room. At the foot of the spiral staircase that must lead to the top of the tower, I paused. A voice broke the silence, a man's voice. One or two more steps, and I could begin to make out the words. Was he talking to himself? No. He must be talking to Lucy, but she was not responding. A feeling of panic tightened my heart. Another step. I could hear his words clearly now. But surely he must hear my breath, and the pounding in my heart, the throbbing in my temples that sounded as loud as a train. I took a few deep breaths. Don't panic. Of everyone that might have been an ally of Lucy in her little game, Dan Root had not been near the top of the list. He had at first seemed aloof and self-contained, above the petty concerns of other mortals, until I realized that he listened in to what went on in the Wolfendales' flat. Being in the dark about so much made me feel like a mole crawling through an earth tunnel. But when I raised my eyes, the light from the top of the tower urged me on. First, I listened. Dan said,
"I decided to kill him because of what he did."
His voice was entirely at odds with the words. He spoke with reassurance, a hot water bottle of kindness in his tone. Silence from Lucy. Was he talking to a corpse? A confession of murder could not safely be made to a living, breathing human being. Dan said simply,
"I hated him."
Still no answering word. I could tiptoe away. I could hurry back the way I had come and fetch help. But why should I be afraid of a man who had sat on the wall and talked to me in such an ordinary, everyday kind of way, who had let me try his eyeglass, and who mended clocks and watches with such skill and care, love even? It occurred to me that I was doing to Dan Root what he had done to the captain, listening with rapt attention. Had he listened because he was obsessed with Lucy? After the performance of Anna of the Five Towns, he had walked Miss Fell home, a perfect alibi. Then he had gone back and murdered Milner for pestering his true love, for wanting her. And now what? There was the smallest sound. It could have been the words, "Help me." "Sykes, where are you now?" I asked. What is the point of having an assistant if when you need him most he is 20-odd miles away tending an allotment? Nothing for it but to press on. "Hello," I called as I climbed the last few stairs to the parapet. "Is anyone there?" I asked, hoping to allay the suspicion that I had heard a confession of murder. "I hope the view will be worth it," I said, trying for a light-hearted tone as I came onto the parapet. The first sight of Lucy startled me into freezing on the spot. She was seated, facing me, her back to the wall, legs outstretched. She looked exhausted and dishevelled. Her ankle was swollen to tree-trunk size. Her face was hot and red from the sun, yet she had a blanket draped round her shoulders. Dan Root sat in a similar position. He was to my left, which was why I did not see him straight away. The sun played on his broad, handsome face and lit his mop of fair hair.
"Come and join us, Mrs. Shackleton."
He waved me in.
"Will you sit by Lucy or near me?"
"Lucy, what happened? You look terrible." She glared at me. "Who asked you here? Can't a person have a little privacy?" "Charming." I turned to Dan. "What's going on? I heard the two of you talking just now." I kept my voice light and even, not wanting to give away that Dan's words had shaken me, that it had sounded like an admission of murder. Dan shrugged.
"You tell her, Lucy."
Lucy made no attempt to speak. I stood over her. In my schoolteacher's voice I said, "You owe me an explanation. I was the one who carried the lying message to your grandfather on Friday night."
"And she does know all about your ransom notes," Dan said. "Your grandfather asked her to find you."
Lucy glared at me. "Why did you have to stick your nose in?" I sat down beside Lucy. "That is what I do. I find people who have gone missing." "I'm not missing." She turned her attention to Dan. "And how do you know about my notes, and where to find me? I didn't tell you what I planned to do."
"I guessed," Dan said, not very convincingly.
Neither of them moved from their positions. "Tell her how you really found out, Dan. I expect you listened in while she and Dylan were upstairs from you, plotting this grand adventure." Dan shrugged, obviously not willing to admit to Lucy that he had eavesdropped. I wondered how I could ever have thought him attractive. He looked sulky, like some boy caught with his fingers in the sugar. He was not going to own up to his sneaky ways. I turned to Lucy. "Inspector Charles of Scotland Yard wants to talk to you, Lucy." Lucy groaned. "Why is everything going wrong?" "And the inspector knows I'm here," I added for good measure and self-protection. Dan glared at me. "If that is supposed to be a threat, then I am quaking in my boots." "It means you better not try anything silly." "I hate that word," Dan said. "Silly. It is overused by school teachers and people who like to make you feel small. Tell Mrs. Shackleton what I was saying, Lucy. I don't mind." "Oh, shut up, for heaven's sake," Lucy said. She looked like someone suffering from shipwreck. "I think I've broken my ankle." She licked her lips. "I probably won't hold out till Monday. That's when I told him I'd collect the money, give him time to go to the bank or round with the begging bowl somewhere or other." She sighed. "Do you have any sweets on you, Mrs. Shackleton?" "You're throwing in the towel pretty quickly," Dan said. "You won't earn any medals." He stood up. I did not like the way Dan Root edged to the door. It looked as if he intended to stop any attempts to leave. If he had confessed to murder, perhaps Lucy would not get a new life, or any life at all. Neither would I. In my most confident manner, I said, "You have a choice, Lucy. Come home now and get tidied up. Let's bandage that ankle." "What is the other choice?" "The alternative is to wait for the police to come and find you." "Everything's gone wrong," Lucy wailed. "And it was such a good plan." "My plan isn't going very well either." I seized the moment. "Time to go." I stood up and held out my hands. "Take the weight on your good ankle. Put an arm around my shoulder." Dan watched us for a moment as Lucy struggled to her feet. Then he stepped across, picked her up as though she were an infant, and carried her down the stairs. I hurried after them with a sudden fear of being left behind, locked in the tower. A strange trio, we trod across the meadow to the hedge. "There's a gap somewhere," Lucy said. "It will save you lifting me over the gate." "I know," Dan said. He found the gap and made straight for my car. "Hold on," I said. "Slide Lucy in first. You can get in the back, Dan." But Dan turned away. By the time I started the motor, he had climbed on his bike and sped off down the hill towards Harrogate. Had he murdered Milner? I glanced at Lucy as she grimaced in pain. She looked a mess, and she was still beautiful. There was a mark on the bodice of her dress. It looked like blood. "Lucy, what was Dan saying to you before I arrived?" Chapter 42. Curtain Call. My sense of direction had deserted me. I found myself on the far side of the Stray, behind a chauffeur-driven family who had instructed their driver to go at 2 miles an hour. If at a disadvantage, pretend that you know what you're doing. "I'm driving you to the infirmary, Lucy. They can take a look at your ankle." "No, I just want to go home. Look at the state of me. I'd be embarrassed to go in the infirmary." She had refused to say what Dan had been talking about earlier. All that I could get out of her was that he was just trying to make her feel better about things. When I asked what things, she simply said, "Oh, Mr. Milner and everything, and me wanting to get away." I would take her home and let her and Dan Root explain themselves to Inspector Charles. She waved her arm. "It was left, Mrs. Shackleton. You should have turned left there." "All right, don't yell. I'll turn left at the next corner." She glared at the meandering visitors. "Look at them gawping at everything and everyone." That's what people do on a Sunday. Stupid idiots. I used to like to give visitors the wrong directions if one of them asked me the way. Why? I asked. It amused me. That's why people come here, to shop and to be amused. Well, some of them can amuse me. I thought visitors came here for their health. That's the old ones who always want everything to be like before. Before what? Oh, you know. She put on a shaky voice, full of regret, imitating some old person. If we still had King Edward, and we hadn't had that war, everything would have been all right. In her own voice, she said, Now it's left, now! Dan had made quick progress on his bike. I did not overtake him until we reached Leeds Road. I sounded the horn and waved, acting as if I had not heard him confessing to murder in the tower. What had he been telling Lucy that she was so cagey about? Why had he stayed at the top of the tower with her, instead of helping her down straight away? Good, Lucy said. We'll be there before him. I don't want to be shown up by him thinking he has to carry me in, having the neighbours staring. Seeing how much trouble you've caused, you are just a little too full of yourself, Lucy Wolfendale. She let out an angry growl. I'm fed up to the back teeth. Everything's gone wrong. I refrained from saying that the weekend had not gone according to plan for Lawrence Milner either. We drove back to St. Clement's Road in silence. I stopped the car outside number 29. Captain Wolfendale stood in the window next to the suit of armour. A second later, he was gone. The front door flew open. He hurried down the steps.
Lucy!
The captain helped her from the car.
What's happened to you?
He thanked me over and over while trying to support Lucy up the front steps. I'm all right. Don't make such a fuss, Grandad. Just let me lean on your arm. The captain shook his head despairingly as he helped Lucy into the house.
You look as if you slept in a hedge. Where have you been?
He led her into the flat. Slowly, she crossed the room, holding on to furniture and her grandfather. She dropped heavily into the velvet chair. He found a footstool for her.
Better raise that leg.
She smiled sweetly. Thank you, Grandad. I've had a terrible time, and I'm so hungry. The captain jumped to it. He disappeared into the kitchen. I perched on the arm of the leather chair. As soon as he returned, I would go. A few moments later, he reappeared with a glass of water and a hunk of bread spread with dripping. His initial relief at seeing Lucy safe and sound had evaporated. He was frowning and short of breath. Thanks. Lucy bit into the bread. With her mouth full, she said, Mrs. Shackleton, you were a nurse. Yes. This was not the moment for disclaimers or provisos. I know I've been a bit rude to you, but do you think you could tell me, have I broken my ankle? It looks like a sprain. I turned to the captain. Do you have a crepe bandage? The pleasure and relief at seeing Lucy safely home now turned to anger.
Ankle? Crepe bandage?
He did something approaching a Mad Morris man dance.
2 ransom notes, written by you, sending me half mad. What's your explanation?
Lucy spoke to me. First aid box is on the shelf in the hall. The old man had aged since I saw him first on Friday night. He had helped Lucy into the house with a small burst of energy. Now his breathing was heavy and he could not keep still.
Have you nothing to say, Lucy?
Lucy stared at him. I don't suppose you've ever done anything wrong in your life. I don't suppose you ever needed to get money to do something you desperately wanted to do. The captain stared at her, his mouth open. Suddenly he seemed to shrink from her, as from a monster. You always told me I'd have a legacy. They no longer noticed me. When I came back with the bandage, dripping from the bread had dribbled onto Lucy's chin. She wiped at it, but only succeeded in smearing it across her face. "I asked you nicely, Grandad. I asked you for my inheritance, but no, you wouldn't give me a penny. You forced me into this." For 2 pins I would have left them to claw at each other, but the nurse in me could not leave the ankle untended. The captain watched as I applied the bandage. He said gruffly, "The police want to talk to you, Lucy. There was a nasty incident after the theatre on Friday night concerning Mr. Milner." Lucy gulped. "I've nothing to say to them. I don't care that Mr. Milner's dead, but I didn't stab him." The captain stared at me. I refused to catch his eye. In a low voice he said, "How do you know he is dead?" Her eyes darted from the captain to me and back to him. "Dan told me he was murdered, and I'm not sorry about it. He disgusted me." For a moment no one spoke. If the souls of the dead hover to watch the effect of their departure on the living, Milner would be in torment. His son, his housekeeper, the girl he dreamed of possessing, none mourned his passing. The captain sat down on the chair arm beside Lucy. His voice came out in a whisper. "Did Mr. Root tell you that Milner was stabbed?" "I don't know." She bit into her bread, chewed and swallowed. "Well, he would be, wouldn't he? Or shot or something." This time I did catch the captain's look. He stood up and walked into the kitchen. I followed him along the dim hallway. He held onto the kitchen table for a moment before sitting down heavily. I took the seat opposite him. "I talked to the police earlier," he said. "They came to find me because Milner and I were comrades in the Boer War." "Did they tell you the cause of death?" The captain shook his head. I waited for him to ask me whether Milner had been stabbed. He did not. He knew without my having to say. He folded his hands and looked down at them, as though he had never seen hands before. "What will happen now?" "She will be interviewed." My mind was racing. Either Lucy had murdered Milner, or someone had told her that he was stabbed. That was possible. Dillon might have told her, if he got as far as seeing her yesterday, or it could have been Dan. The police wanted to keep information back, but they were not always successful in doing so. All it would take would be an early morning cleaner with sharp ears and a wagging tongue, and the information would be out. The overheard conversation from the tower came back to me. Dan Root saying to Lucy, "I hated him," and "I decided to kill him because of what he did." "What are you thinking?" the captain asked. When I found Lucy, Mr. Root was already there. I wonder exactly what he said to her. "We can ask her again," the captain said eagerly, making as if to leave the kitchen. "No. If we go back into your living room, Dan Root will listen in. He has a device that he uses to eavesdrop on the conversations you have." The captain stopped in his tracks. He looked at me in amazement and then sat down again. "The sneaky blighter! Why would he do that?" "Captain, does the name Binderman mean anything to you?" "Binderman? I don't think so." It was the name I had seen in Dan Root's Bible. A person who travels light would not normally carry a Bible that belonged to a family other than his own. I think Dan Root is not his real name. I believe he is Afrikaans. Try and recall. Is there anyone of that name, Binderman, who might bear you or Mr. Milner a grudge?" At first the captain shook his head, and then a flicker of remembrance changed his expression. "Yes, it comes back to me now. During the Boer War, we had to herd the civilians into camps. Nasty, but no choice about it. They gave succor to the enemy, you see. We had to burn them out of their farms.
There was someone of that name. She was an Englishwoman, married to a Boer, rebellious type. You had to admire them in some ways. Brother Boer came all the way to the camp. We suspected her of passing them food, not that there was much to pass. And sabotage. She had a hand in that. The captain... The thing is, she died under detention. But I don't see what...
Who was in charge of the camp?
The senior officer, of course.
You? He hesitated before answering, yes. I gazed at him steadily. If I were right, and he were an impostor, what a strain it must have been all these years, waking every day, wondering would he be found out. Did Mrs. Binderman have a son?
She had children. I remember that.
A son?
Do you know, I think she did. 2 of her children died. I felt sorry for her. And there was a boy. I remember because the schoolteacher made something of a pet of him. Took him to Cape Town when the camp closed.
A piece of the jigsaw fell into place. For the captain also. His breathing became more rapid. He wiped a hand across his forehead.
You have it, Mrs. Shackleton. Root was too good to be true. The perfect tenant. Polite, rent on time, walking Lucy home from rehearsals, and all the while...
All the while what? I wondered. What wrong had Milner done to this young man? What puzzled me was that if Dan Root had arrived in Harrogate intending harm to Milner and the captain, he had taken a long time about it. You had better tell me everything, Captain. So far I've had less than half a story from you. I've had to work out a great deal for myself.
What are you hinting at? I've been entirely candid, madam.
His voice carried no conviction. He knew the game was up. I wanted to know the connection between him and Milner. I wanted to test my hunch that the man opposite me, his hand trembling slightly, was not who he claimed to be. Who came to Harrogate first? I asked in a light, conversational tone. You or Mr. Milner?
I did.
Milner and Son. That sort of company would require capital. Where did he get the money to start his business? The captain took out a handkerchief and blew his nose. Clearly, he did not intend to answer. Will you let me ask a different question, Captain?
Very well. Only because you have brought Lucy back.
He was trying to put on a brave face, but I felt sure would have ordered me out if he felt secure enough to do so. Did Mr. Milner come to Harrogate because you were here?
Yes, if you must know.
I barked out one more question. Army number. He rattled off his number. Thank you, Sergeant Lambton. It was not quite a shot in the dark, but my jab hit home. The captain would never turn pale, but a little colour drained from his round, ruddy cheeks.
What are you driving at?
That you impersonated the captain and took over this house and his inheritance. He seemed to weigh up what I had said, looking me in the eye.
You won't be able to prove it.
Perhaps, perhaps not.
You're too clever for your own good.
He lowered his head.
Only one other person knew.
2 people knew. Mr. Milner, who blackmailed you, and Dan Root, whom I suspect became very confused when he came to find the captain and found you. He closed his eyes for a moment and bit his lip. This is the moment he must have dreaded, ever since he claimed another man's inheritance, another man's life.
How did you work it out? He asked quietly.
You gave lots of hints yourself. He shook his head.
No, never did.
It seemed an incongruous conversation to be having at a kitchen table on a Sunday afternoon. When you told me about the war and your part in it, you said, That was all so long ago. I was a different person then." "You really were. A different man. And your photographs confirmed it for me." "I have never understood why some chaps have prominent Adam's apple and others none at all. Just one of nature's little variations. I saw a photograph of Miss Wolfendale's nephew as a young man. His throat was smooth as a girl's." His hand went to his throat. "That's nothing to go on." He looked slightly sick and uncertain. I guessed that he had forgotten how to be his old self. Young Roland Wolfendale had a longish face, like his aunt. Miss Fell has a photograph. You have, or had until your bonfire yesterday, a photograph of the two of you together, wearing your caps and badges. Side by side. It is very clear who is the captain and who is the sergeant." He wet his lips, and for a moment looked as though he would protest. When he did not, I continued. "Two uniforms in your room upstairs, one with a captain's pips, the other with a sergeant's stripes. Two sets of discharge papers. I wasn't able to learn anything of the Batman's service record, but Wolfendale was not married, and Army tittle-tattle names him as a ladies' man." He gave a bitter sound that could be taken as a laugh. "Oh, he was that all right." "Unlike you. You confessed you were at a loss in dealing with women and girls. Besides, not many officers would admit that their Batman should have received the honor of a VC. But of course, you were the Batman, Mr. Lambton. Or would you prefer I continue to call you Captain?" He stood up quickly, holding on to the back of the chair. "I must lock the front door. If Root killed Milner, I could be next. If this is some vendetta—" I walked out of the kitchen with him and along the hall. "Captain, what wrong did Milner do to Mrs. Binderman that her son would want to murder him?" "None that I know of." "When Dan listened in, would he have discovered that Milner was blackmailing you, had blackmailed you out of everything you falsely inherited?" He hesitated. "You can't prove anything." "No. You made sure of that when you destroyed your papers and photographs. But you and Lucy could be in danger. Please tell me the truth." A shudder went through his frame. Just as yesterday, he seemed on the point of suffering a seizure. I moved a hand to touch him, to steady him, but he shook me off. "If you are right, and he listened in to what passed between me and Milner, he would know that Milner came to Harrogate to bleed me dry, and that having taken every penny, he wanted Lucy." "And what is Lucy to you? Is she really your granddaughter, Mr. Lambton?" After an endless pause, he sighed. "She is nothing to me, and she is everything. She is Captain Wolfendale's illegitimate daughter, by a schoolteacher, Miss Marshall, born on the crossing from Cape Town." Another part of the puzzle fell into place. "Is this the same schoolteacher you spoke of, who made a pet of young Binderman, or Dan Root?" "She must have been his starting point for tracing me." It wasn't so much fear in his eyes as some emotion I could not quite fathom. He looked like a man whose chickens have all come home to roost at once, and have dropped a message he does not understand slap bang on the smooth crown of his head. Finally he said, "Young Dan Binderman was orphaned. His father killed in the war. His mother died in the punishment cage. Put there by Captain Wolfendale. The schoolteacher planned to adopt the boy. The poor fool, she thought Wolfendale would marry her." So Dan Root was the nearest Lucy had to a brother. Had he come to Harrogate out of love or hate, or both? Chapter 43. Limelight. Limelight, brilliant white light from lime or calcium flare, used for beams of sun, moon, or lamplight. I walked down the front steps of 29 St. Clement's Road, ready to fulfill my obligation to Inspector Charles and tell him that Miss Wolfendale was at home and available for interview. After that, I would banish all thoughts of crime and detection and escape to the hotel to meet my mother. It was not to be, or at least not yet. When I went outside, Dan Root was sitting in the driving seat of my Jowett. In a flat, matter-of-fact voice, as if he jumped into other people's cars all the time, he said, "I would very much like to go for a drive." Was this an admirer's opening gambit, or was he trying to prevent me from telling Inspector Charles about Lucy? Some other time, perhaps. He slid across to the passenger seat. "Will you give me a lift to police headquarters?" "Why?" "Because you're going there, I think. And wouldn't you like the notoriety of delivering up Milner's killer? After all, you found the body. It would be a nice touch of symmetry." Put like that, it was difficult to refuse, but I hesitated. What kind of trick was he pulling? "Come, Mrs. Shackleton. I'm sure you heard me confess when you arrived at the tower." "No," I said too quickly. He smiled sweetly, held out empty hands, and made a fist of turning out his pockets to show he carried no weapons. "You're not afraid of me, are you?" "Of course not," I lied. "Push up a bit." I climbed into the car next to someone who was cold-bloodedly sane or barking mad. Which? To whom am I giving a lift? Dan Root or Dan Binderman? "You're clever, Mrs. Shackleton. Or nosy." "Both, I'd have said. Like you." "Root was the name Miss Marshall gave me. She was the schoolteacher who adopted me. She thought I would put down roots in England." "And do you think you ever will?" "Not now. Not after having killed Lawrence Milner." Everything was so Sunday afternoon normal. A nursemaid wheeled a pram in the direction of the little park. A young couple with a child and a dog in tow strolled arm in arm. "How did you find your way to Harrogate, Dan?" I asked in a conversational tone as I turned the motor around and drove along St. Clement's Road. "It took some doing. I found out from Miss Marshall that the captain was in London, and then that he'd gone to Harrogate. It took a lot of searching, asking questions, making up stories to get information." "Why did you come here?" "I wanted to kill the captain, to avenge my mother. I'd vowed to do it as a boy, that I would remember his face, that he would die for what he did. Of course, he was already dead, and Lambton wore his shoes." He took out a cigarette. Shielding it from the breeze, he struck a couple of matches and lit it on the second attempt. "Don't ask me too many questions. Let me have a pleasant last drive, at least. It's not you I'm confessing to." Dan took out his watch for a quick glance. I wondered, had he decided on a time limit, that he would make his confession to murder by a certain hour? He returned the watch to his waistcoat pocket and sat back in a relaxed manner, looking all around him as though savouring his last moments of freedom. As luck would have it, we found ourselves on the Leeds Road behind a Boys' Brigade brass band who were playing Look for the Silver Lining. "I could turn off and do a detour," I said, thinking aloud. "No, it's all right." Dan puffed on his cigarette and spoke almost cheerfully. "This is an important journey for me, my last as a free man. I like the idea of its being something of an occasion, serenaded down the road in good company." The band marched on to West Park and then on to the Stray. I parked at the corner opposite the Prince of Wales Hotel. Dan stepped out slowly, as though suddenly having second thoughts. He took a deep breath and threw back his shoulders. The Boys' Brigade band had 2 collectors, one in the front and one pulling up the rear. Dan slid a hand in his pocket and brought out a coin. It jingled as it fell into the box. I wanted to speak, but could not find words. He said,
"There's no need for you to come any further. Thank you for bringing me. I should have been sorry to hang without ever having ridden in a motor car."
He took my hand solemnly, and then crossed the road, almost ending his life there and then as a horse-drawn carriage was overtaken by one of those 8-horsepower Coventry Premiers. I waited, and then followed at a discreet distance. In the hotel, head high, Dan spoke briefly to the doorman, and then walked up the stairs and along the corridor hung with its pictures of old Harrogate. He did not see me as he opened the door and turned into the room with trestle tables. I walked along the same corridor, glancing at the old coach-house scenes on the walls, wondering what it is that makes us look over our shoulders all the time, as though we are caught with invisible threads to a past that never quite was what it should have been, and we would like to try again. I tapped on the inspector's door. No answer. It would not be a good idea to follow Dan. At the reception desk, I asked when the inspector would be back. No one knew. Nothing for it but to wait. I took a seat in the lobby, on a small sofa, keeping to one side, as though to give the impression I expected company. Normally I would be happy to sit and watch the world go by, speculating on passers-by. This time I felt heavy and weighed down by feelings I could not quite define. Yes, I had overheard Dan confessing to Lucy that he had killed. But it did not seem to fit. He had harboured his vengeful intentions for years, and yet now he was confessing to having quite deliberately walked back to town after escorting an old lady home, lying in wait for Milner, and killing him in cold blood. What had suddenly prompted him to act when he had procrastinated for so long? "There you are!" A whirlwind blew through the lobby, her round, smiling face crowned by a beribboned picture hat. She wore a low-waisted, slip-over-type dress in silk crepe, the bodice and skirt panels embroidered in brilliant colours, scrolls and stars. My mother. "I might have known you'd be here." She sat down beside me, lowering her voice to a triumphant stage whisper. "The instant I heard that the police had taken over part of the Prince of Wales, I thought, I know where I'll find Kate. Look at you. Have you seen how lovely everyone looks out there? Why are you wearing a beige costume and those shoes?" "Hello, Mother." "Don't sound so pleased to see me. Have you had Sunday dinner?" "Not yet." "Darling, it's almost 2 o'clock. Back to the Grand with us, this instant. They are holding dinner. Your father is waiting." "I can't. I'm working." "What do you mean, you're working?" "Shush." A man and woman on their way to the lift turned to gaze in disapproval. There was only one type of work a woman alone in a hotel lobby could be engaged in. Fortunately, at that moment, Inspector Charles strolled through the entrance doors and spotted us. He made a beeline for me, raising his hat. "Mrs. Shackleton." "Mr. Charles." "Mother, this is Inspector Charles of Scotland Yard. My mother, Mrs. Hood." "Marcus Charles at your service. Delighted to meet you." It was exactly the kind of response my mother loves. She gave her winning smile. "Sometimes, Lady Virginia. This is Harrogate, after all. One's title is allowed an outing here, I think." I suppressed a groan. "My daughter has over-democratic sympathies, but really, Kate, a title will get us far better treatment in the spa, believe me." "Mother, I need to talk to Inspector Charles now. Please tell Dad I will come if I can. Otherwise I will call and see him next weekend." "And what about—" "I'll see you this evening. Promise." Inspector Charles took in the situation at great speed. He motioned to one of his men who was beside us in an instant.
"MacDonald here will escort you back to your hotel, Lady Virginia."
"Thank you, but I have a car waiting."
"Then would you oblige me by letting me give you and your daughter supper this evening at your hotel?"
Mother looked from him to me and back again.
"That would be delightful. Would 9 o'clock suit?"
"Yes."
"I look forward to it."
She leaned towards me for a kiss on the cheek, and then was gone. The inspector lowered himself onto the sofa beside me.
"You have news for me?"
"Lucy Wolfendale is at home now. She has a swollen ankle, but apart from that is all right, and could be interviewed."
"Thank you."
"And one other thing. Dan Root, he lives in the flat below the Wolfendales, and played 3 roles in Anna of the Five Towns."
"Versatile chap."
"Yes, an exceedingly good amateur actor. He's with one of your officers now, confessing to the murder of Lawrence Milner."
"What? But my men saw him earlier."
He shook his head and gazed at me in amazement.
"You've cracked it again. Do you have some kind of sixth sense?"
He looked almost elated. I felt entirely miserable. This doesn't make any kind of sense to me. The inspector practically rocked on his toes in his eagerness to get to Dan.
"Do you mind waiting a little longer, Mrs. Shackleton? I should like to hear how you reeled this chap in."
I watched the inspector disappear upstairs, wondering just who had done the reeling in, Dan or me. I plumped for Dan. Chapter 44. Get Out. Get Out. Dismantling and packing up the set. For 20 minutes I stuck limpet-like to my sofa in the lobby of the Prince of Wales Hotel, pretending to read the Sunday paper, alert to the comings and goings from the first floor. As the inspector came down the stairs, he caught my eye. I folded the newspaper carefully as he crossed the lobby. The man in the chair nearest to me put down his book, pricked up his ears, and stared. Police activity had aroused a good deal of interest. The inspector gave nothing away by his look or a word. "Shall we go?" he said pleasantly. As we left the hotel, he shot me a quick, concerned look.
"I'd very much like you to be with me on this next interview, if you feel up to it."
My whole body felt somehow dried out. My eyes itched, my mouth felt dry, there was a prickling on my skin, and a faint feeling of nausea. The day did not feel real. It was a carousel of uncertainty.
"You have a car, I think," he said.
"Yes."
"I still want to talk to Lucy Wolfendale," he said quietly. "Do you feel up to driving? It may be kind not to arrive at 29 St. Clement's Road in a police car."
We walked to my car. He climbed into the passenger seat without a murmur about Dan Root's confession.
"Are you all right?" he said, when I did not start the car.
"No. I have just spent the morning with a man whom I then drove to your rooms to let him confess to murder, and you haven't said a dickey-bird. I have to know." He sighed.
"Dan Root had a good deal of information about the killing, tells a persuasive tale, and has the impeccable motive of coming between a lecher and a young lady he's fond of. But he didn't do it. I got the impression that he wished he had. One motive is usually enough, but he had 2. Says he cared for Lucy and warned Milner to keep away from her, then stabbed him. Says Milner was a soldier in the Boer camp where his mother died, and he bore a grudge."
"Isn't that good enough?"
"Root fought in the Great War. He's as British as I am, though he might not like it. He's wasted an hour of my men's time."
"How can you be sure?"
"He claimed to have used a kitchen knife, Knew nothing about the parked car or the damage to it. I've told the sergeant to let him stew for another half-hour and then send him on his way. I'll deal with him later. My interest at the moment is in talking to Miss Lucy Wolfendale."
"You suspect her?"
"I want to talk to her, that's all."
I started the car, suddenly not fully trusting myself to drive. A pressure in my head made me feel my brain would burst. I took a few deep breaths and drew away from the curb. We drove in silence, thoughts spinning in my head. If Dan Root were not guilty and he was protecting Lucy, then what they must have been talking about in the tower was her having killed Milner. And Dan could have been offering some understanding, saying that he himself had once intended to kill. Engrossed in my thoughts, I almost passed the end of St. Clement's Road. I would have liked to have driven on and away and out of all this mess. I signalled right and turned. By now I was heartily sick of this road and the sight of shabby number 29. If I never saw it again, that would be too soon. The main door was open. I tapped and entered the Wolfendale flat. Miss Fell was seated in the captain's chair. She held a finger to her lips and came towards us.
"Lucy's sleeping. The captain has gone out. He said he may be some time."
"Miss Fell, this is Inspector Charles of Scotland Yard. He needs to speak to Lucy. I know it's a shame to wake her."
"Scotland Yard?"
Miss Fell's eyes widened.
"Perhaps you and I could have a brief word, Miss Fell, while Mrs. Shackleton rouses Miss Wolfendale."
He led Miss Fell into the hall. As the inspector and Miss Fell left the room, I sat down in the chair opposite Lucy. She lay like Sleeping Beauty, waiting to be awoken by a prince. Still wearing Friday night's dress, she had a faintly earthy whiff about her from having slept in her clothes all weekend. She had managed to keep her ankle raised. On the low table beside her was an unappetizing jam sandwich. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked loudly. It struck 2:30. She opened her eyes. "You can eat that blackberry jam sandwich if you like. I'm not asleep. Auntie Ada fusses so much I had to shut her out." "What's that you have?" A fat envelope lay on her solar plexus. "Grandad gave it to me. It's a mass of money. Haven't counted it. If he'd done this on my 21st, as I asked, I could have saved myself an awful lot of trouble." "Where did he get it? How much?" "It's lots. Nice big fivers. He said it came from Mr. Milner. But how could it when Milner's dead?" She pushed it behind the cushion. "Why does the policeman want to talk to me?" "Why do you think?" "About Mr. Milner, I suppose. Does he think I stabbed him?" I was saved the trouble of answering. The inspector walked in, introducing himself. Lucy's manner changed. She stiffened and sat up. "I didn't do it," she said straight away. "He was a nasty man and I hated him, but I didn't kill him. Why should I? I want to go to drama school. I have a plan, and it did not include marrying or murdering anyone." She swung her legs to the floor and faced him, wincing in pain. He motioned me to stay in Wolfendale's big leather chair and brought a carver across, placing it between me and Lucy. "What happened to your ankle, Miss Wolfendale?" "I fell." She nodded towards me. "Oh, I expect she's told you about my little escapade. I know I shouldn't have done it." The inspector's attention remained on Lucy. "What escapade is that?" She looked at me in surprise and gratitude. "You didn't tell?" "No. Perhaps you should do that. And while you're about it, put your leg back on that footstool." There was something about Lucy that brought out a protective instinct in me. Now, of course, the inspector would wonder what else I had not told him. He showed great patience as he drew Lucy's story from her. He asked her about the play and the final performance on Friday evening.
Don't plays usually run to a Saturday? He asked disarmingly.
They do, but the Opera House is a professional theatre, and although they have a space for amateur groups to perform, they had a variety show touring in for the Saturday, and so we had to get out on Friday night, gather up all our props and costumes and so on.
What props did you have to carry?
I'd borrowed Auntie Ada's sewing box. My character Anna, she went without needle and thread to a sewing evening, and her friend provides her with what she needs. Alison Hart played my friend. Well, Alison's mother said she wasn't parting with her sewing box for love or money, and so I had to take one.
Tell me about that Friday night, after the performance.
As she spoke, she painted a picture of the party that I recognized. The admiration of the cast for Muriel, how she and the other young people formed a clique, the shy way in which Dillon stuck by her, how relieved she was when I kept Mr. Milner talking, and when Madame Gertz drew him away. She left the theatre at about 11:15 p.m. with Madame Gertz and Alison, and walked back with them to Madame Gertz's house. Rodney and his friend were with them. She went into the house for a few moments, left her props there, and then pretended that she would catch up with Rodney and his friend. Instead, she went to the backyard of Crocker and Company, where she had arranged to meet Dillon. When she heard another voice and recognized it as Monsieur Gertz, she hid in the outside lavatory until he had gone. Then Dillon got out his bike and cycled her to the tower. Just as the inspector was about to ask another question, we were interrupted by a loud knocking on the outside door. I stood up. I'll go. It was a short, stocky, plain-clothes policeman, a little out of breath. Inspector Charles here. I need to speak to him urgently. The inspector had heard and came out into the hall. I left him and the constable to talk and went back to Lucy. He's nice, she said, and I don't think he thinks I killed Mr. Milner. No. I had no idea what was going on in the inspector's mind. He likes you, she said confidently, trying to scratch her ankle under the bandage. The inspector likes you, Mrs. Shackleton. I can always tell. She dropped her voice to a whisper as he came back into the room. You like him, too. The inspector looked suddenly grey-faced and grim. He did not sit down, but gripped the back of the chair. I've sent the constable upstairs to tell Miss Fell something, but it's something very bad, Lucy, and you must know it first. Lucy ran her tongue around her lips. Is it Dillon? Has he died? He was only trying to help me. Not Dillon. Your grandfather. There is no easy way to say this. He is dead. No. He was here. Her eyes widened. She clenched her fists. He just came to our headquarters in the Prince of Wales. He made a confession to having killed Mr. Milner. She stared at him, her mouth open, as if she suspected this might be some horrible trick. Inspector Charles continued. From what your grandfather said, the details he gave, we have every reason to believe that he did murder Mr. Milner. Her head dropped forward. She began to shake convulsively. I feared she was about to have a fit. In movements that seemed like slow motion, I went across to her, sat on the arm of the chair and took hold of her. After a few moments, she stopped shaking. With tears on her cheeks, she looked up. But you said grandfather is dead, and now you say he is a killer? His look was full of compassion, his voice gentle. He brought with him a revolver. When he had signed the confession, he turned the revolver on himself. Lucy's voice was little more than a whisper. He wouldn't. Death was instant. He shot himself through the temple. I'm sorry, Miss Wolfendale. I shut my eyes, willing myself not to be sick. When I opened them, I looked at the photograph of Lucy that the captain had placed on the occasional table. There was the clearest thumb mark where he had held it while admiring my photographic skill and Lucy's translucent beauty. It shook me to the core to think that when I had come in here late that evening after the theatre, after sitting in the police station giving my story, the captain had blood on his hands. Coolly, he had handed me the telegram from Sykes about Mrs. de Vries and her address. Unblinking, he had, the next morning, sought my help in finding Lucy. All the while I had been dealing with a cold-blooded murderer. Miss Fell came bustling in. "My poor Lucy!" She rushed to Lucy and folded her in her arms. Lucy began to sob. "Will you be all right?" the inspector asked me. "Yes." "I have to get back to the Prince of Wales." "Of course." I followed him into the hall. The front door stood open. The two men were about to leave. "Wait." They turned back to look at me. Now was not the time, but I had to know, because something did not ring true. I remembered the expression on the old man's face earlier, when he looked at Lucy and realized that she knew how Milner had died. Did he really do it? Or was this another false confession? The inspector looked at me in great surprise. One false confession would be unusual. Two would be extraordinary. He nodded to his subordinate. "We can trust Mrs. Shackleton." The plainclothes man cleared his throat. "Captain Wolfendale had all the details correct. The time, the weapon, the slashed tires. He even said he had lost a cufflink and disposed of its match down a drain." That should have convinced me. My nagging doubts were based on flimsy thoughts that would sound ridiculous if I put them into words. The old man was not capable of changing a gas mantle in his own hall. Could he be so thorough as to almost get away with murder? And why confess? The inspector was impatient to be off. I wanted to stop him, to say that there was something wrong. "One more question. What was his motive?" The plain-clothes man relaxed a little now. It made me wonder if he, too, thought the captain's account of the murder had been too tidy. "He was being blackmailed by the victim. It had gone on for years. On Friday, Mr. Milner had come round in the afternoon and asked him to sign over the house. That was the last straw." I did not believe that. Milner wanted Lucy, not a dilapidated house with a sitting tenant. Inspector Charles asked the next question for me. "What was the captain being blackmailed about?" "Something that happened during the Boer War, sir. Apparently, the captain was decorated for his bravery. He took credit for another man's courage, and after the war, he killed a man. Killed his own Batman. It reads very convincing in his statement, sir." It would have been more convincing, I thought, if he had confessed to being the Batman who had killed his captain. But then, Lucy would be left homeless. There would be no provision in law for this house to be inherited by Miss Wolfendale's nephew's illegitimate daughter. That would be a Dickensian suite in Chancery. The three of us stood in silence for a moment. The detective constable put on his hat and left. Inspector Charles looked at me with respect and admiration. "You said it this morning. You said we should take a closer look at Captain Wolfendale. You were right." With that, he left. I returned to the room. Lucy and the ancient Miss Fell were locked in a tragic embrace. I barely trusted myself to speak, but there was one question I needed to ask. "Lucy, when Dan was in the tower with you, was he confessing to murder?" She looked up. Tears smudged her cheeks. "No. Why would he?" "I overheard him." She stared at me for a moment, then a flicker of recollection came to her. "Oh, that! No. He was saying that he wanted to kill someone he really and truly hated, and so he knew how I felt." About what? How you felt about what? She burst into a fresh bout of weeping. About killing Mr. Milner. I told him I murdered Mr. Milner. My mouth felt so dry I could barely get the words out. My top lip stuck to my teeth. And did you kill Mr. Milner? No. Then why did you say you did? Oh, I don't know. I wanted Dan to help me. I wanted him to look after me and collect the money from the hollow tree on Monday. Suddenly it made sense why Dan had confessed to murder. I had felt protective towards Lucy. He felt the same, and in spades. So you really told him that you killed Mr. Milner? Yes. I thought if Dan was on my side, everything would be all right. What I did next was not like me at all. I bore down on her, kicked the footstool from under her sprained ankle so that her leg dropped and she let out a cry. I grabbed her and shook her. And your grandfather? Did you tell him the same thing, that you killed Milner? No. Are you sure? I kept on shaking her. Her head flopped back and forth like a rag doll's. She was wailing. Of course I'm sure. I swear it. Miss Fell pulled at my arm. Stop it. Leave the child be. Don't you see how upset she is? Did you kill him, Lucy? You had good reason to stick a knife in Milner's heart. Miss Fell began to pull at my clothes, trying to drag me off. Lucy became a dead weight. I had stopped shaking her and held her by the arms to keep her from falling. I let her drop back into the chair. She looked up at me, dislike and resentment in every feature. I didn't kill him. Grandad asked me had I done it. He said to not be afraid to say, but I didn't. I told him it wasn't me. Ask Alison. She was with me the whole time. We went to the dressing room together so that he wouldn't get me on my own. She was telling the truth. She looked too exhausted to lie. I turned and left the room. Now I was the one who had begun to shake. Chapter 45. Revenge Tragedy. Revenge tragedy. Bloody deeds from the past demand retribution. I shut the front door quietly and walked down the steps, not sorry to be leaving 29 St. Clement's Road behind. In my mind's eye, I saw what might have happened on Friday night. The captain hailing Milner as he walked towards his motor on Cheltenham Parade. What words had he uttered as he plunged the knife into Milner's heart? In a slow dance had he guided Milner up the alley to the doorway and let him slide into oblivion? My hands began to shake as I made to open the car door. I leaned slightly, supporting myself as my legs turned weak.
Mrs. Shackleton.
Firm hands gripped my upper arms. I turned to see Dan Root. He released me.
Sorry, saw you through my window. Thought you were going to faint.
I shook him off. I'm not the fainting type, Mr. Root.
All the same, won't you come in for a moment?
No, thank you.
I've something to tell you.
You had something to tell me before. It was a pack of lies.
Only the part about killing Milner was untrue.
Only? Everything in my body screamed at him to keep his nonsense to himself. I don't want to hear any more from you. But that was not true. Given his habit of eavesdropping, there might be something he could tell me that would help make some sense of the captain's confession.
Let me at least offer you a glass of water and an apology.
Come in and sit down, just for a moment, until you feel ready to drive. I did not have the energy to refuse, but told myself this was work. In his confession, the captain had given an account of what passed between him and Milner on Friday afternoon. Eavesdropper Dan would be able to confirm or deny that. If what the captain said was true, about Milner wanting the house, then perhaps the rest of his statement was also true. There was the advantage that Dan could not have heard my conversation in the hall with the two policemen. His bench and work in progress was covered with a darned white sheet. Otherwise, the room was just the same as when he had given me a demonstration on how to use an eyeglass, and as it had been when I returned to search hastily, looking for some clue to Lucy's whereabouts, and finding his telltale South African Bible. The old speaking trumpet and pipe were connected and lying on the hearth. "So you have heard the news about the captain's confession and suicide?" He had the grace to blush. "Sit here." It was the only chair, a metal frame contraption with large flat cushions that would extend to a narrow bed. He turned on the tap and filled a glass with water. "And did you hear me just now, trying to shake the truth from Lucy?" He handed me the glass of water. "No," he lied. "I've been seeing to my stew." Something was cooking in a pot. He lowered the flame on a gas ring. "I bought myself this contraption. It comes with a gas canister. I go to Mr. Preston, the butcher in Lowther Arcade. Neck of mutton makes a good stew, with onion, pearl barley, a carrot and a potato, salt and pepper." He could stick his lying head in the stew for all I cared. With a good deal of effort, I kept my voice steady. "I'm not interested in recipes. Why did you confess to a crime you didn't commit?" He picked up a ladle. "Will you have some stew?" "If I ate, I'd be sick. Just tell me, why did you make a false confession?" "Can't you guess?" He laid down the ladle reluctantly. "All these months I've been too cowardly to act. I came here to avenge my mother. The man I wanted to kill, the real Captain Wolfendale, had been dead for 2 decades. You can't imagine how that felt. Like walking into a brick wall. When I heard Milner was dead, I wished I'd killed him. And when Lucy said she'd done it..." I had slid back in the chair. "Please, you look pretty done in. A bite to eat will do you good." "Offer it to Lucy and Miss Fell. Just tell me, why would you go to the gallows for Lucy? I know you believed her when she said she killed Milner." He pulled out a straight chair and sat down, tilting it, balancing on the chair's back legs, drawing up his knees against the edge of the table. Because it was a miracle to me to find Lucinda after 20 years. She was born on the ship that brought me to England. Her mother was the schoolteacher who adopted me, Miss Marshall. Miss Marshall would have kept Lucinda and me if she could. But I was apprenticed to a watchmender, and she dispatched to her father, so that Miss Marshall could marry her upright clergyman, the only man who would have her. I did not expect Wolfendale would have taken care of Lucinda, of Lucy. I thought she might have died, like my little sisters died in the camp, or been put into an orphanage. So when I saw her, the first moment I saw her, when I inquired about a room here, I loved her. I don't mean in the way Dillon dotes on her, or the way Milner wanted to have her. I just loved her. And I stupidly believed her when she said she'd murdered Milner." He brought the chair to an upright position. The table was set with a single spoon and dish. It struck me that he had an air of loneliness all around him, like a cloak. "You were listening, Dan, when Lucy talked to her grandfather. Did she tell him she had killed Milner as she told you?" "No." Perhaps she had not needed to, I thought. Perhaps the captain made that assumption because Lucy had known Milner was stabbed. Dan picked up the spoon and twiddled it in his fingers. "Will you tell me something?" "What?" "How did the police know I was lying in my confession?" "You missed out some details, such as the type of knife." "Ah," he said, "of course," as though suddenly realizing what type of knife he should have described. "What other details?" The damage to Milner's motor.
And the captain?
He jerked his head in the direction of the flat above.
He got all his details correct,
he said, almost with a slight touch of resentment. So it would seem.
And by shooting himself did not allow for cross-questioning.
Are you suggesting that he did not do it?
Root shrugged. He must have. I did not hear him go out that night, after I had walked Miss Fell home.
Did you hear me and Muriel return?
No. Perhaps I sleep better than I think.
I stood up. Thanks for the glass of water. He walked me to the door and out to my motor. I turned to him. What did the captain and Milner talk about on Friday afternoon? He shook his head.
Not much that day. About the play, about tobacco.
He gave a rueful smile.
It wasn't worth listening to.
I know what I think Milner's hold was over the captain, but will you tell me what you think? He looked up to the room where Lucy was nursing her sprained ankle and her great ambitions.
You won't tell Lucinda. It would destroy her.
This isn't for her to know. It's for me.
Promise?
I can't promise, but if I can keep it to myself, I will. He remained silent. All right, Dan. Let me tell you what I have worked out. The real Roland Oliver Wolfendale, V.C., died, either of natural causes or, more probably, foul play 20 years ago. His batman, Sergeant Henry Lambton, took his place, inherited this house, and brought up Wolfendale's daughter as his own granddaughter. Am I correct so far? Dan looked at me steadily.
There is nothing I would contradict.
And Milner, who had served with both men, came up to Harrogate with an eye to sharing in his old comrade's good fortune.
That's one way of putting it.
And now all three of them were dead, and here was Dan, who had come for revenge. Instead, he had taught himself to make stew, and an efficient listening device. I had been angry with him earlier. Now I felt pity. Go up and see her, Dan. Throw that damn speaking trumpet in the ash pit. Talk to her. You are the only link now between Lucy and her mother. Some day she might be glad of that, and so might her mother. She must wonder every day what happened to her daughter, and to you.
Do you think so?
I know so. Chapter 46. Cup and Saucer Drama. Cup and Saucer Drama. Plays with a domestic setting. Lively strains of music floated to meet me as I walked into the lobby of the Grand Hotel. The orchestra played the tune my mother always requested. Have you seen me dance the polka? Have you seen my coat-tails fly? I glanced into the palm court room, where afternoon tea took its stately course, the chime of cups and genteel chatter underscoring the music. My mother was seated under a huge potted palm, at a small round table with two other matrons. She caught my eye, waved, and beckoned. I knew exactly what she would have been saying to her companions. My daughter, Kate, a war widow. I should so like to see her settled. Unable to face small talk, I waved in a jolly manner, pointed upstairs, and did an about turn. At the foot of the staircase, a page approached. Mrs. Shackleton? Yes. Lady Virginia has arranged for you to move into a suite. May I show you? I thanked him and we climbed the stairs. Sliding my hand along the solid polished banister, I attempted to turn myself from detective into not-so-dutiful daughter. Just like Mother to wangle improved accommodation. My father had always insisted that we live on his police superintendent's salary. His job came with the requirement that he rent a designated constabulary house, which was where I had been happily brought up. It followed that whenever Mother felt herself let loose, she would waste no time in throwing her own inherited money at the nearest luxuries. The accommodation was suitably grand. We had a sitting room with a bedroom on either side. I kicked off my shoes and went to see which of the bedrooms had been allocated to me. Mother had the biggest, of course. Her fox fur, a stole, and the day dress I had seen earlier lay discarded on the bed. Afternoon tea had naturally required a change of outfit. Mother was probably glad I had not ventured into the Palm Court room wearing the crumpled costume I had dressed in since first thing this morning. I looked out of the window across the valley gardens. Human dots moved slowly around the grounds of the Royal Bath Hospital and Convalescent Home. Her voice startled me. "Poor things," my mother said blithely. "We have a view of 2 convalescent premises and the home for incurables. It makes one appreciate life in all its glory. If ever I become incurable, you must bring me here." She sat down on the chintz-covered sofa and tapped the spot beside her. I sat down. "How did you wangle this suite at the height of the season?"
"Oh, old chum of mine. She and her husband came for the golf. I know there are other courses about, but they decided in view of the floods to take themselves to Lossiemouth. But never mind that. Your father told me before he left that this dreadful murder has been solved."
"There was a confession, followed by a suicide."
Mother shuddered. "How appalling! No wonder you look so washed out. Now, this is my plan. I shall order tea to be brought up. You look too exhausted to go downstairs. After tea, you must have a bath and then a sleep." She patted my hand.
"No tea for me. A glass of gin would go down nicely."
"No sooner said than done. What will you have as a mixer?"
10 minutes later, I lay in a tepid bath, feeling exhausted enough to slide under the water. Concentrating very hard on the bathtub's enamel surface and the glint of the brass taps, I tried to push everything out of mind. It worked for several seconds at a time. Lucy had not killed Milner. She was not a mastermind by any means, but she would have known to behave normally and go home, not spark suspicion by disappearing into her tower and proceeding with her ransom demand. It was perfectly plausible that the captain, Lucy's grandfather, had finally snapped. Blackmail ends in one of 3 ways: prosecution, continued payments, or death. The dilemma was whether I should tell Inspector Charles what I knew about the background of Milner, the real Wolfendale, and his impersonator, Lambton. The man I had thought of as the captain had somewhat redeemed himself in my eyes by taking care of another man's child and doing his best for her. If I revealed what I knew, and there were investigations, army records opened up, then Lucy and Miss Fell would forfeit their home. Rodney Milner would remember his father not just as an unpleasant bully, but as a blackmailer. If all this came out, Rodney and Alison's life in Harrogate might prove intolerable. By the time my bath water turned cold and I pulled the plug, I knew I would not tell. When I got back to the room and climbed into bed, I discovered hot water bottles. My mother smiled.
"I know it's August, but you've had a shock."
She had also sent for hot water and poured a tot of gin and hot water in equal measure.
"Drink that down."
"You've hung up my clothes, thank you." My evening dress was hooked onto the wardrobe door. I had popped the Delphos robe in my suitcase because it packs so well. Made in Paris, it is a pleated silk tunic in fabulous colours: turquoise, purple, and orange. My aunt gave it to me when I admired it. Trying not to sound critical, my mother said, "Berta bought that gown in Paris in 1908. That makes it 14 years old." "No one will know that, will they? I always feel happy in it. It makes me feel that I'm in Paris." She tucked me in, as she used to when I was a little girl.
"But tonight you'll be in Harrogate, having supper with our charming police inspector.
and that will be so much more satisfactory than looking back to some long-lost time in Paris." She closed the curtains and went quietly from the room. I appreciated her thoughtfulness, having expected the usual grilling and plans to take me shopping. She would have thought ahead to Lawrence Milner's funeral, what I would wear, and whether there would be some eligible mourner for me to latch onto. That made me smile. There would doubtless be compulsory shopping trips between taking the waters and sampling the delights of the electrothermic or chromopathic bath. I tried to imagine how much Mother would pack into the next few days. The door opened again. "Before you drop off, I've arranged to have Emmett and Son bring some gowns and daywear to the suite at about 10:30 tomorrow." She shut the door gently. In spite of my mother's interventions, Lawrence Milner's dead face floated before my eyes in the moments before sleep, followed by the captain's as I had seen him last, his ruddy cheeks pale, his eyes haunted, and his forehead creased with a frown. He was trying to tell me something. I wished I could be as confident as the inspector and the constable that the captain had, indeed, murdered Milner. Perhaps I would grow used to the idea. Chapter 47. The scene draws over. The scene draws over. Two flats are drawn together to hide the scene set behind them. After a sleep, I felt refreshed, hungry, and ready for company. I was in my trusty Delphos robe, but my mother had refused to dress. "Give Mr. Charles my apologies. This has been a long day for me, and if we're to be up before 7 in the morning to take the waters, I must have my rest." Since she was already in her satin nightgown and robe, there was no arguing with her. "Have a lovely evening, dear. I won't wait up." At 5 minutes to 9, a hotel page knocked on the door of our suite to tell me that Mr. Charles waited on Mrs. Hood and Mrs. Shackleton's convenience in the hotel lounge. What I love about my Delphos tunic is that it seems to let me float in a touch of magic, caressing and propelling as I walked down the stairs to the ground floor. The inspector stood as I entered the lounge, and for a moment gazed at me wide-eyed. "Mrs. Shackleton, you look wonderful." "Thank you, Mr. Charles. My mother sends her apologies. She has a headache and decided to have an early night." If he guessed that it was a diplomatic headache, he gave no sign. "Some other time, perhaps." His look was suitably, but not too, regretful. "Shall we go in to supper, or would you like an aperitif?" "Let's go in." Our table was by the window, at some distance from the string quartet and shielded by a potted palm. The waiter gave us menus. I glanced at Mr. Charles while he ordered wine. Wearing an evening suit emphasized a quality in him I had half noticed when we first met. There was something about him that made me intensely aware of him, aware of the movements of his body under his clothes, the sense of something powerful being contained, not just physically, but in other ways too, mental, emotional. It was a rare quality. We both chose lobster bisque. I went for the venison, he for jugged hare. The wine waiter hovered as he poured, waiting for an opinion. When he had gone, the inspector asked, in a solicitous yet professional tone, "How are you feeling, after everything? It's been an ordeal for you." He looked at me with grave concern and total attention that could have been disconcerting if it were not so broadly edged with kindness. I would not have liked to be on the receiving end of an interrogation by him. It was a shock, hearing about the captain's confession and that he shot himself. It did leave me shaken. I did not tell him that I had also made sure Lucy Wolfendale was shaken, by me. "I'm sorry that I dashed off like that. Did you stay long with Miss Wolfendale and the old lady?" "No, they had each other. and Mr. Root gallantly came to my aid. Mr. Charles gave an unexpected laugh.
"Good for him," he said ruefully. "It almost prompts me not to charge him with leading us up the garden path with his false confession."
"Will you pursue him on that?" He shook his head.
"I made it my business to call him in and give him a ticking off. He was suitably chastened."
"I suppose you soon realized that he was not telling the truth."
"It has been known for an inaccurate confession to be made by a killer, inconsistencies and so on, only to throw the hounds off the scent, but usually in detective stories rather than in life."
"He was protecting Lucy Wolfendale because he thought she was the murderess."
"That girl does elicit powerful emotions," he said with a puzzled look.
"You've seen her only in the dragged-through-a-hedge state, with a swollen ankle and dirty face. She polishes up in spectacular style. And Scotland Yard better watch out. She will be coming to London to study drama this autumn." The inspector mockingly put his head in his hands.
"That'll give my boys something to look forward to."
He suddenly gave me a serious look that made my heart skip a beat. Was I to be berated for not saying what Lucy was getting up to?
"I do not blame you for covering up for her," he said kindly. "She is young, ambitious and foolish, and she did take some smoking out of her hidey-hole."
But
"You should have told me about what she was up to. As it turned out, there was no connection between her disappearance and the murder, but there might have been."
I suppose you're right. But I was fairly sure one had nothing to do with the other. He leaned across the table and took my hand in his. The events of the last 3 days had set emotions racing. It was a little like wartime, when we lived in a heightened state of tension.
"If ever we work together again, promise me you'll keep nothing back."
I avoided making any such promise. That sounds like the offer of a job at Scotland Yard. I did not realize I had applied. He smiled.
"All right, I give up, for now."
When he let go of my hand, I could still feel his touch. During the soup, we deliberately left behind the subject of the murder and got on first-name terms. I learned that Marcus Charles was 40 years old and a widower. He had joined the CID at the age of 22, after a year as a beat bobby. My question surprised me. It must have been lurking there all along. I was thinking about having let Meriel off for thieving from the pawnbroker, an action that threatened my professional relationship with stalwart Jim Sykes. "Have you ever," I asked in what I hoped was a throwaway manner, "ever turned a blind eye when an offence has been committed?"
"If it is some minor infringement, there may be discretion. At other times we are left with no choice in the matter."
"Say, in a robbery or something of that sort," I said, immediately regretting my choice of example. It would not surprise me in the least if he had heard that I was in Harrogate to investigate Mr. Mooney's pawn-shop robbery. There was a pause while the waiter gathered up our soup plates.
"It's my job to enforce the law, and that is what I do."
I had the feeling that he was reluctant to go in the direction I was leading. The waiter set our plates of venison and jugged hare on the table, and dished out potatoes, carrots, and cabbage. I poured some gravy onto the venison. "Do you not sometimes feel pity for the perpetrators? An understanding of what drove them to the act?" I turned the handle of the gravy boat towards him.
"Ah, yes, of course. All sorts of emotions come into play. Shock, as with this crime here in Harrogate, particularly in such a tranquil setting. Anger and, yes, pity. The captain was a frail old man."
In as light a tone as I could muster, I asked, "So his confession convinced you?" I glanced at Marcus's hands, his shirt cuffs, his cufflinks, which were gold, with a tiny embossed pattern in one corner. It made me think of that other cufflink lying in the gutter. It suddenly struck me that it was not the kind of cufflink I would expect an old man to wear. And if it indicated a scuffle, then there would be no doubt who would come off best. Milner was younger, heavier, fitter. "Without doubt, I believe the captain's confession," the inspector said in a gentle, reassuring voice. "He could not have made it up." I remembered that Meriel and the captain had both called on Rodney to offer condolences on Saturday morning, Meriel first. Miss Jameson could have let slip to Rodney some details about finding the body, and about the motor when she called to see him on Saturday. I know she shouldn't have, but it's possible. And then the captain called. For all we know, Rodney may have told him some details. Again he took my hand. "Kate, Kate, don't worry. You were right when you said I should pay attention to the captain. Believe me, he was the man. It was his knife. He described it. Now, can we change the subject?" It was as if he were saying, "Don't worry. There is no mad murderer loose on the streets of Harrogate." The string quartet struck up a waltz. By the time our plates were whipped away, I had talked of my passion for photography. Marcus confided that he enjoys sketching, when he can find the time. This comes in useful at the scene of a crime, when he can make a speedy visual record of whatever may catch his eye. Committing it to paper helps him make sense of what he sees. I learned that he lived in North London, walked on Hampstead Heath, and swam in the pond there early in the mornings, and that this helped him think when he was stuck on a particularly difficult case. Over dessert, we conjured a romantic notion of swimming together one day soon. It would be a fine day in September or early October when we decided that there would be a spell of good weather, and we would take a picnic and set out a blanket like two people without a care in the world. "Would you care for brandy?" he asked as we left the dining room. "Good idea." The lounge was crowded. One or two people cast glances in our direction as we hovered for a moment in the doorway, looking for a free space. Were the glances because we were a striking couple, or because some of the guests had recognized the police inspector? We turned away. "I have a better idea," I murmured. "My mother never travels without brandy. Will you come up to our suite?" I said the words calmly, without betraying the inward tremble. "There's nothing I would like more," he said softly. We climbed the staircase side by side, not speaking. There was a touch of madness about what I intended, what I hoped would happen. This may break the spell my missing husband still held over me. Marcus touched my hand very lightly as we walked along the landing. At the door, I fumbled for the key. He had a boyish, almost hesitant look as he stepped inside. "Won't we wake your mother?" "Not unless you plan to be very rowdy. That's her room." I waved to the door on the right of our sitting room. "And yours?" he asked gently. We forgot about the brandy. It was still there the next morning when Marcus had gone, leaving on the bedside cabinet a small, thick envelope. The short letter, if such it could be called, was on hotel notepaper. It contained no endearments, but he had whispered enough of those in the small hours for that not to matter. Then we had slept soundly, or at least I had, curled in his arms and feeling safe from the haunting images of Milner's staring eyes, and the even more horrifying picture of what I had not seen, the captain blowing his brains out. The reason for the thickness of the envelope was that it contained a medal, Captain Wolfendale's, the real Captain Wolfendale's, Victoria Cross. Marcus's note was written in a way that would withstand scrutiny should it fall into the wrong hands. It read,
Dear Mrs. Shackleton, thank you for your assistance. I am in two minds about leaving this VC with you. By rights, it should go to the late Captain Wolfendale's next of kin. However, after he signed his confession, the captain said to Sergeant Walmsley that this medal must come to Mrs. Kate Shackleton, and that she alone would know who to give it to. I did not hand the medal to you yesterday evening. It was not the right moment. If you do not accept the burden of this responsibility, please return the enclosed to the Harrogate police. If you are inclined to take up my invitation to visit Scotland Yard, I should be pleased to show you around by appointment. I can recommend a very good place to stay in Hampstead. Yours sincerely, Marcus Charles. I read the letter once, twice, 3 times, and weighed the medal in my hand. My mother was moving about in the next room. We had an enjoyable day planned. Nothing would get in the way of that. I put the letter and the medal in the back of a drawer and slammed it shut. Captain Wolfendale, Sergeant Lambton, whoever you are and whatever hell you are in, I do not want to know. Leave me alone. Chapter 48. Radiant Heat and Light. Mother is not exactly a stickler for following directions. She appeared to be making an exception in relation to the Harrogate waters. It was 7 a.m. I was bleary-eyed, exhilarated and exhausted in equal measure, and still reeling from being given the dubious honour of taking charge of the captain's Victoria Cross. Every action seemed clumsy. I could not find the heel in my stocking. A garter was missing. While I dressed, or tried to, in my bedroom, Mother sat in our shared sitting room, reading to me from a guidebook. All the hot sulphur waters ought to be drunk quickly, or else the sulphuretted hydrogen blah-de-blah escapes. What is sulphuretted hydrogen, Kate? Don't know. Ah, wait a minute, listen to this. It is better to drink all the iron, or chalybeate waters through a glass tube. Which will we be drinking? Chalybeate, how do you pronounce that? Or iron? Don't know. Let's see. Oh, it's all so complicated. Did you know the waters were unpleasant? I laced up my new, sensible walking-about Harrogate shoes. I guess they would be. As I walked into the sitting-room, Mother stared at my feet. What on earth are those? I had to have a pair of comfortable shoes. Why? I'll change later. Mother eyed the 2 brandy balloons and raised an eyebrow. You haven't told me yet how you got on with that nice inspector last night. His name is Marcus Charles. What a wonderful name! He sounds like a Roman senator. We hit it off admirably. How splendid! Mother unscrewed the top on the brandy bottle. Do you know, I think if we are going to drink what sounds like fairly disgusting water for the good of our health, we ought at least to fortify ourselves. I mean, we only have these medical men's words that this water is any good, and they'll say anything to line their pockets, whereas we know for certain that brandy is efficacious. She poured 2 tots of brandy. Here's to Marcus Charles. We clinked glasses. I am so pleased you hit it off. And is he all right? I mean, if a man gets to that age, what is he, 40? Yes. And he is still available at 40? It could indicate a peculiarity or two. He is available, and I did not notice any peculiarities. Far from having peculiarities, Inspector Marcus Charles seemed to me to personify near perfection in a man. To ward off further questions, I sank the brandy, stood up, and offered my mother a hand. In good spirits, Mother clutching her furs against the early morning chill, we set off for the Royal Baths pump room. Only later,
as I gave myself up to the dousing radiant heat and light bath, did my mind go blank, and all thoughts vanished in a weirdly combined sense of discomfort and well-being. Perhaps this was how to grow a second skin. Have long moments when nothing at all mattered except your own physical self. But as I stepped out and began to dress, the thoughts flooded in. Like the police, all I wanted was to say, "Case closed." Questions that I hoped to keep at bay popped up, demanding answers. What had Lambton, or the captain, as I was used to thinking of him, tried to tell me? There could be some Lambton relation he wanted me to search out, and give that person the award that should have gone to the captain's batman. I dismissed the idea as unlikely. All his actions had been directed towards keeping quiet, keeping secrets. The confession had convinced the police. Perhaps they had wanted to be convinced, including my estimable Marcus Charles. As I laced up the sensible shoes, something clicked. The batman, Lambton, should have got the VC in the first place. It came into his hands when he killed his captain, along with the captain's identity and inheritance. In other words, the medal came to him because he committed murder. I tied my shoelaces in a double bow. That same man, Lambton, had gone on pretending to be the captain, had falsely confessed murder, and taken his own life. He did not believe Lucy to be the killer, or the medal would have stayed with his effects and gone to her. He thought that I alone would be able to work out who really should get the VC. Who really killed Milner? But why? I could not fathom his reasoning. I had outmaneuvered him, and now he was setting me a challenge. When we returned to our suite, a powerful scent of roses greeted us. An enormous vase of red and white blooms sat on the occasional table by the sofa. A small card read simply, "2K from M." "Well," my mother said, breathing in the scent and sighing deeply, "you did make an impression on Mr. Marcus Charles. When will you see him again?" "He has asked me to London, promised to show me Scotland Yard." "I hope he's interested in you for yourself and not in your, I don't know, fingerprinting technique." "I don't have any fingerprinting technique." I slit open the envelope I had picked up at reception. Mother asked, "Is that from him too?" "No, it's from Alison, one of the actresses in Anna of the Five Towns." "Dear Mrs. Shackleton, I thought you would like to know that Mr. Milner will be buried on Friday at 9:30 a.m. at Christchurch, High Harrogate, and a funeral breakfast at the Queen Hotel. Rodney respectfully hopes you will accept this invitation. Yours sincerely, Alison Hart." Good for Alison. She had wasted no time in getting her feet under the table. After the funeral, it would be a short step to the special license and a wedding. I decided to attend the funeral, to pay my respects. I told myself that I was not carrying on any investigations. But if I were correct, Lawrence Milner's murderer could still be at large, going about his or her business, perhaps even attending Milner's funeral. I passed Alison's note to Mother. "I'll stay on in Harrogate until the end of the week." She beamed. "That is just perfect. As it happens, I took the precaution of asking Emmett's to include some suitable outfits for a clement weather funeral." At 11:30, we took our seats to watch two hapless young assistants from Emmett and Son parade their wares. This was not something I would ever have arranged myself, and I felt that Mother hoped fervently one of her old cronies had caught sight of the shop assistants making their way to our suite. But it did result in my putting on account a wide-sleeve long-shawl collared dress with a low waistline, along with a modest hat, suitable for Mr. Milner's funeral. It was not all I bought, and when the assistants had gone, Mother was delighted.
You will have some good pieces for your visit to London. But don't go to Scotland Yard, dear. I have been there myself. It's a very dusty place. The cleaners would not last 2 minutes if they had a woman in charge. Now, about shoes. By mutual consent, we decided one day taking the waters had been quite enough. The mental relaxation they had afforded lasted for at least another couple of hours. Only as I sat in Appleby's, trying on shoes, did my thoughts return to the question of who really killed Lawrence Milner. As I paced the floor, testing the fit, I had an unaccountable feeling that somewhere in the dramatization of Anna of the Five Towns lay a clue to the murder of Mr. Milner. But what was that clue? Part of me simply did not want to know, and since there had been some connection between my putting on shoes and my mind going over clues and possibilities, I seriously considered going barefoot. I replayed the drama of Anna of the Five Towns in my mind's eye. I thought of every character, every actor, every scene. And then I remembered that some scenes had been cut from the play. Madame Goetz had said so when we were in the train together. Mr. Wheatley had admired Muriel's skill in knowing what to leave in and what to cut. And someone, I racked my brains to think who and when, had said that the scene where Mr. Price, Willie's despairing father, hanged himself had been left out, so that he was not seen being cut down from the noose, but the event was reported. If, originally, in rehearsals, he had to be cut down, someone must have had a knife among their props. Chapter 49. Tabs. Tabs, stage curtains. Sitting in a rear pew on the pulpit side of the church, I glanced through my discreet veil at the arriving mourners. Mr. Crocker was among the businessmen, flicking dust from his top hat. Caps in hands, mechanics and Owen the labourer, from Milner's motoring firm, filed into a pew. Mrs. Gould, the Milner's housekeeper, in a black felt hat and serge coat, far too hot for the day, was accompanied by a ruddy-faced man and a young woman smartly dressed in a dark costume. The Goetz, neat and trim, stepped with graceful dancer's movements down the side aisle, looking neither right nor left. They glided into a pew at the halfway point. Miss Fell, head held upright, carrying her missal, looked even tinier beside Mr. Root. He had slowed his steps so that she could keep up with him. The surprise mourner was Mariel Jameson, in flowing black dress, full veil, and elbow-length lace gloves. She spotted a place beside me and squeezed in as the organist struck up. Bloody train driver, overstopped in Todmorden to wait for some farmer. We had a German in the carriage. He looked at the station sign, muttered in these horror-stricken tones, "Todmorden? Death? Murder? Well, I had all on not to say, better go to Harrogate if that's what you're after." Bearers entered the church in solemn procession. Rodney followed the coffin, head bowed. Mrs. Hart and Allison behind him. People turned to look, not just out of respect for the dead, but in surprise at the living. This was Rodney's public statement of loyalty to Allison, and I admired him for it. The craggy-faced clergyman conducted a dignified service, eulogizing an enterprising man, an asset to the town, a loving father, cut down in his prime, gone to join Jesus and his own late wife. "Lucky her," Muriel whispered. The service over, Muriel and I hung back, letting the rest of the congregation make their way to the churchyard. In the porch, I said to Muriel, "I didn't expect to see you back here, Muriel." "Nor did I expect to be here, but Rodney was such a good chap in the play, and Mr. Milner backed us to the hilt. I felt I had to pay my condolences." What was the other reason? Knowing Muriel, I felt sure there must be something in this for her. "Oh, Kate, I wish you didn't see through me. I'm to direct a doll's house. Both Mr. Wheatley and I think Lucy would make a perfect Nora. I thought she'd be here."
Outside, the sun shone, noisy birds serenaded us mourners, a bright and cheerful day. We fell into step with Dan Root and Miss Fell.
"Where's Lucy?"
Muriel demanded, as we four formed a slightly self-conscious band of outcasts, representatives in some odd way of the confessed murderer.
"She sprained her ankle," Miss Fell said, a little defensively. "I shall visit her," Muriel announced.
Miss Fell shot her a suspicious glance. We took our positions at the edge of the group around the grave. Through a gap in the mourners, I watched Alison dab at a tear. The housekeeper blew her nose. Being on the back row, we were not offered earth to sprinkle on the coffin. "Muriel?" She stiffened as she turned to me, perhaps still expecting to be apprehended for robbery.
"What?"
We edged a little further apart from the other mourners. "On Saturday morning, when you went to pay your condolences to Rodney, did you tell him the details of how we found the body?"
"I might have done," she said warily. "Why do you want to know?"
"Please, it's important."
"I told him that you and I found his father. He asked me about it, naturally. I know the police said not to say anything, but I thought he should know."
That answered one of my questions. Muriel had told Rodney about the dagger, the tyres, the cufflink. Rodney's next caller that day was the captain, his father's oldest comrade. What more natural than to pass on the information that would clinch a confession?
"Excuse me."
Muriel moved gracefully through the throng, made a beeline for Rodney and shook his hand. The poor boy looked surprised and gratified. I supposed I should do the same and walked over. Muriel tried to shake Alison's hand. Alison ignored her and turned to me.
"Don't let Muriel Jameson come to the breakfast, please," she said in a low voice. "It's too upsetting."
"What is?"
"She only wants money, and I'm glad Lucy's not here. It would be so awkward."
Alison and I moved aside as Mrs. Hart and Mrs. Gould flanked Rodney, his twin guardian angels. Alison glared at Muriel.
"I can't forgive her. Apparently she came last Saturday, told Rodney every gory detail about the death, and then touched him for 20 guineas. And in his distress, my poor lad left the safe unlocked, and the captain, who called next, robbed him, helped himself to a wad of notes from the safe while Rodney was out of the room."
"Has Rodney told the police?"
"He won't. Honestly, Mrs. Shackleton, I shall have my work cut out taking care of him."
We shook hands as Alison was approached by another mourner. Alison need not have worried about Muriel's tagging along to the Queen Hotel. Muriel took Miss Fell's arm and they headed for the Lich Gate. Dan Root fell into step with me. We waited by the gate and in turn shook Rodney's hand. I would have liked to ask Rodney whether he gave the captain Muriel's account of our having found Milner, but now was not the time. Besides, I felt sure I knew the answer. Dan and I watched Rodney, Alison and Mrs. Hart being driven off in the mourner's carriage. Others set off walking to the nearby Queen Hotel. My only difficulty in questioning Dan was that he, like me, doubted the veracity of the captain's confession. He may guess what I was driving at, but I would take that risk. He gave me an opening, saying, "I thought I would leave Harrogate, but I've decided to stay a while longer, and be a big brother to Lucy for a short time at least, if she will let me." "I'm glad to hear it, but you may have to do that in Manchester if Muriel gets her way." "Oh?" He looked a little put out. "Lucy said she would have the attic cleared for me, that I could move up there." Good. It was now or never. There was a slight noise behind, and I turned. Already the grave diggers were at work, shoveling soil back into the grave. Dan, there is something I wanted to ask you about the play." He groaned.
"What now?"
"Just a small thing. There were some scenes Muriel tried out and then discarded."
"She cut a couple of scenes, yes."
"The scene where you played Mr. Price, when he committed suicide, I believe that was one." He laughed in spite of himself.
"Do not remind me, please. You mean the one where I hanged myself?"
"And your son Willie found you, too late."
"Yes. Both Dylan and I dug in our heels over that. It would have brought the house down in gales of laughter. Even Muriel had to agree. She said it was a mite too Lear and Cordelia. He was to have cradled me in his arms."
"Was there a prop involved to cut you down?" He paused. A butterfly landed on the gate, realized its mistake, and made off in a ray of sunshine. Very quietly, Dan said,
"There was a prop, yes. We all brought props of various kinds. Not all were used. We took them home afterwards, when they weren't needed."
"Who brought the knife to cut you down?" A late straggler came from the churchyard. We parted to let her through.
"I can't remember who brought the knife."
He took out a cigarette. "This prop, was it an African dagger?" Not looking at me, he lit his cigarette.
"I can't remember what it was. As I say, we never used it."
So there had been a knife among the props to be gathered up from the dressing rooms after the performance. Dan was lying. It was the African dagger that Marcus had shown me, taken from the attic at number 29 St. Clement's Road. 4 people would have had reason to see and handle that knife. Lucy, who brought it, Muriel as director, Dan as the chap to be cut down, and Dylan Ashton. Chapter 50. Saved by the Clapper. A fresh light breeze fluttered the leaves as I left the churchyard and walked to my car. There was one person whom I had been busy suspecting of aiding and abetting Lucy, but had not considered as the murderer. I drove back through the now familiar streets and parked near the police station, so as to be at a little distance from Crocker and Company. I cut through Princes Street, ignoring my surroundings, desperately hoping to be wrong about Dylan Ashton. He seemed such an unlikely candidate, unassuming, a bit of a weakling, and with an alibi. Monsieur Gertz had latched onto him after the party and had walked him home. But why would a young man need walking home? It was time to take a closer look at young Mr. Ashton. I would start by searching his room, above the house agent's premises, keeping my fingers crossed that Mr. Crocker had gone to the funeral breakfast. I was not sure what I would find. A cufflink matching the one in the gutter would be far too much to hope for. But as I pictured the cufflink left behind at the scene of the crime, I felt sure I was right in thinking it had not belonged to the captain. It was too modern for a man who had probably not shot for himself in a couple of decades. Marcus had been remiss not to bring it with him to show to Lucy. Perhaps my inspector friend's attention to detail was not as good as it ought to be. The notice on Crocker and Company's door read, "Closed Friday morning, funeral." After counting the number of shop premises, I walked round to the back alley and counted again. An imperious cat watched from the roof of next door's outside lavatory. What excuse could I come up with if caught entering premises in broad daylight? "Thought I spotted an intruder, Your Honour." Once again I brought out my trusty penknife. The inventor of sash windows bestowed a boon on private detectives. The cat shot back with ease. Carefully I closed the window behind me. I stepped into the shabby downstairs back room of Crocker and Company, with its sink, cupboards, oilcloth-covered deal table, and battered filing cabinets. The door to the upstairs accommodation was shut, but not locked. I climbed the stairs, noticing that the third stair creaked. Dylan Ashton's room bore the reasonable tidiness of a person who did not have sufficient belongings to become untidy. There was a washstand, a bedside chair, but no wardrobe. On a hook behind the door hung a dress suit, the one Dylan had worn after the play, the trouser bottoms muddied. A little shabby, the jacket had been skilfully mended under the right arm. A slight stain by a buttonhole could have been anything, but if it were blood, it could be analysed and identified. A pair of good black shoes was tucked under the bed, still marked with clay from Dylan's nighttime trip to the tower with Lucy when he had crossed the field. The green candlewick bedspread had been hastily pulled up to cover the pillow. A couple of threads of white cotton lay on the bedspread, along with an expensive white-knitted silk scarf that a house-agent's clerk could ill afford. I remembered a gesture from the play when Rodney, playing the businessman Henry Miners, threw the scarf across his shoulder in an easy gesture. If I were right, Dylan had helped himself to the scarf. He could have taken the scarf when collecting props because he coveted it, or because wearing it would allow him to hide something, such as a blood-stain on his jacket. On the washstand there was an ashtray, a twist of tobacco in a jar, and a finely painted potteries dish that held collar studs and a pair of cheap enamel cufflinks. The absence of shaving kit and hairbrush made me guess that Mr. Crocker had been in here and delivered these to Dylan in the infirmary. The washstand cupboard contained nothing remarkable: undervests and writing materials, 2 shirts, 5 collars, one of them a dress collar. On the landing, a closet held broom, dustpan and brush, mop and cleaning cloths. It was the smell of starch that made me pick up one of the dusters, which turned out to be a shirt sleeve. I pulled out all the cloths. A dress shirt had been ripped up for rags. Either the front had already been used, or not been put there in the first place. Why? The obvious answer was that it had been splashed with blood. The clapper on the shop door sounded, halting my search. I froze. Unsure whether to go up or down, I stayed put. Coming in through a downstairs window was one thing. Getting out through an upstairs window and shimmying down the drainpipe in broad daylight was altogether a different caper. Slowly I came down, step by step. The telephone rang. Mr. Crocker answered it. How miserable of him to rush back to work and miss the funeral breakfast. His telephone conversation gave me the chance to escape the way I had come. I hurried down the stairs into the back room and across to the window. Just as I was about to push it open, Mr. Crocker said, "Thank you," and replaced the receiver. Confound the man for having no conversation. And now he was on his feet and walking into the back room. Trying to still my heart, I fled across the room and stood behind the inner door as he entered. He walked towards the filing cabinet. As he bent his head to flick through folders, I quickly moved round the door into the outer office to the main door and opened it to make my escape. The clapper sounded, but I was gone before Mr. Crocker could reappear. Chapter 51. Manet. Manet, a character, remains on stage. At the infirmary, I was shown into the matron's office, a bright south-facing room. The matron greeted me warmly. "Yes, Sister mentioned you, Mrs. Shackleton. You're the lady who identified Mr. Ashton." She sat across from me at a desk that held a vase of white roses and a framed photograph. "How is he, matron?" "Better than expected. That's youth for you. As well as the wrist and the bruises, he broke a couple of bones in his left foot. He took a bad bump on the head. We cannot be sure whether he will suffer from that in the days to come, but he quickly recovered from concussion." I wonder if I might see him before I leave Harrogate. "Yes, indeed. Perhaps you may be able to help." I braced myself for a plea to contribute to the upkeep of the hospital, but it was not that. "The thing is, Mrs. Shackleton, Mr. Ashton needs time to convalesce. We can keep him here if needs be. I cannot discharge him to go back to a room above business premises. I believe his family is in Staffordshire. She frowned. Too far for him to travel. Local people have kindly offered to take him in and allow him to recuperate, but he flatly refuses. He is insisting on going back to his own room, which is out of the question. She pulled a folder from her drawer and looked for the names. Here we are. Mr. and Mrs. Geertz have offered to take him. She ran her finger down the page. Mrs. Gould also called. She is housekeeper to the Milners. What a horrific crime that was. Mrs. Gould believed it would do Mr. Rodney Milner good to have another young person in the house, that it would take his mind off the tragedy of his father's death. Now, would you not expect Mr. Ashton to say yes in that situation? I hope you may be able to convince him. That is difficult, I said, avoiding the question. My mind raced. Was Dillon reluctant to accept hospitality out of shyness, to avoid answering awkward questions, or did he desperately need to return to his own room to check that he had not left evidence that would connect him to the murder? After all, he had not had a great deal of time to cover his tracks. Matron stood up, satisfied to have got her point across with such force. I will have Mr. Ashton taken into our small private room. I hope you will have more success with him than I. She gave me a meaningful look, as though expecting, after a 5-minute interview, I would request a wheelbarrow to take him off her hands. Dillon, wearing hospital pyjamas and dressing gown, sat in a wheelchair, one leg raised. He looked up as I entered the room, his face pale, head swathed in bandages, arm in a sling. A flicker of a glance told me that he had hoped the footsteps along the corridor would be Lucy's. You've been in the wars, Dillon.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
Bit of a headache, but I think that's because my bandage is too tight. I told the nurse, but they know best.
He smiled weakly. Do you remember what happened? Where you were going? He blushed.
I was coming back from seeing Lucy. Is she all right?
Yes. He pushed a finger under the bandage to scratch his temple.
I don't remember the accident. The nurse told me someone knocked me off my bike and drove off, but that another cyclist stopped to help.
Matron tells me you refuse offers from the Geertz and from Mrs. Gould to take care of you.
I just want to go back to my own room,
he said stubbornly, refusing to meet my eye. Then it is not because you would feel awkward at being in Mr. Milner's house? Now he was on his guard. He glanced at me cautiously before looking away and taking a great interest in the colour of the paint on the wall.
I don't want to be obliged to anyone. I can take care of myself.
But you can't. That's the point. 13 steps up to that room of yours, with the stained suit hanging on the back of the door, and Rodney's silk scarf thrown across the bed. He stared at me, his lips parting like a frightened animal in a corner. Then he clamped his lips tight shut. But he had given himself away. I said, It must have been quite a rush after the performance, picking up the props. Not that you had much to collect, and really it should have been Lucy who took the dagger that was to have been used in the scene where you, as Willie Price, found Mr. Price hanging from a beam. But you took that dagger, didn't you, Dillon?
I can't remember what I took. I must have picked up Rodney's scarf by mistake.
Or to cover the mark on your shirt. You had no time to clean yourself up, what with Monsieur Geertz insisting he walk you home, probably complaining about his wife. He jumped on this too quickly.
Monsieur Geertz was with me all the time.
He found you alone in the gents, being sick. What made you sick?
Something disagreed with me, I expect.
Was that something murder? My words hit home. If it were possible, his pale face turned a lighter shade. He was small-boned, delicate almost, a creature half-formed and deeply vulnerable. He did not answer me, ran his tongue over his lips, gulped, but did not speak. You wonder where your cuff-link got to. The police did find one, in the gutter near Mr. Milner's motor car. You'll be hard-pressed with your arm in a sling and a broken foot to go round tidying up evidence. And it's too late. I need to get back to normal, that's all. But you never will. The small stain on your good suit is hardly noticeable. I have asked for it to be analysed. I think it will turn out to be blood. He gripped the arm of his chair tightly, but said nothing. Your shirt was also stained, wasn't it? You had just one dress shirt, and 2 collars for it. One of them is still in the washstand cupboard. You burned the shirt front because it was bloody, and tossed the collar on the fireback for good measure. You tore up the rest of the shirt and put it in the bag for the cleaner to use as dusters. She'll think it odd. Starched material does not make a good duster. It was muddy. My shirt was muddy from taking Lucy to the tower. Mud washes. You would not have thrown away a good shirt. And the police have the cuff-link that was found by Mr. Milner's motor. Someone will recognize it as yours. He pushed his wheelchair to the other side of the room and flung open the door. For a moment, I thought he would make a dash for it, but he was checking that no one was listening. Slowly, he wheeled himself back. Lucy's grandfather killed Milner. The nurse told me he confessed. Everyone knows. But we know differently, don't we, Dillon? You see, you and Monsieur Gertz are the 2 people who had no one to vouch for them. He is in the clear now. You are not. Far from it. But Captain Wolfendale... The captain knew it was all up with him. He had reasons of his own for wanting to bring an end to his life. And part of that reason was me, I thought. I was the one who had unmasked him. I was the one who told him about Dan Root. I was the one who let him know his secret was no longer safe. It was not cricket, but I bowled Rodney underhand. Have the police taken your fingerprints yet? No. Oh, they will. You see, there is that little question mark over the captain's confession, because the prints on the dagger are not his. Finally, he gave in. He lowered his bandaged head and cradled it in his hand. He moaned, but did not speak, so I pressed my point. You left the theatre by the rear entrance, where the loading and unloading goes on. You murdered Mr. Milner, and then you went back through that same entrance and up to the dressing rooms. You thought you'd be missed if you ran off, although I expect you wanted to. The white silk scarf that belonged to Rodney, you took it when you went back to the dressing room because you saw blood on your shirt. There'll probably be a trace of blood on the scarf. Police scientists are very clever these days. His lips quivered. He looked wretched. His voice came out as a whisper. You can't prove any of this. No. Fingerprints, traces of blood, the torn-up shirt, and someone will recognize that cuff-link. It was very convenient that you were asked to provide an alibi for Monsieur Gertz. It gave you one for yourself, but it won't hold water. None of the things I had challenged him with would stand up in a court of law, not if he had a good barrister. To get to the truth, I must make him confess. It was touch and go. Lucy would be the last weapon in my armory. You killed Milner with the captain's dagger. Lucy had brought it for you to do just that. No, not Lucy. Don't say Lucy. She'd forgotten all about the dagger. I got it as a prop when I was at her house weeks ago. Then you had better tell me. If you tell me exactly what happened, perhaps I will be able to help." He brightened just a smidgen, like a man who has been told he has weeks to live, and then the prognosis is lengthened to months.
"You mean if it was self-defense? Because that's what it was, truly."
"Tell me, then." After a long time staring at his bandaged foot, he said,
"Mr. Milner was leaving the bar. I was waiting for Lucy and Alison in the doorway. Mr. Milner said, 'Don't hang about, lad,' he said. 'I'm taking Lucy home. I'm fetching the motor round.' He went sauntering off in that way he had."
I could picture Milner's style of walking very well, like a man who owned the world, a man used to getting his way.
"Go on." "Lucy had asked me to help her. I knew if Mr. Milner barged in he would manage to get his way. Lucy relied on me. I thought if I can do something to his motor engine, break something, he would have to attend to that while we dodged him. I had the knife in my pocket. That was the only prop I had to pick up, that and my Sunday school Bible. I knew he parked on Cheltenham Parade, so I went out the back way. But I don't know anything about cars, how to damage them so they won't run, so I went for the wheels."
"And?"
"It's not as easy as you think to rip at a tyre. I was still at it when he came running at me like a madman, diving on me, pulling the knife from me. I was scared. I ran up the alley to get away. He came after me, saying he'd show me who was boss. We struggled. He pulled me into a doorway, I think so he would not be seen, so no one could come to help me. He was trying to cut my face. He did, just here."
He pointed to the spot under his chin that I thought had looked like a shaving cut when I had questioned him that Saturday morning.
"Go on." "I thought he would cut my throat. Because he is taller than me, when I twisted and turned and tried to get free of his hold, I must have forced him to turn the knife towards himself. He went still and sort of slithered down. He lay there in the doorway, the knife in his chest. I leaned down. There was a trickle of blood. I knew he was dead."
"What did you do?"
"I went back into the theatre, to the dressing room. I didn't know whether I had blood on me or not. I picked up Rodney's white scarf just as he was coming along the corridor. The girls were in their dressing room. I could hear them talking. Rodney said something like, 'I knew you had your eye on that scarf. You can have it if you want.' Then I made a dash for the washroom. I was sick. Mr. Gertz came in. He thought I was poorly."
I stared at him. 3 people had confessed to murdering Mr. Milner. Dan Root, the captain, and now the mild and lovelorn Dillon Ashton. A nurse put her head around the door. Matron said to ask, "Would you both like tea?" "Yes, thank you." I did not want tea, but it would give me longer with Dillon, time to think.
"Does she know?" Dillon asked.
"Do you mean Matron?"
"Lucy. Does she know I killed Mr. Milner?"
He was crying like a little boy.
"I was only trying to help Lucy. I never meant to kill him, but it's murder all the same, isn't it? I was going to say what I'd done, but I let Mr. Gertz walk me home. When Lucy came to be cycled up to the tower, I just did it, as if I was some machine without a mind of my own."
"Lucy does not know. No one does."
"Not the police?"
"No." Dillon's mouth fell open. He looked like a cod writhing and gasping in the bottom of a boat. My dint of pity came not in a drop, but in an avalanche. Dillon Ashton would have to live with this forever. As I left the infirmary grounds, I recited a mantra. Must grow a second skin. Must grow a second skin. But not today. Epilogue. It was early evening when I returned to my house in Headingley. I parked my car in a converted stable that belongs to the big house just up my road. I stayed inside the garage for a few moments, not wishing to be spotted by the neighbour who wants to draw me into conversation about dandelions in the professor's garden. When the coast was clear, I walked the few yards home. On the wall to the left of the front door was fixed the neat house name on its block of English oak, Pipistrelle Lodge. Mrs. Sugden was sitting at the kitchen table, absorbed in the evening news. After we exchanged greetings, I asked, "Who put up the sign young Thomas Sykes made?"
"Mr. Sykes came round this morning asking after you. He said he might as well put it in place."
"Ah, and how did he seem?"
"His usual self," she said enigmatically, folding the newspaper carefully.
So he had decided not to take his ball home, over my failure to pursue Muriel Jameson and have her boiled in oil. Over a cup of tea, I caught up with the post. One item was a confidential handwritten note from the manager of Marshall and Snellgrove. He asked for help in detecting a suspected shoplifter or shoplifters who were costing the store a great deal of money. Mr. Mooney had recommended me. I passed the letter to Mrs. Sugden. "What do you make of this?" She adjusted her spectacles and read it twice.
"The blighters. Makes me sick that crooks get away with such villainy, when honest folk have to pay every inch of their way."
The following morning I discussed the letter with Mr. Sykes. He was willing enough to take on the task, but pointed out an obvious truth.
"It will be very well me going into furnishings and male attire departments. I'd be a sore thumb in ladies' wear and haberdashery."
Mrs. Sugden was outside, emptying the teapot in the garden. I looked at Sykes, he looked at me, and nodded. When Mrs. Sugden joined us, I asked, "How would it suit you to work with Mr. Sykes in spotting shoplifters, to be a store detective for a short time?" She grew in height. Her shoulders moved back several inches.
"It would suit me very well."
I pulled out a chair for her. "Mr. Sykes will lead this operation."
"Now, the thing is, Mrs. Sugden—"
He propounded his theories about how to approach the work.
"And when you collar a thief, he or she will always squeal out a tale to break your heart, but it must not wash. These are criminals. We will be in the store to enforce the law. We must give no quarter." "Absolutely not," Mrs. Sugden said, with utter conviction. "A thief is a thief. A villain is a villain."
They made their plans. I watched and listened, envying such certainties. When they had gone, I opened the bottom drawer of my new filing cabinet. Mrs. Sugden had thoughtfully placed manila filing pockets in alphabetical order. I held the Victoria Cross awarded to Captain Wolfendale in the palm of my hand. If ever Lucy Wolfendale asked me for it, she should have it. For now, I would file it under M. M for medal, M for murder.